Okay. Welcome, people. We are now live. We are live. We are live. We are live. Welcome, people. Welcome to today's live show. Links coming thick and first. We are live both on Facebook. We are live on YouTube. We are live on all the streaming channels. Link ndo hiyo, just click it na utakuwa ndani kwa studio. Karibuni wote. It's another good Friday, the 17th of September 2021. Thank you, people. Thank you, people. Good to see you. Rahama Abdunur, thank you so much. We see you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Paul Rose, for being part of the show. Santi Sana, just joining in live. Join us. Paul Rose, we can see you. Thank you for being part of the show. Rama Abdunur, asante sana, always punctual. Tumewahata, lakini karibuni. Charity Sanda, asante sana. Being part of us is always something we treasure. Thank you for making this your show. Asante sana. Unasema Abdunur that mko ndani, asante. Leo tuko na show moto kama pasi. We are discussing all the events of today and of course some that happened during the week. Kokobaso, I see you. Thank you for joining us. Asante sana. See you, Kokobasco. Thank you, Lobongo, for watching us from Lodwa. Asante sana. Mnasema Wajir mko present. That is Wathuo Dennis. Asante for joining us. I can see someone tuning in from Machakos wako tuned, wako locked. Mr. Felix Contexta, thank you so much. I see you. Elikana Koech, thank you for joining us. Kuna huyu jamaa anasema UDA Aiza sana Alex, asante sana. Kuna huyu jamaa anajiita Wathuo Dam Dennis, asante. Mnasema Wajil mko locked. Let's hear where you are watching us from, even as the panelists join us tonight. Asante sana for making this part of your show. We are live. We are doing it tonight. Thank you. Mnasema Willy Chilchir anasema ako live from Seum. Let us know where you're watching us from. Anasema yeye ni Ketitani anasema yeye ako ndani na yeye ako UDA. Albanas Ngare anasema yeye ako UDA, ako ODM, sorry. Thank you for joining us. We are inviting you to come in. Let's do this as we normally do. Elikana Koech keeps anasema ako Nandi locked. Ishmael Biegon anasema ako ndani locked. Aha. I can see you. Karibuni sana. I can see Mala. Thank you for joining us. Let me know where you're joining us from. I can see Susanna, Team Fake. Okay. I can see Team Fake. Okay. From Narok, UDA is the order of the day. Anaitwa Ngetich Evans. Asante sana. Kokobasco anasema Kokobasco tuko live from France. Thank you for joining us. Anajita Triple T Tony anasema ako present. Thank you for joining us. This jamaa anajita Ishmael Biegon anasema locked from Embakasi Garrison 75 KA. Aha. Kuna huyu jamaa anajiita Kokobasco, tumesoma yeye message yake. Huyu jamaa mwingine anajiita MC Mutahi, anasema watching live from Nandi, niko tuned kabisa. Asante sana, naona watu wanaingia hata kwa panel. Endeleeni kuingia, I'll add you just now. Karibuni, karibuni everybody joining us live. I can see this other good guy by the name Elvis Ngetich watching you live Mutembei from Kericho. Soins Gwot Segowote. Aha, UDA ndio mambo yote. Aha, wanasema UDA strong, wanasema tuned in from Riyadh. That name ni tricky, but anajiita Jasmine Murugi. Thank you for tuning in. From Kitengela, Hustler Nation is unstoppable. This is Ngetich Gilbert. Asante sana for making part of the show. Thank you, Akina Dennis Oyugi. I can see you. Anasema this guy anajiita Triple T, amesema ya ako maeneo ya Makwiny. Asante sana Tony. People, thank you for joining us. Let us know where you're joining us from. Ujamaa anajiita Collins, anasema yeye ako live kutoka Eldoret. Thank you for being part of the show. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. Wanasema UDA ni Kenya. Huyu anajiita Bruno Simba Bruno. Asante sana Bruno, I can see you. The many who are tuning in, thank you so much. Jamaa anajiita Francis from Lodwar, tunakuona. Jamaa mwingine anasema ANC Mudavadi New Zealand All Black, wanasema vitu kama hayo. Jamaa mwingine anajiita Ishmael, anajisema yeye ako Embakasi Garrison. Sawa sawa. Tune in. We can be able to link up. Michael Bet, LD Pia, thank you so much for being part of the show. Jamaa anajiita New Zealand All Black, anasema I'm watching you from photocopy ya Kakamega, Kuisero Kingdom. ANC Mudavadi for a better nation. Aha. I can see this other guy anajiita Wazao, rais wao mapema. Wazoe rais wao mapema. WSR all the way. Huu ni Mboro Njoroge, wanasema hivi. Huyu jamaa anajiita Mondet live from Eldoret. UDA ndio chama, naona watu wa LD kuwakilisha. Join in. Asanteni sana. Join us. Let's make this show a success. Before we introduce our panelist, asante sana Joseph Mbinjumu from TZ, nawapa hai pia, sisi tunakupa hai pia. Brayo Moriasi, anajiita Ruto forever. Okay my brother, thank you. We can see your comments coming in thick and fast. Asante sana. Thank you people for making this part of your show. We have over 144 people watching us, and the many joining us via Facebook. Asante. Topic leo ni kali, tuna discuss Ruto. Tumemwona Western having series of campaigns. We are going to discuss about that. We are also going to discuss some people we saw ambao we know them to be in Ford Kenya, and Ford Kenya we know it to be an affiliate of OKA. Is OKA working with UDA? We will want to hear from you. And then we also saw stoning of WANJIGI in Migori. We want to find out, what is your take? Are these old habits of ODM coming back? Let us have your take, people. We hear you. We hear your comments. Asanteni sana. We are glad you made this your show tonight. We have started a little bit early so that we may have you. Kindly share this to many as you can. Share it to your wall. Share it to and link it to other pages. Let's have Kenya talking. Let's have people discussing. Steve Njuguna anasema ako ndani. Thank you so much. Ogenya Simiro Kayo anasema ako ndani. Thank you. We can see you. Jamaa anajiita Musuma Msoti. I can see you. Jamaa anajiita jamaa huyu anasema hivi. Sorry for that. Anajiita Siyanya Brian. Ruto ni nyang'au akienda whatever. Sijaelewa but ni sawa. Anajiita jamani Chiwawa. Hapa Nakuru tuko locked 75% UDA, serikali tutakuwa ndani. William Samoei Ruto, mambo yote. Western waliamua kitambo. Je, Rift Valley kweli kuna maneno? But we love you all manze. We love you too Mr. Chiwawa. Masi anasema, Masi Kizengwa anasema tuned in from Doha, Qatar. Thank you for joining us Masi. Aha, wanajiita namna gani hawa jamaa? Jamaa anajiita Steven Juguna anasema it's bad throwing stones to anyone. Let's make this conversation beautiful tonight. Let us discuss are old habits back. Tabia zile za kale za ODM zimerejea. Before I bring in the panelists, thank you so much for being part of the show. We are glad that you chose to tune in. Mr. Michael, asante sana na kuona. Mr. Mala na waona. Mr. Gidi na kuona. Asante kwa kuwa part of the show. Mala, asante sana. Mr. Omboka, asante. Mumejoin in. Asante sana. Mala, tuanze na wewe. Kama huko ama uko nyuma ya curtain kabisa kabisa. Sawa, nitakuonyesha tu saa hizi. Aha, Michael, ulikuwa wa kwanza. Habari ya leo?
Nzuri sana.
Maoni yako ni yapi bana?
Kulingana na mimi,
aha,
you know, we need to take Kenya somewhere and we need to make Kenya peaceful, and the factor of making Kenya peaceful is strictly on our behalf. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Ndio nasema. Nasema. Sasa ndio nasema. Unajua katika siasa ni game ambazo hakuna mtu ataelezea matokeo. This is an ordinary game, like we have Chelsea and Manchester. You cannot huwezi ambia the end results. Maybe hata one day huyu Raila na Ruto watakuja kuungana. Maybe hata some leaders from OKA will come and join Ruto, or even the other way around. So it's too early for us to decide, and it's too early for us to know what is going to take place. But the aspect of throwing stones is something that has been used of. Ni kitu tushazoea, tumejionea hapo mbele, tena imejirudia. So mambo na kurusha mawe, it's just a sense of venye watu wanajibemba juu.
Aha.
Mtu mwenye anajijua vizuri sidhani atachukua hiyo mawe ataanza kutupa. So hiyo ni place pia wananchi wa huko wamejieka. Tuseme wananchi wa huko hiyo nchi yao.
Okay. So Mala, kulingana na wewe, sorry, not Mala, Michael, unaona hii kurusha mawe ni tabia za kale zinarejeshwa ama shida iko wapi jamaa?
Unajua shida ni nini? Wakati mwanasiasa labda anaenda mahali kama, tuseme wewe ni mtu kutoka Western unataka kwenda kama Mount Kenya. Wakati mwingi kuna pia, unajua si katika kila mahali ambapo utakubalika. So kuna wenye wanakukubali, wengine wanakupinga. Sasa shida inatokea. Juu uko ugenini, sasa wenye wanakupinga wanapata nafasi kuu ya kukutenda mambo mabaya, si unaona?
Okay.
So kulingana na mimi sidhani tumefika hapo. I think Kenya is growing in another way. Sidhani tuko hapo. Maybe it is just a tool, a political tool.
Aha. Hey, Mr. Mala, sijui kama unatuona, tumeamua Michael ameamua tuanze na hii topic ya Jimmy Wanjigi leo amechapwa mawe. Mr. Mala, can you hear me? I don't know if you're still there.
Yes, Wekesa. Yeah.
Yes. No, today is Jakes. Jakes is the one doing the moderation now.
Yeah.
Wekesa will be joining in soon. Now,
it is normal. It is normal for the people coming from that region.
Okay.
It is very normal. That is their came, you know.
Maoni yako ni yapi? Do you support that?
Maoni yangu ni what I'm saying. It is normal for those guys to throw the stones, and they will not change. and probably maybe Raila even organized. I'm not sure. Yeah, because now Raila hataki aingiliwe sana kwake.
Unaona kama ilikuwa na mambo na Raila ama ni watu tu
hiyo ni mambo ya Raila tu. Hiyo ni mambo ya Raila. You cannot separate Raila and Stones. You can never separate Raila and Stones.
Okay.
Yes.
So do you think these are
and it will continue? And it will continue. It's only that I know there's like akienda huko. Huo atakaribishwa.
Maoni yenu ni yapi? I want, as even the panelists continue to comment, I would want to hear from people who are commenting. Let's hear. Maoni yenu ni yapi? Are these new old habits coming back? Do you support stoning of any leader or any person coming to campaign? Mala, ulikuwa unasema hii ni tabia ya watu wa ODM na auoni kama wamechange with time ama it's something that is difficult to change from them?
Hello?
Yes, Mala, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes. What I was saying, hii tabia ya kutupa mawe ni mambo ya Raila. And I have said you can never separate Stones and Raila Odinga. Okay. It's one and the same thing. Hata kiingia kama president, hiyo mambo ya mawe tu itatupwa tu. Even if he becomes a president, atasahau.
Ni tabia yao ama unaona kama kuna wale watafika wabadilike?
No, they will not change. They will not change. These guys will not change. Yes, they will not change.
Okay.
Yeah, so we will tutaendelea tu, we will see these things happening. It will continue.
Okay.
The ODM zone, as they claim.
Okay.
And I think tuko mbali sana.
Hata tusikie maoni yenu kila mmoja ambaye anashirikiana nasi jioni ya leo. Naona watu wanaingia kwa fujo kweli kweli, lakini swali letu ni kwamba je, kuna mpinzani wote hafai kwenda sehemu fulani? Leo tumeona Jimmy Wanjigi akitupiwa mawe. Maoni yako ni yapi? Wacha tusikie kutoka kwako. Kuria amepotea. Morris, sijui utatengeneza kamera yako na okay, nimekupata Morris. Asante kwa kutujoin. Kuria, unaona aje? Maoni yako ni yapi? Kuria, can you hear me? Okay. Jamaa unajiita, sijui unajiita rubbish ama ni ru BBI ish. Unajiitaje jamaa?
Rubbish BBI.
Ati rubbish BBI, sawa. Sasa maoni yako ni yapi bana we? Unaonaje jamaa anaenda Migori, mawe yanamfurika kumfurika. Maoni yako ni yapi?
Unajua saizi watu wacha wapigwe tu mawe, wenyewe walitaka wapigwe mawe.
Je, unaona kwa muda ambao tumekuwa nao sasa, je, unaona ni sawa ya kuwa tabia za kale zimeanza kurejea? Tunaona watu wakirushiana mawe. Unaona kiongozi akipewa nafasi ajiongea, ajitetea, alafu kama ni kupewa kura apewe, lakini
wacha wapigwe tu mawe, wenyewe walitaka. Na kitu kigeni hapo, hao watu wa ODM tumewazoea tangu Kenya ianze.
Unaona kwa muda. Okay. Tafadhali ukiingia jaribu kumute your mic so that tuweze kusikizana, ama unapunguza sauti ya wanaongea kando yako ili tuweze kuelewana. Asante sana. Kuria, maoni yako ni yapi? Unaonaje mambo ya mawe leo? Maoni yako ni yapi? Maana jita Edwin Mark natembea anasema watching from Sirisa, Bungoma West. Kuuza sera sio mbaya, lakini Wanjigi alipofika Nyanza angetumia hekma. Hawezi fika kwa wafuasi sugu wa Raila uanze kusema eti Raila should retire, eti risasi za Raila zilikuisha. You can't abuse somebody's dad and go scot free. Hayo ni maoni ya natembea. Je, we Kuria, unaonaje? Maoni yako ni yapi?
Wacha niseme ya kwamba yenye yamefanyika leo ni kitu cha aibu sana.
Kweli.
Tunasema siasa zetu sisi kama Wakenya zinaendelea tuki improve katika mambo ya utengamano. Sijui hasa alipigwa kwa nini, hatujajua sababu hasa kilifanya apigwe, lakini hiyo ni kitu mbaya sana. What if na yeye Raila amekuwa Murang'a kwa siku kadhaa, hatujasikia akipigwa, alikuwa anakaribishwa vizuri.
Lakini Kuria tuliona akirushiwa mawe kule Githurai. Kwa hivyo, je, hii ni siasa yetu chafu ama shida iko wapi?
Hiyo kitu ilikuwa Githurai. Unajua Githurai, tunasema tu Githurai ni kama tu Nairobi. Hata watu wenye wanakaa huko wengi sana, almost 40% wanatoka pande zingine za nchi. That's why tunasema pia siasa zetu tunafaa kuimprove. Sioni kama wewe, I think na sisi vijana ni sisi tunatumika sana. Kwa sababu ukiona hata wenye walikuwa wanapiga wanarusha mawe si wazee. Ni vijana. Na nini that's why unaona hata sisi hata serikali ikikuja, serikali gani ikuje, hakuna mtu hata mmoja anaweza tafutia vijana kazi ili aone vijana wa kutumia wakati wa siasa. Tunataka tuerevuke. Hii maneno ya upuzi ya kutumiwa na wanasiasa kama tissue paper, tuachane nayo kabisa. Na tusimame kama vijana. De fact tunaweza hata sisi simamisha president na tuseme sasa kutoka hapa mwenye atakuwa next president ni kijana kama sisi. We have vote, we have numbers, we must stop this nonsense.
Lakini sasa shida iko wapi? Vijana wanatumikaje mpaka inafika sasa leo wanatumika kurusha mawe? Je, hatujasoma na matukio ya muda ambao umepita?
Vijana hawana kazi. Akiambiwa twende tukarusha mawe hapa, sijui nitakupea 1,500, atakimbia kwa sababu hana kazi ya kufanya.
Maoni mazuri Kuria. Wacha nisikie Dennis. Dennis, habari ya leo kabla sijamleta Onesmus. Dennis, unaonaje matukio ya leo? Leo tunamuona Jimmy Wanjigi arumbukiziwa mawe chungu nzima na wakaaji wa sehemu ya Migori. Maoni yako ni yapi? Je, ni tabia za kale za ODM zimerejea ama shida iko wapi?
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. What I know, this is a clear definition of the party which Jimmy Wanjigi has been supporting, and personally I condemn with strongest term possible. And I think the youth must change. Hii si wakati wa kitambo. They should tolerate different opinion from other people, because if you mukipiga yeye na kesho mukienda kwa, what will happen? And this inaharibu picha ya ODM sana, and I think they should stop. They should now be civilized. This is not the old days.
Kulingana na wewe tumekuwa tukisema ni azimio la umoja. Je, hii inaonyesha picha gani kwa wanaosema wanaazimia kuwa na umoja?
This is opposite about umoja, and it will give a very bad picture to that supporters of Azimio la Umoja, because how do you think supporters wa ODM ama kieleweke ama anything in Nyeri and the other part of other country watafikiria aje sasa surely, ama wataona aje? Kuna wakati sasa wataona this is the same ODM yenye tulizoea. We thought the guy have changed, but it is the same. Jimmy Wanjigi has been supporting Raila even the hardest time 2017. What have changed today? Because he is now fighting, he is now trying to compete with the Raila. Now he is a criminal to be stoned surely. I don't support it and don't agree. You have muted yourself, sir.
So sorry for that, pole. Tuliona tabia kama hii Dennis kule Nyeri wakati Ruto alikuwa kule Kieni. Je, unaona kama ni wapiga kura tabia zao bado hazijabadilika jinsi muda unavyosonga ama shida iko wapi?
What we should look the history. Previous election. Ni wakati gani na gani kumekuwa na hii kizagazaga ya kurushiana mawe? I think hata 2017 sikuona mahali mawe kirushwa mahali Central, but currently ndio naona. What new thing have come? Ni nini imekuja today? Ama this time? Ni nani ameingia mgeni? Hii tabia imeanza? So we should ask yourself, hii ni tabia yenye imekuwa na sehemu fulani ama pate fulani inaenea the other part of country when tuna azimio la umoja ama ni imekuwa normal?
Ni azimio la mawe ama ni azimio la umoja? Ndio mmoja anauliza hapa kwa comment section. Je, hii ni azimio la umoja ama azimio la mawe?
Hii ni azimio la mawe for sure. We should ask yourself, ni nani amekuja? What have changed? Which political change have taken place? So, bona kumeendelea hivyo. I condemn that, surely.
Okay. Joshua Saunku, asante kwa kutujoin. Onesmus, sijui kama unanipata Onesmus. Onesmus, habari ya jioni. Hello, Onesmus, habari leo. Okay, tunapomtafuta Onesmus. Honorable James, habari ya saa hizi?
Mzuri sana.
Aha, maoni yako ni yapi? Jimmy Wanjigi kapokea mawe.
Maoni yangu kuhusiana na tukio la leo la Jimmy Wanjigi kukua stoned ni kwamba imekuwa ni tabia mbaya wanachama wa ODM. I think they are getting back to their past times ambapo walikuwa wanarusha mawe. Lakini jambo la kushtukiza ni kwamba walikuwa wanarushia mawe mmoja wao ambaye alikuwa anasema, by the I didn't get any statement long by Jimmy Wanjigi. So I can say it's a past behavior of the ODM members.
So hii ni wao kurejelea tabia zao za kale. Hiyo ndo maoni yako kwa sasa?
Yani hiyo ndo maoni yangu.
Na je, unaona kwa mfano vile tuliona Kieni wakirusha mawe, hiyo ilikuwa tabia yao? Je, utaattribute
pale Kieni tunaweza sema
ilikuwa ni onyesho mbaya kwetu kama wa Kenya kurushia viongozi mawe? Maoni yako ni yapi?
Ile venye naona ya kwamba ni pale Kieni tulikuwa tunaona ya kwamba ilikuwa one direct. Ilikuwa ni Kanini Kega ambaye alikuwa amehaya goons kustopisha mkutano wa naibu wa rais. Pale Githurai tunaweza sema ilikuwa it was Raila facing his critics. Raila pale Githurai
lakini pia tuliona Ruto pia akirushia mawe pale Bama, utasema aje?
Tunaweza sema ni tabia ya wananchi kurushia mawe wale ambao wanasiasa wale ambao hawataki, ambao ni tabia mbaya sana ambao wanafaa kukoma.
Lakini kama utaki mwanasiasa si lazima uattend meeting yake jamaa. Mbona uende urushe mawe?
Hiyo ni tabia mbaya sana ambao wananchi wanafaa kukoma kufanya. Naweza sema it's a behavior that Kenyans have which is very bad. Kama hutaki mwanasiasa muache ama umsikize aende.
Umesema vizuri, asante sana Honorable James. Wacha nisikie maoni yako Joshua Sakao. Joshua, unaonaje leo jamaa amerushiwa mawe, alikuwa ameenda kueneza tu sera zake, lakini wananchi hawakumkubali hata kunena, alifurushwa kwa mawe. Maoni yako ni yapi? Sankao, can you hear me?
Maoni yangu tu ni ajua hii dunia mara. Unanisikia?
Nakusikia, endelea.
Anisikia kweli?
Tunakusikia jamaa, endelea.
Nasema ajua hii dunia hii kuna vile tu. Hii dunia kuna vile tu itaonesha kwamba tu hii ni dunia. Kwa hivyo hizo ni moja ya vitu zenye mtu anaesaona kwa duniani. Kwa hivyo hii hata si kitu ya kushangaza sana. Ni aendelee tu hivyo bila kuangalia nyuma. Kwa hivyo yani sisi
kama wapiga kura shida iko wapi? Mbona hatuwapei nafasi viongozi watunenee? Hata kama tukubaliani na wao, tutafanya uamuzi kwa kupiga kura.
Kuna wengine wako na uamuzi wenzao, kuna wengine wanafundishwa vile wanafanya, sasa ndio wao wanafanya vitu kama hivyo. Lakini sasa hizo ni moja ya vitu zenye tunaona, kwa hivyo tunatarajia tu vitu kama hivyo. Kwa hivyo hiyo haijalishi yani, kwa mfano.
Okay. Na maoni yako ni yapi? Je, sisi kama wapiga kura hatuwezi kuwa na uvumilivu kwa hawa viongozi?
Pia nasi wapiga kura hatufanani. Mimi niko sifanani na wewe, mwingine hapana na mwingine. Yani kenye tu tutaona tujue ndio hiyo, lakini tu kenye namwambia huyo Ruto mwenyewe yani asiangalie nyuma, yani aangalie mbele, japokuwa sasa sisi wenyewe hatuna msimamo.
Okay, tutakuja kwa Ruto tu sasa hivi. Tumeanza na huyu jamaa aliyepigwa mawe.
Let me
Mr. Derek Okomo. Yes, Derek.
No.
Si Derek, ni nani anaongea?
Yes, this is Derek speaking, eh?
Yeah, go ahead, Okomo.
I was very keen and I was listening to how my fellow colleagues were actually discussing the issue. But a number of things I have realized pertaining these politicians. First of all, what we have to know that there is none. You can't be elected by everyone, because each and every person has got his or her supporter.
Okay.
But the incident that took place, whereby you see people are throwing stones, you know, it can turn to a different thing. Maybe, for example, in such kind of a gathering, you find that maybe your relatives are in that kind of gathering, and then you throw stones. You know, if you throw a stone, you may end up thinking that maybe the person you are dealing with is from a different place or a different.
Derek, ni kama tuko na shida na mawasiliano nawe, lakini nakuomba tafadhali kama unaweza angalia shida iko wapi pande yako, but asante kwa maoni yako. Je, Okomo, can you hear me?
Yeah,
challenge seems like you're breaking.
Yeah, you know.
Okay.
No, okay. My take as an individual, as a Kenyan citizen, I can't encourage such activity to take place in order for me to gain fame, or for me to be known that maybe I can wait, I'm the best person for the citizens to see. The only problem comes like what happened in Migori, the case of Obado. You know, the citizen could have not just come up and start throwing stones. There's a reason as to why they were doing that. You can even realize that they were told to do the same. And by that, they were promised a token of some amount that if they do that, if the person is disappointed, then they are going to be given some kind of amount.
According to you, okay,
once you be given an amount, it can't even be worth 1,000.
So wewe unalumbukizia nani lawama? Je,
the person to blame is the governor, you see?
So unaona kama governor alisababisha hayo mambo leo?
Okay. Yeah, because it was the governor who was supposed to be mobilizing everything. So the governor was wrong.
Okay. Now, governor kwa ODM kweli?
Sorry?
Governor Obado kweli bado kwa ODM ama aliona?
No, Governor Aliama Kitambo is no longer a member. He had only rebelled against the party. So he's another person in a different world.
Okay, lakini sasa shida ni waliokuwa wanakutana walikuwa wafuasi wa ODM. So governor alikuwa anaingililia wapi kwa hiyo sehemu?
What was not clear, they didn't indicate that the gathering was only for the ODM. It was not meant for the ODM, but the gathering was meant to bring people together so that they can sell their votes. You see.
Oh. Okay.
And I think if they could have made it clear that they don't want ODM members to attend, they could have not attended the function.
So kulingana na maoni yako ni governor anafaa laumiwe.
Kabisa.
Okay. Sawa sawa. Sijui maoni yako ni yapi?
Governor should be penalized.
Aha. Okay, Mala unaona namna gani? Je, ni shida ya governor ama hawa ni wanafuasi tu wa ODM ambao hawakubaliani na mtu ambaye anakuja kuchukua kiti cha anayefaa kuchukua ambaye ni Raila Odinga? Je, shida unaona ilikuwa wapi? Shida ilitokea wapi? Mala, are you there? Okay, swali hiyo tundamuuliza Edwin. Edwin, unaonaje? Maoni yako ni yapi?
Okay, mie ninaona unanipata?
Nakupata kabisa.
Nasema yes, mimi ninaona Wanjigi amekuwa Kisumu hajapigwa mawe.
Aha.
Na vile amekuwa Nyanza hajapigwa mawe, lakini wakati ameingia Migori, Migori ndio kumetokea shida.
Okay.
Na unajua Migori signature ya governor Obado, hata wakati kulikuwa na wakati wa grassroots elections kule Migori, signature ya Obado ni mawe. Sasa kwanza kabisa mimi najua Raila hausiki kabisa na ODM haihusiki na hii maneno, ila huu mchezo umetokana na watu wa Obado kule Migori.
Okay.
Hata kama walikuwa unajua sasa kawaida kwa umati mpaka kuna mixture ya watu. Sasa mchanganyiko wa watu, haya mawe hatuwezi tukasema tu definitely ama specifically tuseme imetokana na ODM, lakini kuna pale mchanganyiko wa watu ndio wametupa haya mawe.
Okay.
Sasa maoni yangu ni ya kwamba wacha tuwapatie wanasiasa nafasi yao, wauze sera zao, na hii siasa ya kutupa mawe ama kuanza kufukuza mwanasiasa fulani asikuje kueleza sera zake, naona hiyo ni kasumba mbaya. Kasumba mbaya kabisa ambayo
na niulize, shida ni sisi wananchi, shida ni wanasiasa kuchochea, ama haya mambo yanaanza aje? Where does it all begin?
Okay, shida tuseme ni vijana wetu. Vijana wana shida kwa sababu kijana anapopatiwa hela, maybe apatiwe shilingi 500, aambiwe nenda amsha furugu, vijana wanafuata tu upepo. Sasa mimi naona shida ni vijana wetu. Shida ni wananchi kwa sababu wanakubali kununuliwa kwa hela. Sasa mimi naona vijana waache kununuliwa kwa hela. Na wapatie wanasiasa nafasi yao.
Kwa hivyo shida hapa ni ukosefu wa kazi, alafu mwanasiasa kutumia changamoto kama hizo kusababisha vijana walete hurumai.
Yeah.
Okay. So tunaweza suluhisha aje? Unaona tunaelekea uchaguzi hivi karibuni na tutaona matukio kama haya yakizidi. Je, tutafanya aje ili tuhakikishe haitazidi na haitaongezeka, ili Kenya isitambulike kama nchi ya ghasia na fujo?
Mimi natumai ile tume ambaye inahusika na kudili na mambo kama haya, tume ambaye inahusika na kushughulika na mambo na hate speech na haya maneno kama haya. Hii tume tuko nayo Kenya, lakini nikiangalia tume hii inalala. Hii tume inapata tu pesa za mtoza ushuru, lakini hakuna chenye wanafanya. Maana tume hii ingekuwa inachukulia hatua kali hawa vijana ambao wanahusika na mambo kama haya, na hawa vijana waelekeze ile tume kwa wale wanasiasa waliowatuma. At least ingesababisha hofu fulani ingie kwa wanasiasa na wangetutumia vibaya.
Okay. Asante sana sana kwa maoni mazuri. Nimeona Mr. Ongara ameingia pamoja na J Code Frank. Asanteni sana kwa kuingia. Pia Susan pia ameingia. Susan, nitaanza nayo maana wewe ni mwanadada ambaye kwa sasa yuko live. Ninakuuliza maoni yako ni yapi? Je, unakubaliana na tukio ya leo? Do you agree with what happened today, Susan? Susan, can you hear me? Okay. Ongaro, kabla sijaenda kwa Susan, Ongaro, maoni yako ni yapi
kuhusiana na Migori leo?
Kuhusiana na Migori na watu kurushia wanasiasa mawe.
Mi Kenya naweza sema I think they were just organized goons. Na venye tunajua bado bado ni msee wa UDA.
Okay.
And me want to like is the one who organized those goons wakaenda wakafanya hivyo.
So kama walikuwa organized, wewe una attribute hiyo kwa sera za mwanasiasa kuwa mpotovu, ama ni sisi wa raia hatuwezi kuwa na msimamo tuseme hata kama umetupa pesa sisi hatutarusha mawe? Je, shida iko wapi?
I think shida iko basically kwa the citizens themselves.
Okay.
Kwa sababu wanatumika vibaya. Kwa sababu wanapata maybe walipewa do fulani waende wafanye hivyo. Yeah, that's it.
So tutasolve aje? Kwa sababu the more tunaendelea na siasa ama the more siku za songa ndivyo tutaona matukio kama haya. Wewe ushauri yako kwetu kama wapiga kura utaweza kuwa ni upi?
Mimi Kenya naweza sema hawa wanasiasa as the citizens wasitumike vibaya. Watu walikuja campaign place fulani, let them just say whatever they want to say, then waende. Hakuna haja kunini interfere. Kama utaki kuwa hapo, wewe enda jipe shughuli.
Okay, so ningependa kusikia kwa wakazi wa Migori, kama tutawapata hata kama kwa comment, mtueleze shida iko wapi. Mbona leo kukakuwa ni tulimuona Jimmy Wanjigi Kisumu, tulimuona akiwa maeneo mengi kule Nyanza, lakini leo Migori mbona wakaamua kumrushia mawe? Kama tutasikia maoni kwa watu ambao wako kwa ground itakuwa vizuri, tutaiweka hapa kwa comments ili tuweze kusikia sababu kuu ilikuwa ni nini. Otherwise ningependa kusikia kwako J Code. J Code, unasema namna gani?
Okay, mimi chenye kimefanya niingia hapa live ni juu nimeona historia ya Wanjigi. Tangu asubuhi sijakuwa nimeenda kuingia saa hizi nimepata boom news ndio hii. Jimmy Wanjigi alipigwa mawe. Alipigwa mawe wapi? Nyanza. Nyanza ndio mimi natoka. Mimi ni mkazi. Hapo ndo nimezaliwa. Hapo ndo nimelelewa.
Okay.
Kitu ya kwanza sitaki niongee watu waone kama nataka kuingilia ukabila, but lazima niongee. In every election watu wa Ruo Nyanza side ODM sikatai. Na ukiona unaie in every direction watu wa Ruo Nyanza wanakuanga na nguvu. Hiyo ni kitu hivi. Mpende mkatae wanakuanga na nguvu. Kitu ya wakati wanasema sijui ODM huko wanasema eti hiyo mkutano haikuwa ya ODM, ilikuwa ya Jimmy Wanjigi. Jimmy na ODM member. Live is not an ordinary member, but live member. Jimmy Wanjigi contribute ile monthly contribution to ODM party.
Okay.
He has all the rights za kuingia Kenya mzima. Ngameamua kusema ya kwamba anataka mimi I'm not supporting Jimmy Wanjigi kwa president. But we need democracy in our party. Virajua kusema kwamba nenda anatembea Kenya mzima utafuta uungwaji mkono wa delegates wa ODM so that tuende na baba kwa nomination ODM 2022. Sasa mimi nataka kuuliza watu wa hiyo county. Mumesema ya kwamba mumerusha Jimmy mawe. Jimmy Wanjigi saa Kikuyu from Central. Nilisema gani yenye mnatarajia baba apatiwe Central akienda si kwenye ataingia hapa Githurai, aingia hata Kangenji ama aende Nyeri. You know
okay.
wanapenda kudefend mtu wao, wanakuanga na ile damu ya kudefend mtu wao, either kwa ODM, either kwa KANU ama kwa chama yoyote, watamdefend because ni Mkikuyu mwenzao. Sasa swali yangu ni hii, mmepiga chini Wanjigi mawe Odinga na watu wake wakienda Central, ni reception gani mnataka apatiwe huko? Apatiwe mawe ndio kupige mbovu kama mnataka aje? Mimi Kenya ningeambia watu kutoka Nyanza tunakuanga buni election
Jacob,
ama ukienda kufikia mwana siasa karibu unausho huko, kama ni kama karatasi ambako uchukue mwenye unataka akwende kuwa guni. Pati usitumie vijana kwenda kuharibu mikutano ya watu wengine because unataka kupata kura mahali.
Na tumemwona huyu msanii Eric Omondi akijaribu advertise ama kupopularize huyu jamaa Wanjigi. Kama nimempoteza Code Frank, lakini nitamrudisha akirudi. Lakini nitauliza swali hilo kwako wewe Dennis. Je, ukiangalia vile jamaa huyu Eric Omondi amekuwa kimadvertise, je, unaweza ona kama imekuwa ni sababu moja ya watu kufeel kana kwamba huyu jamaa anajaribu kupindua ODM na kuleta vitu ambavyo sivyo, na ikapeleka ghadhabu ya wanachungwa kurusha mawe leo?
Okay, today hiyo incident ya kurusha mawe is very funny because if you compare to Ruto in Nyeri, there was that Kieleweke vs Tangatanga, and Githurai there was such kind of that, but today is ODM vs ODM. ODM, and there is this narrative that if you are not singing Baba anthem in ODM, it is a crime. So in fact, we were very eager to see that kind of democracy in ODM, but today we have tested that it is opposite, no democracy, nothing, because even if it is not necessarily the leader, and because Wajek has been supporting ODM, I thought he will also be allowed to campaign against it. But there is this narrative, you must bow down to Baba, and if not, you are not a good man.
So Eric Omondi, huoni kama ujumbe wake umesaidia ama umeharibu, au unaonaje?
Now there is this kind of tension that this kind of campaign Jimmy Wajega na Eric Omondi wanaendelea kupiga, inaweza kuwa na a very big influence na igawe kula kiasi kutoka kwa Baba. Assume wamepiga hiyo kula hiyo campaign, and then wamekosa kuelewana, and Wajega ameingia for presidential na Raila ameingia for presidential. Wajega has a high like to kugawa hizo kula za Baba, and that is the problem. There is that Wajega anaweza haribu kura za Bamba, and that is why anapigwa na mawe.
Na sasa kulingana na wewe Mr. Dennis, tutasolve aje? Because hii ni mambo imekuwa ikihappen over and over again, especially saa hizi siasa zitazidi kuchacha. How do we solve this?
No, it is upon we youth and our leaders, and this thing we thought since handshake that hiyo kitu imeisha, but bado iko. It is we youth, we learn not to fight for politician, because if you, kwa mfano mkipiga Wajege huko Migori sijui wapi Homa Bay, alafu akuje Nyeri apigwe, and Raila akuje Nyeri apigwe, hakuna mtu atafurahia, and nobody mtu anafurahia because of harm. So we should be civilized, and that is a backward thing. We youth nowadays tunaenda university, tunaenda college, tunasoma, and that kind of mind, that your mind ya kitabu ndio tunatolewa, and still inaonyeshana now it exists in some of our youth. Because mimi personally, I don't and I cannot vote and I cannot support Baba, but I cannot throw a stone to him. Even if I paid $1 million or 1,000, I can't, because I don't believe on that. I believe on democracy. Let him come where I am. Let him campaign. If I don't support him, I won't bother to attend his meeting.
Okay.
I won't, and I'll not even take a second to bother with him. I'll just stay away, let him campaign, let him address his supporters, and then he'll go. If we go to election, he win. He is a Kenyan. If my candidate win, he is also a Kenyan. I don't have a problem. Yes.
Okay. Asante sana Mr. Dennis. Ruben, nakuona umeingia kwa show pia. Susan pia nakuona, na Mr. President.
Maybe I can ask that gentleman a question.
Let me see who is talking. Unajua kwa giza. Is it Mala? Yes, Mala. Yes. Uliza swali.
Yes. Is there a way we can change the culture? Because this thing, the stone throwing is the culture of ODM and Raila Odinga. Is there a way we can change?
But honestly, to be fair,
because if they can change the sponsor, because WANJIGI is the party sponsor, and he has shares in ODM.
Lakini nikuulize,
if they can throw stone to him, it means
Mr.
there's something wrong.
Aoni kama uko unfair kusema tabia yake ni kurusha mawe. Lakini Dennis, jaribu kujibu hilo swali.
Okay, I think
there are so many.
I think
just one moment, Mr. Derek. Dennis, go ahead. And if you're able to come, sorry, just one moment. If you're able to open your camera so that we can see you, watu wanalalamika, wanasema tunataka kuona sura, so that we are able to be live properly. Just link in your video, but Dennis, go ahead.
I think this one can be done away if our reader show us the way, because kwa mfano ukiangalia that kind ya kurusha mawe, kuna watu wana believe ni mtu fulani. It is now the time to those leaders whom we believe they are to come out and tell them, no, it is not only me, there are others. And if they came here, give them a fair chance. Kwa sababu kuna mtu anaamini lazima Raila ama mtu fulani au his candidate akuwe ndiye anapigiwa ndebe. Now it is that kind of those indigenous leaders to come out and say, no, there are others challenging me, and it is good to give them a chance. Unaona, ukiangalia like uko Kieni ama nini, if the leader like tuseme Uhuru Kenyatta or wenye anamsupport huko wagetokea waseme, no, you don't attack your anybody challenging or mtu mwenye anapiga campaign, just be fair, reason and go home. I think our leaders have a big role to play and to provide the guidance. Kwa mfano, if like kwa mfano Raila come to go to Kibila and tell them, I have a challenger, and let them there, it is a friendly match, let play the match, whoever will win, it's okay. No, akipatiana that kind of guidance, it will be a bit fair.
Okay. But so, you see Uhuru has tried. Boss, but you see Uhuru has tried, because we thought this case was baptized using the handshake. Do you think there's something else which can be done? Because the handshake was supposed to change this guy. Of course, he's been on this side, and the stone throwing was stopped for some time, for about 3 years? Now they are starting.
I don't support the role of handshake. Handshake never brought the country together. So whenever you are discussing about
not the country together, it was meant to baptize Raila Odinga, the ODM, so that it can stop throwing stones.
Okay, but unajua that handshake come at the groomed Raila Odinga so much that even wenye walikuwa naamini hadi saa hii bado wanaamini handshake ilikuja kugroom Raila Odinga, but si kumuequalize ama kuonyesha it is a free and fair and everything. I don't see how the handshake come to kuleta hiyo issue ya kuonyesha Raila is now like a normal or anything. If you go to anywhere or to Kibra or any, they believe Raila is in handshake to become president. And anybody who mwenye anampiga he is against that community or any supporter of ODM.
Okay,
no, but you see, Kipicho has given is a witness, and Kipicho is saying that in the last 5 years they used 50 million. These 4 years, I think they have not used any money to buy the tear gas.
Okay, sijui muuliza vipi, lakini acha nirejelee mada ya kurushwa mawe. Kuna jamaa anasema hivi, jamaa anajiita Rayon Kasam anasema hivi, no, Wanjigi is not serious. He should blame his media team. How can he say fagia wote in Nyanza, the slogan that's not in ODM? Who does he want to fagia? Swali nzuri sana. Unaenda kwa wenyewe lakini unasema unataka kufagia wakazi ama kigogo wa chama kwa maeneo yake ama kwa stronghold yake. Je, don't you think hiyo ilichangia kusababisha hayo? Ni maoni yake Rayon.
But Jakes,
yes,
this is a competition. And any candidate has a right to come up with any slogan as long as haileti vita. Kwa mfano, if hata ulete hiyo hustler or anything wheelbarrow in Nyeri, as long as we unapigania your vote, you cannot be criminalized because of your slogan. And the kind of country we are creating, it is where you can go any part of country with your slogan, use it and earn vote and get a vote, and you are not supposed to be condemned because of your slogan. Hakuna ati sasa mambo ati ni bedroom mafrani. It is a free and fair field that is believed imetengenezwa na handshake or anything else, and the people should play fair with their politics.
Okay. Ruben, I don't know if you're there. Ruben, can you hear me? Ruben, can you hear me?
Hello? Yeah.
Now,
yes, I can hear you.
Yes, go ahead, Ruben. We saw today the stoning of one Jimmy Wanjigi. What is your take on it, sir? Ruben, huyu mwenye ameweka kapicha. Ruben, one name, eh?
Okay, I'm Ruben. Okay.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Let me say this. ODM is Raila and Raila is ODM. So Jimmy Wanjigi asienda kuprovoke Raila Odinga huko na wakazi wa huko because they believe in Raila Odinga and they believe in the policies zenye Raila Odinga anasema. So Jimmy Wanjigi akienda kusema huko fagia wote, so anaamini mpaka anafagia Raila. They cannot believe in those policies because they are Raila supporters. Kwa hivyo
shida ilikuwa ni kufagia.
Hiyo ni kufagia, ni kuprovoke. You cannot go into an president alafu uende kwa ni kama they are interpreting like unatusi Raila. So hata wewe they will deal with you proportionately. So asiende kuwa provoke.
Okay, maoni mazuri Ruben. Jamaa anajiita Dan Bondeku. Dan Bondeku. Maoni yako ni yapi? Jamaa anafika kwa stronghold yao kwa sababu jamaa ODM anarushiwa mawe. Shida unaona ilikuwa wapi? Shida ni kufagia wote ama shida ni nini?
Huyu anaitwa Dan Bondeku Makulu Mobema.
Sawa Dan. Endelea basi.
Vile nilifungua nikaona that was Kenya ilikuwa current during that time. Nikashindwa bwana, Kenya tunarudi wapi? Na sana sana the ODM party inaheshimika bwana, na sasa wakifanya hivyo Migori, Raila last time alikuwa hapo Kiambu, akifanyiwa the same thing, it will be bad. So it is upon our youth to just come to their realization, wajue the kind of politics yenye watu wako. It is not all about throwing, it is all about listening to each and every politician so that we can share the ideas. But at the end of the day, we need to upgrade our politics. And more so the vijana. My urge to each and every youth is that let us respect even our leaders. Let us have that maturity in our politics, in how we view things. In as much as Jimmy Wanjigi is there and also Raila Odinga is there, he's also fighting to be at the top. And at the end of the day, they are fighting to at least rally during that nomination so that they can identify one. So it is my plea to each and every youth. Let us not be used by any politician to disrupt or to cause chaos, because all these things have got consequences. Today I throw Jimmy Wanjigi, tomorrow Raila will be there, and these are the things which bring a lot of issues in our politics. So it is my urge that let us have that maturity and let us do our way of thinking, how we handle issues, let it change from there.
Nikuulize, mbona hakuna tolerance? Mbona hata kama ukubaliani na mwanasiasa, mbona umrushie mawe? Tuliona Ruto akirushiwa mawe mara mbili sasa, Obama na kule Kieni. Tumeona Raila akirushiwa kule Githurai. Je, wewe kama mfuasi, mbona usikae nyumbani kama ukubaliani na mwanasiasa? Lazima ikubidi urushe mawe?
Okay, umejua unaweza pata like maybe the one maybe anatupa mawe kwa mwanasiasa, labda ametumwa hata na mtu, you never know. Like we understand Migori, this is not the first time. I'm also from Migori.
But we can't hear increase sound. We can't hear.
Unaambiwa na Derek kuongeze sauti kidogo.
Yeah, I think the gentleman is right. The gentleman is right, because if somebody can read for us a statement from Obaranya, then you can prove clearly those views were sent by some leader. I don't know who can read for us. Then you can prove clearly those views were sent by some.
Just one moment. Dan Bondeko.
Yeah, Bondeko. It is Dan Bondeko Mokulu Mubema.
Okay, mute YouTube, ubakishe stream ya
Okay. Yeah, Bondeko. It is Dan Bondeko Mokulu Mubema.
Yes, mute one channel so that wachikwa na echo.
Okay, let me just
mute YouTube.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Now, David Olo, I can see you. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Mala, umepotea, but you were saying something.
Yes, I was saying, can somebody read for us a statement from Obaranya?
Where is
because
it?
The gentleman who is speaking, I think is right.
Is it on Twitter or where has he posted it?
I think it should be on Twitter. I don't know. Let me also check.
Okay, it's okay. I'll look for it. I'll post it just now. But go ahead, Mr. Dan, endelea, so that we bring someone else.
Tunaonea watu wa Migori, but again, this is not the first thing. The other time you remember it was 2017 when they were campaigning for the general election, and there was this issue of Obado, where they walitupa wakina Joe. So this thing imekuwa, and it was almost the same place. So it is upon the youth leaders. Let us, even in our every meetings that we have, we need to tell our youths that, okay, I know maybe unaweza differ, like each and every area iko na stronghold wake, like in Migori we know that it is Raila. Yeah, we need to send this message to them that Kenya is for us all.
Lakini swali yangu itaweza kuwa hivi. Bado haujamii. Okay, acha ni commute alafu nitakuasha. Swali yangu ni mbona iwe wakati mpinzani mmoja anaenda sehemu fulani ndio tunaona mawe? Mbona wakazi huko kama wakubaliani na huyo mwanasiasa, mbona wakose kuattend? Cause si lazima, hakuna mtu kulazimisha kuattend. So mbona waattend ili cause fujo?
Okay, sometimes if maybe you've been given something, you will also go there to perform your duty. So at the end of the day, it is all about, saa zingine umepata mwanasiasa mwingine amesema okay, wao wakikuja wata carry that influence ile yenye tulikuwa nayo waeke the other side. So maybe anataka kujaribu kukatiza hizo ili wao ndio wakue on the ground. So at the end of the day, they'll use each and every means to ensure that one happens.
Okay.
Yeah, but it is hello?
Hello,
Yeah,
nakusikia.
Yeah, but it is upon us as youths that we need to come to that, because at the end of the day, it is most of these rallies, ukiangalia the good percentage, 80% of wenye wanaenda huko, they are just youths like us. Hautapata wazee, hata wazee wakiwa hapo hawawezi fanya kitu kama hiyo unless it is, but it is majorly it is youths. Umeona like maybe ukiona hiyo photo vile ilianza from where they were to Maranatha, then they wakakuja size the poster, unaona that it is something yenye somehow it was triggered by, maybe it was influenced somehow.
Okay. David Olo, nataka kuuliza swali. Do you think it's sisi kama voter shida ama ni viongozi? Because someone somewhere is responsible for what happened today. What is your take, David Olo? Because it's not the first time. We have seen it in Githurai, we have seen it in Bama, we have seen it in Kieni. Honestly, I think someone needs to take responsibility, because this is how we begin burning our nation. What do you think, David Olo? Sauti yako iko chini leo bro. Hey. Bado. Ongeza sauti, sijui ni ya simu utaongeza ama ni mimi? Hebu mnamsikia?
Asante, karibu na simu.
Mnanisikia?
Bado. Ama ungoe earphones uongee directly tuone kama itakuwa sawa.
Okay, just wait.
Okay, anapojiandaa tu wacha tusikie. Ndeto, are you there? Ndeto, are you there, as even David Olo works on his end? Ndeto, are you there? Okay, Mr. President. Uko hauko? Mr. President. Mr. President, are you there?
And why can't they turn on their camera? Their camera is just off.
Yeah, and I cannot seem to find them. Okay, I'll have to do this. I'll have to bring in more people. Please, Ndeto and Mr. President, turn on your cameras. Mr. Prince Ndate, please turn off your mic. Okay. David Olo, are you now okay?
Can you hear me now?
Now you are good. You are very good. We can hear you.
Oh, really?
Go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah. Shida ilikuwa wapi?
Earphone yangu niliosha nayo nguo, saa ilikuwa imeharibika. My favorite earphone, so
Manze, unawezaje fua nguo na earphones bwana?
Kuchoka.
Sasa endelea.
Okay. Sana nataka kusema you can hear me very well, right?
Kabisa.
Yeah. Now what I can say is that I think we are asking wrong questions. We are scratching our head for nothing, because unajua in a society there are bad apples and good apples. So no matter hata ukishangaa aje bado kutakuwa tu na watu wabaya. It's like unajaribu kuanda kwa nini watu wanapenda usherati yet pastors are preaching. Hiyo ni kitu haitaisha, and this is not the last one. Always during the times of election hizi vitu zaufanyika, na pia leaders wanafaa kwa caution. Ni message gani unaenda nayo kwa mse? Unawezaje enda huko Migori alafu nasema ati Raila ni mzee, ati wafagie wote, na ndiye anajulikana mwenye hiyo party. So leaders should also be wise whenever they go to some places, what the message they go with there. Hii ni kama huu mse aliitisha tu hii vita, but I don't like it. Na kitu najua not all laws are like this, and it is very bad to condemn all laws simply because of a few bad people. Ni kama kusema ati all Muslims are terrorists. Unasikia? So lazima pia tujue message gani tuna drive, tuache propaganda, to think critically kwa kitu yenye tunasema, because inaudhi sana. Kwa nini alikuwa Kisumu ilikuwa poa, alikuwa Homa Bay ikakuwa poa? Na kwanza ukiangalia history ya Migori wanakuga radical hivyo. In fact wagata wanatusi Raila. Unaona? They always don't care. Kama ODM walijaribu kuimpeach governor yao wakakataa, na ikakuwa hivyo. So whenever you are saying something, I think people should just be careful with what they are saying. It is not good to condemn a whole tribe ati Wajaluo ni watu wa kurusha mawe sijui nini. Unaona? So I don't like that. It is not good. That is all I can say.
So kulingana na wewe nani David Olo, tuliona hizi stories zikihappen Kieni kwa sababu I also agree with you, it is not a tribal thing. Someone somewhere should take responsibility. We saw this in Kieni, we saw it in Githurai. Ni viongozi who incite my youth ama shida huwa inaanzia wapi?
Okay. Kiongozi anaweza incite my youth, na pia my youth wanaweza kasirika kama kitu unawaambia wapendi, watadu nini? Kiongozi wanaweza kasirika kama vitu zenye my youth wanaweza kasirika kivyao hata bila kuwa incited, kama message unawapelekea wapendi, because unajua human beings are not stones. When you are approaching them you must know how you are approaching them. Kama George Bush alirushiwa nini Iraq, na ni president wa world yote, lazima ujue ni message gani unaenda nayo wapi, uende ukiwa humble. I don't know, sijui kwa nini leaders wa siku hizi hawako wise. Si lazima uende na radical message. Kwanza ukitaka kutoa mtu kwa uongozi, si lazima uanze kumtusi, uanze kumwashame, uanze kusema sijui yeye uko aje. So unaweza tumia tu the best way, ukiongea vitu zako na lay point zako na watu wanaelewa. In fact, I didn't expect Jimmy Wanjigi to be like that, lakini naona anakuwa so radical. I don't know why. So that is what I can say.
Kama ni message yake ya kufagia wote ilisababisha.
Wacha hata kufagia wote. We mwenyewe umesikia vitu zenye amekuwa akisema, zimekuwa poa. We mwenyewe si mtu wa ODM, but as in vile ulikuwa unamuona akiongea, huku unashanga like
sana.
Okay, wachana na ile interview yake.
Alianza vizuri.
Vitu zenye alikuwa anasema tu, yani hata akianza tu kudress ma leaders down, anasema Raila ni mzee, anasema sijui what. Si alikuwa anaongea hivyo? Ni uongo?
Ni ukweli.
Alikuwa anaongea hivyo. Unaona? Na angeanza hivyo, angeanza tu polepole. Unajua pia if you want to be a good leader, don't be like others. Come na your own unique style ya kuconvince watu. Unaona? Unajua hiyo ndio kitu leaders wa kitambo walikuwa nashinda nayo watu. Ukiangalia mtu kama Hitler ndiye alikuwa mbaya, but message ya Hitler ilikuwa na flow, yani ukisikia hivi unajua ni kwa nini aliradicalize watu wengi. Na maleaders wengi wa kitambo walikuwa hivyo. Maleaders wa siku hizi tangu Donald Trump akam hawana wisdom, wamekuwa tu mapopulist, kubeba watu ufala, ndio wa create euphoria, ndio sasa ati wa radicalize watu against the system, na hiyo ni kitu haiwezi. Unasikia? So mazima leaders wanafaa kujua vile wanaweka words zao kabisa. Hata naomba Raila akienda huko Central asianze kutusitusi Ruto, acha wabonge na nyinyi, mkikata mpe kura, mkikata muache pia, because after all hata sipokuwa president si watu wote watasafa. Saizi si mafuta imepanda, kila mtu analia, si ati mafuta imepanda Nyanza ama Nairobi peke yake, unaona? So ma leaders wawache kutafuta power na by all means and by all words. Unaona, that is what I can say.
Na maoni yako ni yapi kuhusu huyu jamaa anajiita Eric Omondi? Unaona kama ana resonate na youth ama hata ndo anaharibia huyu Jimmy Wanjigi?
Eric Omondi hata hakuna effect yote ama influence yote analeta kwa kampeni ya mse. Eric Omondi si unajua ni artist, na yeye analipwanga afanye kitu analipiwa afanye. Eric Omondi hata ukimlipa tembee uchi atatembea, hata ukimlipa pale tao anyonge katikati ya wasenu unamlipa do atakubali. So yeye hakuna kitu yenye effect yote analeta kwa kampeni ya mse. Kwanza vile amepigwa hivi sasa, hata ile gari yake nasikia ni mzee. Ile gari nasikia MP wa Dagoretti ameendesha hadi kachoka. So yeye ni mtu tu wako hivyo. Yeye hakuna influence yote analeta kwa nini ya mse. Yeah.
Okay, maoni mazuri sana. Na kukujia tu saizi before tuanze kudiscuss Ruto in Western, but nataka nimalizane na maoni ya kila mtu. Onesmus, sijui kama bado huko. Onesmus huko? Okay. Mr. J, ni aje bro?
Niko poa sana, mambo.
Tuko fiti, asante sana, good to see you. Tuna discuss stories za huyu jamaa amefika amefika Nyanza. Kufika tu hivi jana alikuwa anasikupoa Kisumu, lakini leo Migori wameamua kumrushia mawe. I don't know what is your take before we finish with everyone so that we can discuss Ruto in Western.
Yeah, I think hapo wakufanya kitu kwa honestly. Wanjigi ni life member wa ODM, so to my honest submission, hawakumfanyia poa, na kama kuna watu wako behind hiyo scene, it is better wakuwa fronted hawa jamaa bwana wafanyie jambo, because take it to the bank, like whatever happened, kuna venye ita hound Raila supporters, because hiyo ni backyard yake. So people hata waangalii nani alifanya, wanaangalia Raila, and that's why like you see like all the ODM brigades wanafaa to come up like we apologize, to be honest, even though they don't know what happened or they may not be behind what happened, but si kitu poa juu watu wengine pia ukienda kwingine ama tuna expect Raila akienda Mount Kenya akwe accepted, agivile point yake, aongee Kenya anataka kusema, ama hata akienda Rift Valley aongee Kenya anataka kusema. But ikianza hivi sasa ati tunaanza kurushiana mawe, enyewe si kitu poa. The country can burn so easily, unaona. Alafu pia leaders, I think pia leaders kuna kitu inaendelea. There's a way wanna charge the crowd, and that is the problem. The messaging, the kind of words wanatumia si poa, because it charges the crowd, and the crowds feel like what they believe in is not what they're telling them. And so seems like wanakuwa so high, inabidi wa react, which is not good actually. So I think also the leaders wamefail kwa messaging. That's my take.
So kulingana na shida inaweza kuwa pia ilisababishwa na hiyo yake ya kufagia wote.
Yeah, exactly, because there is a point. I think there is a kuna hiyo nini ya ODM, the brand is orange, unaona. So instead yeye ya kusema ODM something, akasema ODM fagia wote. Unaona hiyo kuna venye ina antagonized ile kitu wana believe in.
Okay, so kulingana na wewe analeta upinzani katika chama.
Yeah, even though it is indirectly because ako within the chama. But ile venye ameongea ni kama an antagonized.
Rupia.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Niaje?
Poa poa bwana Jix. Na leo hauonekani, uko wapi?
Ndio mimi.
Oh, okay. Now I can see you. Habari zenu?
Ndio nakula.
Sasa
I'm asking you, Bwana Rupia. I know you are from the other side of Kisumu, yeah? Jana mlimhost vizuri. Shida ilitokea wapi leo Migori? Maybe you might be knowing.
That's a question I cannot answer, Jix. Hiyo penye shida ilitokea, I can't answer that. But to some extent, we can say there is a political intolerance. And you can see how wananchi are unhappy with politicians.
Okay.
I don't think the stoning of WANJIGI. Kuna mtu anaongea. So let me continue. What I'm saying is that there is political intolerance, which we condemn. What happened in Migori was actually bad. It doesn't portray what we are. And after all, there is a group of youth who came out to condemn the act. I think, but to some extent, you see, political intolerance is there because of the state that people are in. You find out that politicians, they only come to lie to people. And we still have the problems with us. Sometimes you get that youths are radicalized because of their status. They are jobless, they are idlers, and all other bad tags. And that cannot happen in a country whereby we have youth who are engaged, and we have youths who are actually empowered. So again, it dawns on the politicians to stop misusing the youth. Because if investigation would be carried out, I don't think stoning of politicians is purely that people were standing somewhere and somebody started throwing stones. And for you to collect those stones, you were prepared with them. That is another part of it. So politicians who incite the youth should also stop. We saw this in Githurai, and we are seeing it in Migori. So it is a very bad act that should stop. I think that is my little contribution towards that.
Now, maybe if I may ask you, Rupia, do you also believe some of these challenges or some of these issues we see when a politician goes to a place, they could be arranged by maybe a sitting governor from that area, a sitting MP from that area. Is it originating from someone from that place, or it could be a varied problem? Maybe it's someone who does not like Wanjigi, but decided to use Migori as an example.
I think it may be true, because Migori is synonymous with this kind of things. We saw this when there was a political rally last time, I don't know which year, but we saw this intolerance. And today we are also seeing it. If you look at how Jimmy Wanjigi was actually visiting Nyanza region, he has been to Kisumu and other areas, and we have not seen such kind of intolerance in these other areas of Nyanza. But specifically, I think there's a problem in Migori that needs to be investigated. So right now, there's a governor there who is purporting to be in PDP, though he's in ODM. So a larger percentage of Migori is in ODM, but there is somebody who's pushing the PDP agenda. So this might also be related to that. I cannot dispute that. But
so according to you now, how does Obado fit into all this narrative? As in, because I don't think he has any agenda with ODM. So Wanjigi popularizing himself, I think it would work even for his advantage, given that it would be diluting Baba as per him. That's what I would imagine. So do you think he has a hand in it?
I don't think Wanjigi is diluting Baba's popularity in any way, because we have not taken him seriously. After all, I don't think he's serious with what he's doing. Okay. So I think what played out is just the PDP guys who are intolerant and have been incited. Okay. That is what happened.
So if maybe I may pick from you, let me ask you, do you think it is an internal ODM issue, an external ODM issue? And if so, how would we kind of save face so that it does not sell outside there that ODM or some people in ODM are intolerant to divergent views?
No, it cannot be ODM, because after all, the guy was talking about ODM. That is what he was talking about. And his party is ODM.
According to Oyo says like this, Olo says that he might be speaking about ODM, but the packaging of what he was saying, he kind of didn't use wisdom by saying Fagia Wote in Baba's stronghold. Do you think that also could have been one of the reasons?
I think we still don't have the meaning of this Fagia Wote. They try to play it with.
And also, I don't think if he says Fagia Wote there is a problem, but there is some message that he was saying inside there. He was picking on these leaders one by one. He was calling Raila old, and I don't know, he should go and rest. He was calling Ruto something, calling Uhuru something. Fagia Wote has no problem.
Okay, so it is the packaging of how he was packaging the Fagia Wote thing.
I didn't get the full clip, but what I saw, it was just starting. There's somebody with an echo.
Go ahead.
What I saw is that he was just starting, and then he said ODM, nikisema ODM, semeni Fagia Wote.
Before that, Rupia, that clip is even lengthier. Kuna mahali alipigwa tear gas. I don't know if you saw that. Although, did you see it? Kuna mahali, they were in a hall or a room. People began walking out, and then immediately there was tear gas. I don't know if you saw it.
Okay, I saw it, but I don't mean his 2 days message. I'm meaning the message that he has been carrying along since the first day he announced his candidature. These people of Migori, they started seeing him from afar. They planned for him. If they were annoyed, they planned for him, because he started saying these things when he was still going to those sides of Meru, Kikuyu, and in fact, even those guys, they even jammed with him and told him that what, you can't come here without the authority of the head office like this. He was trying to create his own offices within those counties. I think he didn't start on a wrong note.
Okay.
He didn't start on a right note.
He started on a wrong note.
Yes.
Then I think ODM should not be blamed there.
Yes, ODM should not be blamed.
Maybe it's Wanjigi who provoked these guys, because
now
if he goes there and say,
Rupia, the last question to you before I go to Akina community and Sam. Now, do you think that the display we saw today, would it affect, because as Olo tried to put it, Jimmy Wanjigi does not come from that region. Would that affect any other support that Jimmy Wanjigi would have brought from his region, given that that picture wasn't a good picture? Would that, because by the end of the day, any support to Jimmy Wanjigi is a support to ODM, and an ODM support is a support to Baba. Do you think that would tinker with the support that Jimmy Wanjigi probably would have brought to ODM, or rather to any presidential candidate who will fly the ODM ticket?
I think the support that the GB Wanjigi was bringing on board is not much, because we have had a Uhuru Kenyatta around here, and I think Uhuru holds the key to the Mount Kenya votes, and that is where we have the majority. So this one for Jimmy, Jimmy just need to style up, because he's not serious with what he's doing. He's just provoking people for no good reason, and those people are not. If what Olo is saying is true, then those people are not happy with the slogans and whatever he was saying there, because you cannot come here. We are comfortable with the Uhuru Kenyatta, and right now we say we are partly in Canaan. We don't want people who come and provoke people, who are coming here to provoke us, and then they want to say that ODM is how do they say it? That we are intolerant, that we hurl stones at people who don't come from our region. That is not true. Uhuru Kenyatta has been here. We are welcoming, and we are very happy with his leadership right now, because now it's inclusive.
Because Rupia, I remember you told us how you welcomed Ruto, how you welcomed other leaders. Why was it today different for Wanjigi?
But
because
that one was
the
not in
reception was
Migori.
awesome. Yes?
That one was not in Migori. Migori, even Raila always have hard time there. You know, you people, you don't know how Migori is. Let me tell you something. You see, all the bang that is smoked in Nairobi, they come from Migori. Those people, they don't care. If you want to know, go and join Migori Republican Council group. You will see the things they always speak there. Those guys are crazy.
Now, according to some news that we are gathering, and I don't know how true this is, Suna East, I don't know if it's in Migori. I'm not sure.
It's in Migori.
Now, people are blaming Junet Mohammed. I really don't want to do that because I don't know. But if so, what is it in for him to cause issues with Wanjigi? Yet Wanjigi is also a financier, as one of you said. Why do you think Junet would go to such extremes, Rupia?
I don't. I think, Jakes, people need to be sensitive. However, they are pursuing political offices, they need to be sensitive. Because now, if you go to Migori or you come to Kisumu, and then you start saying that Raila is very old, he should retire, it's me who should go, who should carry the ODM ticket. I don't think that is, you lack what is called emotional intelligence. So when you lack emotional intelligence, you meet such things. Wanjigi ought to have packaged himself well, and he knows that he's going to a Raila stronghold. These people are diehards of Raila. If you come with a wrong message that is against him, then they will heckle you. They will do all sorts of things. Even if Uhuru would come here today, or Ruto would come here today and start saying at Mganga sijui mtu wa kutenda, he will just meet his match. Here they will not take it. So the thing that you asked me about Junet, Ati, just come up again.
Yeah, there are claims that Junet could be the hand behind the chaos we saw today.
After all,
that's why I'm asking if so, what is it in for him that disturbing an ODM function, even if he does not agree with WANJIGI, but it sells a bad picture for the party? So
no,
not that I'm supporting it or supporting Junet, but whoever did it, if he's from ODM, don't you think they kind of sold a wrong picture of the party that we know ODM to be?
Let me tell you where we are coming from. In fact, we have been in the street throwing those stones because we felt that things did not go right. But that is the Migori thing is very small, only in one part. In fact, you should give us credit when WANJIGI came and maybe he had packaged himself wrongly. He came to Kisumu, he went through, he went to other regions. Then what you are talking about, Junet, those are claims. And I don't think
those are propaganda. You should not even mention them. Those ones you should just dismiss automatically.
That's
because who has done that investigation?
Right. The most beautiful idea. Okay. Now, can I bring now someone else? There's this other person. Community ancestor, are you there?
Yes. Yeah, asante sana Mr. Jex kwa kunipatia nafasi. Yeah, in fact, I want to speak about WANJIGI who was stoned today in Migori. In fact, I want to agree with Mr. David Olo that in fact Migori is like a cosmopolitan area whereby different tribes in fact reside in that area. Okay. And that is I'm sorry to say Migori is like a Kabul of Nyanza, whereby you saw what happened to Anyang Nyong'o in Migori. You saw what happened to Joho. Even it was in that Migori where Joho's driver, in fact, was even shot at. And also see what has happened to Jimmy today. So which means, in fact, Migori, it has people who live there. Some have got, in fact, a problem. But let me categorically speak like this: that what we call stone throwing and hooliganism, it must be condemned in all terms possible. Because in fact, mawe tumerusha sana mawe na tumechoka, and we don't want to go on the ancient past. Yaliyopita, wanasema yaliyopita si ndwele, tugange yajao. So mimi ile kitu ambayo ninaambia vijana wetu, our people in fact who are jobless and who are in fact sweet haven for these politicians. Kindly don't allow yourself to be used by these politicians in order for them to pursue their goals through bad means. Now to Mr. WANJIGI, I want to tell him like this. In fact, WANJIGI knows very well the ODM slogan. WANJIGI knows very well the structures of ODM. He has started to campaign so that he can get a nomination to be a flag bearer of ODM party. It is not bad because ODM is like even other parties whereby you are given room to in fact to compete. But now, don't let him not change the slogan, because I had, I saw when he was saying ODM, and the crowd was saying chungwa moja. And then, yeah, exactly. And then he repeated ODM almost 3 times. And then he said, now I want you to say ODM fagia. That is not the slogan of ODM. Because if you say ODM fagia yote, that means fagia Raila, fagia kila mtu. Sasa atabaki na nani basi? ODM itabaki na nani? Because ODM iko na viongozi wao. Alafu jambo la mwisho, by the way, I've seen Sifuna, he has come out to condemn
itabaki ODM itabaki na wananchi. ODM itabaki na wananchi. No, hapana. ODM itabaki na wananchi.
Okay, so, I'm coming to you, Collins. Allow community to finish.
So
no, ODM itabaki na wananchi.
Yeah.
Okay, we hear you, Collins. We hear you.
Go ahead. You hear me?
Yeah, ODM, by the way, yeah, ODM kama au viongozi watatoka itabaki na wananchi. I agree with you, brother Collins. So yes. In fact, mimi ningependa kusema kuwa I'm seeing maybe this thing was a stage, sometimes was a stage managed, because Migori, in fact, is for Obado. Obado is in the other side is a competitor or an opponent to Raila Odinga. So anything can happen. But I cannot come here to say it is him. But I suspect because in fact the ODM sisi tushachoka na kurusha mawe. So this thing imehappen. Mimi
ODM ni ya wananchi ama ni ya Raila?
Collins, just one moment. I'm coming to you. You will give us all your sentiments, sir.
Yeah, Collins.
No, ODM ni Raila ama ni wananchi?
Nimetoa hiyo statement kuwa ODM ni ya viongozi, ODM ni yetu wote. Nimetoa hiyo statement.
Ni ya Raila.
No, Deto, no. I'll have to have some order kidogo. Go ahead, community.
Yeah, ninamaliza kusema kuwa in fact sisi kama Wakenya wacha turuhusu hata people ambao wako na divergent opinions kutembea everywhere, wauze sera zao, then kutoka hapo it is us tuchukue ama tuzikatae wakati tunapoenda kwa uchaguzi August 2022. Asante sana.
Collins, nasikia uko na maneno. Nasikia uko na maneno.
No,
ODM
na maneno hapa. ODM ni wananchi. ODM ni wananchi. Ukweli ama ni uongo?
Tuambie ODM ni nani?
Ni kweli Collins, nimekubali.
ODM ni wananchi, si ya Raila, si ya Junet Mohamed. Na kila mtu intakana atembee auze sera zake. ODM wanataka nani? Wanataka flag bearer. Na flag bearer anaweza toka hata kutoka kwa Junet, atoke kwa Raila, atoke kwa Wanjigi, atoke kwa nani. Everybody can sell his, kila kitu anataka, anauza watu asikie, sio kurusha mawe.
Nikuulize ODM hawajarusha mawe. ODM hiyo mawe imerushwa tu na a very few people. Hakuna ODM wamerusha mawe mahali.
That's why ni ODM bila lisema tunafagia wote, that's mawe ilitoka.
Wewe sasa unataka kuharibu.
Sasa wewe no, sijakataa, no, hapana. Hii debate. Kwani mbona alisema?
Collins, acha nikuulize swali.
Niulize.
Mimi najua ODM wana democracy, si ndio?
Oh, unajua, but wewe hujui democracy ODM. Me I know, I was in ODM.
Ndio sasa ndio
kwa maana ukitaka kuspread propaganda, basi si wote tutaanza kuspread propaganda because kitu tunaongea
ni propaganda. Wacha nikwambie.
Ukitaka tuongee propaganda pia tutaongea propaganda. Because kitu tunajua.
Sasa wewe ni mtu ODM, which means
Relax.
Kitu tunajua masupporters wengi wenye wako Migori ni wa UDA na wa PDP. Na hii kitu vile naona ni kama masupporters wa UDA ndio wamefanya hii mambo.
Lakini olo mbona tena
Yes.
unataka kwenda kwa
Naona ni
UDA?
kama watu wa UDA ndio wamefanya hii mambo.
Sasa unaona sasa
because
ulianza vizuri ukasema
vile tulijaribu
ukasema
kutoa
hauko sure.
Ubado juzi ameconfess ati yeye ako UDA, alafu akaenda akasponsor yule mama Sharon ati avai na UDA, si ndio? Sio ni kitu tumeona fact just last week.
Bana, let me tell you, unajua nyinyi watu mnanipigia hapa kelele ni watu mko na hasira. ODM ni watu wa hasira, UDA ni watu wako na hasira.
Sasa Collins hata haukubali tukuulize swali, so hasira wewe ndio uko nazo juu hata utaki.
No, wewe you are running the show. Wewe itakanu uulize swali, nitakanu usikize. You are running the show.
Sasa tukifanya hivyo
you are running the show.
Collins, tutakutoa vile Kang'ata alitolewa kwa Senate.
Apart from heckling,
kama you are in appropriate location. Collins, you are talking from an appropriate location.
Okay,
uko penye Kang'ata alikuwa juzi akiongea kwa parliament.
Tumemtoa kwanza atulie.
Yeah, huyo ako Sabina Joy na anataka kutu address hapa.
Sam, sijui kama unatusikia.
Yes, I'm getting it.
Maoni yako ni yapi? Jamaa anaenda Migori anarushiwa mawe. What is your take, sir?
To me, I would say it doesn't portray a good picture to start with, because we expect everyone to have freedom to campaign, to politicize, to do any to have his own time, and I'm saying, like, as Kenyan, we should actually try to mature enough from this cheap and petty politics of us, using those things that we are supposed to be past, like throwing stones, because what does it cost you to leave someone talk whatever he talks, and then at the end of the day you've got your own decision. It is not that when the person speaks something, he takes that decision or takes your votes away with you. So I don't understand why would this be someone very quick to throw a stone. Number two is for the guys who are trying to pinpoint on other parties. We know in history in Kenya, the people who were known by throwing these stones. So the history itself.
You stop lying, my friend. Everybody can throw a stone. Kwani wale wanarusha mawe huko Palestine ni Wajaluo?
I gave you time. Please give me time. Nini na kuacha si unyamaze. I'm giving my submission. That's why you cannot allow people to talk in your areas. You stone them. You don't give people opportunity to talk. Give me time to talk. You will have your time to talk.
Jakes, you should change the topic and we go to something else, because we are not going to continue talking about.
Change the topic, Jakes.
Okay. Okay, let's do this, guys. Let's allow there's just one more person, two more people.
After all, the politicians we are defending are not even doing the right thing. So in fact, if the wananchi are tired with what politicians are doing, they should even be stoned and they leave, because after all, they are coming to lie to people. Then they are going to enjoy while the wananchi are suffering. So if he could not tell the Migori people what they wanted to hear, then he has no business being in Migori. He has no business at all, because the wananchi wanataka kusikia sisi tunataka jobs. Kama youths, we want jobs. We want to be empowered. Those are the things he's supposed to talk about. Even if you look at where parties are strong, like in the USA, the parties are there and they talk about issues, real issues. They don't go there to say, "Fagia, what is that?"
Now, Rupia, can I ask you before I bring in Mr. Ndeto? I believe ODM to be democratic, and there are various candidates who have shown interest. We had, I don't know if they are still interested. We had Joho, we had Oparanya, we had now we have Wanjigi. I don't know what picture comes out when you see such stonings. Do you think they kind of tarnish people's image, especially the party, that it's either Baba or no one else? As in, do you think that the democracy part has been choked by followers and diehards of Baba, that they wouldn't wish to listen to someone else? Could you link today's incident to that as well?
Jakes, you
Yes,
know, we
sir.
have political parties in this country.
Correct.
And these political parties are actually, traditionally, there is where they come from. Like to say ODM majority, ODM is majorly from Nyanza, and UDA is from Rift Valley, Kalenjin land. Jubilee, though they merged, we had TNA. Now Jubilee is from Central. I'm very sure that if you go to Kalenjin land and you start saying that you start going against UDA, those people will not be comfortable with you. And don't even blame the people of Migori. If we go to the Kalenjin land right now and you say Ruto is a thief, Ruto is like this, Ruto is doing this, and you oppose him, we know very well that the party has to produce a strong candidate that can compete nationwide. And it is clear that Raila is the presidential candidate of ODM. Ruto is the presidential candidate of UDA. If any Kalenjin or anybody can go to Kalenjin land, that now the Ruto should retire, such things will occur. So don't blame people for things that somebody went there to express himself in a wrong way and agitating people.
Okay.
So we can change to another topic, because there are our competitors. There are our competitors who are actually capitalizing on this, and they are giving us false information of what transpired in Migori.
I'm just about to change. Just one moment, Rupi. I'm just about to change, but I wanted to listen to Sam Kidogo together with Corilla. So, Sam, I don't know if you were through.
No, I wasn't through because they denied me chance to talk. Because
it's okay. That one has been solved. So, but what are you saying?
I hope it's a good time for us to listen to each other. Allow me talk what I'm talking. You have your own reservation. You know, talking doesn't change anything. If you're good or there's nothing, or I'm just talking my own lies or malice, it won't stop anything.
Just a moment. Before he goes on,
so that we go to
someone else. Okay, just 1 minute before he goes on. I think he should stop demonizing people. Watu wote wanaweza rusha mawe, sio ati Wajaluo peke yao ndio wako na mikono za kurusha mawe. And mawe is always thrown all over. Kwani wale walirushia Ruto mawe juzi walikuwa wanatumia nini kurusha mawe? Si mkono. So people should just, unajua, we should be mature where when you are talking, talking and you are stepping on other people's toes.
Point Olo, your point is well taken. Sam, I hope umesikia Olo anasema let's not stereotype anyone. Let's just say a bad thing is a bad thing without making it more of a tribal thing. I don't know if that's what Olo you're saying.
Yes, that is what I mean. Because you can't say that all Muslims are terrorists. In fact, that word is banned world over. Right now, you can't just go in the midst of a big crowd and then you say that all Muslims are terrorists.
Okay. Sam, go ahead so that we can be able to listen to
that's all right. That's point taken. Okay. That's why I was just saying that it's very wrong, and regardless of where it's happening, in which part of the country, it's something very bad, and we really need to work on our democracy as far as our emotions and our differences and our anger gets us. Because once things which are happening, it does not go with us, it's not really good. And I would say I will agree with I don't know this guy, that if any leader goes anywhere and it speaks something really bad, it will stop the emotions, and something similar to that or something close to that might happen, but we really need to see and try to walk away from this kind of behavior, because it doesn't add up well to us as a country, as far as our politics is concerned, because at the end of the day, the person will talk and go. And any happening, we know that it might be there must be someone behind it, because for us to know that these things happen, even our politician get involved, and something of the sort happen. So what I would say is, at any point as it happened, it is what it is. But let's just understand that people have done it and it's a wrong thing, and let us condemn it. And there is nothing just good to try and say that is the culture of how people they do that. It's like we are trying to hone and give that people a leeway and say that's how they behave. It's not really good. Doesn't come good from our mouth for us to say such a sort of people are that. It's not really good for us. We really want and pray to have a good country where everyone can go anywhere and do anything, whatever it does. But it's not an issue of saying this is a no-go zone and this is a place where people can go. So it's really a good time, because we also want to see even Raila going to any part of the country, or a Ruto going to any part of the country without those small and petty dramas. And you see really what happened if I may diverge a little bit a point with someone who said that what happened with Ruto the other time. Those are the political things that we really want to run away from, because we would see that even the area MP was trying to actually to block the road, and all these things are trying to have an let's say like an opposing force from someone. So if a politician goes somewhere, regardless of how people are having different opinion or vying on different seats at the same point, or having a political interest which differ at that time, no one should try and stop anyone. Give people their own time to talk to people, and after that, people at the end of the day will decide on whom they will elect. We are trying to come from this because we know we've been as a country, we've been in this dark era of politicians having youth and youth wings who have erupted meetings and done all these things. So as we start this going forward for this politics, we ask that even we have a good time for other people to campaign and have a democracy. Let democracy flow at this time. Thank you, Dex.
Okay, thank you so much, Sam. Now, Collins, have your last take on this so that we bring on the next topic. Collins, and I would encourage you to stick to the point, or rather to the topic of the day, and avoid
nyinyi. The problem with you guys, mnanitorocha before niongee.
Ukianza fujo tu utafurushwa, unajua tu. Lakini endelea
jamaa. No, fujo, watu wa fujo wanajulikana wako hapo.
Endelea sasa, unaona.
I want to tell you this.
Endelea.
I want to tell you this. Nataka niwaambie hivi. Hii Kenya ni democracy. Wewe uuze sera yako, mimi niuze sera yangu. Hata kama ni mbaya aje. I should not stone you guys. Haitakani kustone. Mimi awazia tukaongea na nani? Mochoine nikamwambia mimi nasimama MCA umoja. Nikamwambia I talked, nikamwambia the best person to lead this Kenya. Watu wengi wako na makasiriko hapa sana. The best person we can give is only Mudavadi. But they don't see Mudavadi. But see Mudavadi
kidogo tu.
Mudavadi pia ni mtu wa kuongea story yake mbele ya watu.
Oh yeah.
Jakes, I have one request.
Mudavadi hana hata pesa ya kukampeni.
I have one request, Jakes. My request is
no, relax.
There are some comments. There are some comments that are coming. I'm not talking about you. There are some comments that
just a minute.
There are some comments that should be blocked, like from Angel and Flo.
Where Rubia, you're notorious here, and we know you.
Just look. Just look at
nani
the comments
amesema
that
ati
you should
Mudavadi ana
post.
hasira?
Oh, okay.
Rupia,
Ana
Nani amesema
So
ati
just one
Mudavadi
Please
ana
moment,
hasira?
consider
guys.
that.
Olo,
Mudavadi
just
ana
one
Just
moment.
block
hasira.
some comments.
Collins and Olo,
Which
just one moment. There is something Rupia is communicating. Rupia, what are you saying about comments?
There are comments that are demonizing people, like from Flo and from Angel. I think such comments should not be displayed.
You know, at times we even don't get time
which
to read.
one?
We just play. Let me read. Okay, I have seen it.
Ndeto.
It's okay. It's okay. Go ahead, Collins. You are talking of Mudavadi,
So
but
Rupia,
before
what is Rupia saying?
Mudavadi, just one moment, Collins. Let's stick
Before
to the topic.
Mudavadi, I was saying this. Let us have democracy in Kenya. Let us have democracy. Mimi niuze yangu, wewe niuze, hata kama tuko kwa chama moja. Nipende vile unataka, ama ukinikataa, you don't have to throw me stones.
Okay. Sawa.
You don't have to throw me stones.
Okay.
You don't have to throw me stones.
Can we change the topic now?
But sasa, Mr. Collins, let me ask you one question.
I want to, can you give Ndeto to talk? Unajua Ndeto, we have been here.
Can I ask you something, Mr. Collins?
Ndeto,
Yes,
do you want
me.
to say something within 1 second or two?
So
that we
Mr.
go
Collins,
to the next topic.
Let Ndeto talk, bana.
Collins, okay, thank you so much.
Finish this, we got something else, yes.
Okay, thank you so much, guys. I've been following you guys. You are doing good job because we agreed that this is a platform where we should enlighten Kenyans, and I know we are getting somewhere. So let me get to the topic. It's about WANJIGI and what happened in Migori. First, I would like to condemn that act because it did not portray a good picture. Bearing in mind that the leader, chief leader of ODM, has been visiting other regions, including Mount Kenya, and we have not seen this yet. We know that this is a region where he is used not to get votes. So I think what happened was not good. As well, I can take it from another angle. You know, we have not been seeing WANJIGI on headlines. So, and it could have been also something planned. You know, when I watched the clip, it's like they came from a hall. Then from there, that's where they started they started the commotion. You know, when a politician wants to pull the media attention, anything can be planned to happen. Maybe like what happened today. We have not seen WANJIGI on the headlines of late, but today, due to the fact that that kind of an act happened in Migori, that's why maybe even he made the headlines today. So it could be a strategy of also bringing this person on board, because we have been seeing much about Ruto at every newspaper. We have been seeing much about Raila, Mudavadi, but there is this guy who is coming up called WANJIGI, and being a strategist, maybe he is just asking, how can I get there? But in general, it was not good. Let me also comment about how Ruto was received in Bungoma.
Before we go to that Bungoma part, we have a question for what you have said. Now, are you insinuating by all means, or is it your statement that this could have been planned by Jimmy himself?
Okay. That's what I'm alluding to, because someone is making it to produce some echo.
Ndeto.
Go ahead.
Ndeto.
Okay.
Ndeto.
A minute, please, Collins.
No, you cannot answer that question. Rupia is the best.
Go ahead, Rupi. Go ahead, Ndeto.
Okay, my point is, you know, politics, myself have vested much interest in politics, and I know
how leaders popularize themselves. So in a way, you know, Kenyans, we are always back in the backstage, and we will sympathize with the situation. We will just start discussing about maybe the Western region. You know, everything of late has been all about Central Province or maybe the Mount Kenya region. But when we start seeing maybe some people pelting stones towards maybe against a certain person, in a way it is starting now to like homogenize the political temperatures all across. And we shall be hearing now all regions, because politics 2022 is not all about the Kikuyus or maybe those people who come from the mountains. So that's why I feel maybe it could have been a planned thing just to make Jimmy Wanjigi come on the headlines.
So according to you, this is is looking for some publicity and airtime in the media stations. That's what you want to bring home.
That is one of my viewpoints, because even I've heard guys here talking about how he changed the slogan of the Chungwa, and you know, he is just trying to bring some drama, because the other day we saw him saying that he wants to be the president of Kenya through ODM and no other position. So this guy also, you know, he could be also working for someone else, and that's why his conditions are so strong. And with the time, maybe if things goes the way we are seeing, he could be an agent of someone. Then, you know, like today, for instance, it is the UDA team, which was those sides. Also, we saw Wanjigi in the very same region. You know, we may not know what is coming up, and by the look of things, it's like the OKA staff in the near.
Net 1 second. Amboka, you're in the stream, but the challenge that I'm having with you, you have not activated either your camera or your mic. If you click to either two, I'll be able to add you to the panel list. Amboka, I know you can hear me. If you can just click either your mic or your camera, that will be easy for me to add you. Until you do that, you cannot be connected. Amboka, I know you can hear me. Let go ahead as you finish so that we bring.
Okay, thank you so much. As I conclude, like the other day I saw a certain member of parliament coming against Malala. And this guy was saying that, you know, Malala has been a project of deputy president. So this guy, he is out there talking about OKA stuff. But at night, he gets through some doors and he gets some maybe heavy bahashas. So politics, as we move along, it's all about creating attention, and it's all about popularity. How many people, how many followers do you have? And this issue of the narrative of hustle and nation, you know, it does not leave anyone behind. The way you hear that, if today maybe I'm a person who is starting up a business, the way that narrative is generated, and there is a person here pointing out exactly what I'm going through, then I think it's no longer now politics of tribalism. And that's why I'm really happy to see what is happening. You also saw UDA, maybe it's like making some diversions with Moses Kuria, just a bit. And these people, they have started even to give some conditions that you must get a presidential candidate from this region. Look what happened today in Bungoma. You might think maybe Musalia Mudavadi will be a person also to consider if OKA comes all welled up with UDA. But you see now, there will be a barrier of the votes from the central region. So it's really a brain tussle, and of which Ruto needs to come on board. Then maybe through his wisdom and through his a lot of research and such, he really settle maybe who is this person whom he can come together with so that to make the next government.
Before we even go to Ruto, I know you are really a serious supporter. Let us still finish with WANJIGI purely. Because eventually, you see now you have already gone up to Moses Kuria. So it's difficult to bring all that to the panelists, so that, because I'm sure if you bring other topics, they will still elicit more questions. Yeah.
But it is like Moses Kuria is leaving Ruto.
Now you see, I've already allowed David to go to follow that wind. So let's not talk of Moses. He's not in the show. He's not in the. It's not part of our debate today. But we'll find a way before the show ends. We'll find a way to talk about him. Now, Bernard, karibu sana. I think you're the last person. Now watu wote washaongelelea. Tumeanza na hii topic hii moja tunaongelelea ya jamaa ashafika Nyanza, jana akakuwa Kisumu, kukakuwa salama, lakini bahati mbaya leo mawe kama Stefano yali
You are exaggerating.
Alipokea welcoming ya Stefano. So let Bernard finish with this, and then because I want to leave him, then
I think thank you everyone, and it was a mistake for WANJIGI to go to the place, not to go and campaign. He made a what is called he did not manage his stage. I think he's missing out on reading the crowd, and then I think he's also biting more than he can chew, because you don't go to begin to change slogans of political parties like that. When people know that ODM means chungwa, and then you come and say fagia yote. Then from also, not that I don't support violence, number one, let me clear that. And I'm not for people being stoned. I'm only saying that when it comes to politics, everybody should tread carefully. And drawing from many people that have come to Nyanza region especially, and did successful meetings, had to tread carefully when they mention the name Raila or ODM. If you begin to paint it in bad light, in a wrong way, in a wrong place, you will get part of that kind of response that WANJIGI tested today. And so he needs to bridle his tongue and be sure of what he wants to say and how he says it. Now, being new in politics, in terms of stage politics, he needs to be taken through stagecraft to understand that when you appear in a place, you must look in everybody's eye and be sure of what you want to say and anticipate what the people want to hear and be able to say it in such a way that it will be received. But if you just go and run your statements carelessly, you won't make much difference. And then as somebody seeking an ODM ticket, you can't seek an ODM ticket as a takeover project. You must have in mind and be also open that this ticket, I'm also asking for it, but Joho has also asked for it. Oparanya has also asked for it. Baba looks like he's asking for it, but we want all to go and decide who will be the flag bearer. You don't come in your own name, in your own capacity, and begin to push your own agenda in a political party you joined. That doesn't go well. And then from the reaction of the people, like the stakeholders, the ODM grassroots office seems not to have participated into the program. So it's like WANJIGI has a parallel office he's working with or something like that. And that is also another issue that can elicit what he tested today. So as much as we condemn violence and all manner of zoning of regions in the country, that does not give us license for us not to be smart and be wise in how we go about our political our political pursuits. And like we said, nobody should be in this for do or die. We should be open equally to win and equally to lose and accept when we lose. So politics is not a matter of I have asked for this ticket and I must get it. I've asked for this seat and I must get it. You will do everything in your power, but at the end of the day, only one person can get that particular ticket. And so you should be open-minded, not to go with wherever using your chest to secure whatever it is that you want, and you're willing to even move what the Bible says, don't move the ancient landmarks that our forefathers have established. You don't begin to touch the boundaries that our fathers have set and expect not to have repercussions.
Now you are now bringing the scripture. So was Wanjigi stoning more of a theatrical form of stoning, ama alikuwa anakufa kivyake?
It's like now I will there is one guy. This is a very bad example, but I'll give it. There's one guy who went to a particular place, got born again, and after that he went to preach next to the mosque and began to say how Muhammad is not the way and how Islam is wrong and all that. So the people came out of the mosque and beat him. and when he was taken to hospital, the pastor went to visit and said, see how I have suffered for Christ. And the pastor said, you have not suffered for Christ. You suffered for foolishness. Christ did not send you to go and badmouth other people's religions. So that was an error from his side. It is not even it's not even the ODM goons. It is just a miscalculated move.
Now I want us to talk about today. This also happened. We saw Ruto in Western. Rather, he was like all over. One time he was in Sugoi. The next time he was in what do you call this place? Kabuchai. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sorry. I have a question. Maybe
To
before we
now?
delve to Bernard. Yeah, before we delve to the matters, Ruto, let us draw this observation. Then, Bernard, I would like to hear your comments. Jimmy Wanjigi was contracted in the government of Kibaki to implement some projects, including the Superhighway. This guy, he gathered together with Ruto and Uhuru in 2013 to form a government, of which after disagreement of policy in 2014, in a way they parted ways. In 2017, this guy saw an opportunity and joined Raila Odinga's camp, where they strategized, and in a way, that election was, they almost won. This is Jimmy Wanjigi, heading 2022, less than 1 year, he wants to be the president. Let me ask you this question. In politics, we say there are no enemies. Do you see any probability of this man working together with Ruto?
Or Mudavadi?
Meaning Maina Wanjigi working with Ruto or Mudavadi? You have said that.
No. You know, Collins is
Collins, but ni sawa tu.
No.
Go ahead.
There is a reason why I've specified Ruto, because we already know he is in ODM. We know Wanjigi is in ODM. So do you see any possibility, if he is denied the presidential ticket, do you see any chance of this guy saying that, ODM have been saying, then he just gets to UDA camp.
That we can't rule that out in the like you said, there are no permanent enemies in politics or permanent friends. But we look at the political capital. Okay, WANJIGI can have financial political capital, but when it comes to politics, we are talking about how many votes can you deliver. Okay, as much as you can have money to buy everything you can buy, you can't buy a particular constituency. So what constituency is WANJIGI adding to the DP camp? That will come on the table, and then it will be very tough for calculation, even for the DP to accept, especially if WANJIGI is asking for a strong stake on the ticket, like being the DP, okay, being
Bernard,
the running mate for the DP.
Bernard.
Yes.
In 2014, or in the previous government, we have been seeing Jimmy WANJIGI amalgamating with these guys who are aspiring to be the president and the deputy president, with a focus on the projects. Now he comes, he says that he is no longer a businessman and he wants to get into politics. Don't you think also he is also increasing his chances? Like even if I will lose the presidential bid, whoever I will support, I will also have the muscles when it comes to being contracted many government projects. What if that is his direction?
That is fine. That's fine, and that's what most business people do. Him being a serious businessman for years, and somebody was giving the analysis on how he made his money. It is okay for him to use that as a bargain ground. And also his delve into politics it may not be for 2022. If he wants to do politics seriously, he must be looking beyond 2022. And so 2022 seems to be a warm-up for him for something that is looking forward to, say 2027, 2032. So he's just in the pipeline of becoming a serious politician. But right now, having political capital to go and negotiate for presidential stake.
When it comes to being contracted.
There is some feedback from nowhere. Now, his political capital is still wanting. But if it's for deals, that one he has been doing with all governments from Kibaki. The one for Uhuru, Ruto refused in 2013, but that is the kind of business he's been doing. So if he's negotiating on business grounds, ako sawa. He has a track record.
Sawa.
Thank you. So, Jex, what were you saying?
I want us now to discuss Ruto in what do you call this place, Western, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And now since it's a new topic, sinikukubali unisukumie kidogo, nitarudi kudiscuss hiyo part ingine ya OKA na UDA.
Okay, you want to, but you have to ask me a question about that. So if you leave
Yes,
me,
I was, but I want to begin with this question.
Yes.
Honestly, what do you think, or what do you make of Ruto in Western today? Today he kind of did five rallies, and they were all charged up and all, and he had almost similar message in all those meetings. Do you think he's just a moment, Oyo? Do you think, because we saw Baba last week there, do you foresee that yeye kazi yake Baba akitoka anarudi na anafanya maybe overdo? So do we anticipate juu kesho Baba atakuwa coast, do we anticipate next weekend tutakuwa tunasema Ruto in the coast? Anyway, expand on that even as Olo wants to come in.
That is normal, and it is a political pattern that has been on since 2013. Hold on, who is that?
Go ahead, Achane.
Okay. Yeah, so that has been a political pattern. If you watch from 2013, the DP has a way of after you sow, he wants to go and uproot, then you come back and sow, and then it has been on and on like that. But I don't think his mission in Western today was a reaction to what Baba did last time he was there. He's kind of in a panic mode from the latest development, especially in relation to the mountain. There seems to be a panic whereby if the mountain does not deliver, I should get this thing from elsewhere. And so he will be very busy in trying and because I think his presidential bid had a large stake banked on the mountain vote. And now that the mountain vote is beginning to swing in the balance, he wants to see to it that he can collect from various places, at least to be able to subsidize from his loss from what he was banking on from the mountain. That is what I can say. And now that Jakes is gone.
Niko lakini niko hapa nyuma. I just wanted to
okay. So I think that's the much I can say on that. So there will be reaction, counter reactions, but all in all, sahi ni mtu kujitafutia. Kila mtu anajitafutia akishe kwamba kapu lake liko na kura za kutosha kabla ya siku ya kuja.
Bernard.
Yes.
Yeah, I have also an observation to make because, people cannot just say that just because Baba was in Western the other day, that is the very reason why Ruto went there. In fact, during his rally, we saw very many people who are associated or affiliated with UDA. And the narrative of Ruto, he has always been talking about bottom up, but I like the way he is also advancing the game. Today, we could hear him talking more about the NHIF stuff. And if there is a big problem that many Kenyans are suffering from, it is the bid on health. And we are so much aware that nowadays, for you to receive the best health services.
He was talking about NHIF as an opposition leader. I saw him the way he put his message.
I am crying. Let me come there, Olo. This was one of their manifestos, together with manufacturing and also.
But he's not in Jubilee anymore. How is it his manifesto?
Exactly, because Jubilee has already failed on that.
So has he produced another manifesto?
Give me some time to answer your questions, please.
Let Ndeto make his submission, then we can respond, sir.
Has he produced another manifesto?
Because
David.
It is good to give someone time. You ask a good question or a number of questions, then you give me time to.
Ndeto, just make your submission.
Okay, what Ruto wants to show the country is that these people, at one point, they pulled him maybe out of the government, and in a way, there are a lot of failures. One of it is on universal health coverage. Another one is about the housing thing, and also the manufacturing stuff. The reason he is measuring so much, I also saw Raila talking about that, these people who die in hospital, then in a way, the relatives are denied to take the body and go to bury. In a way, they are merging because both of them are identifying or are accepting that the health situation in Kenya is deteriorating. So, and I like the way Ruto is shifting because universal health coverage is also part of the bottom-up approach, because you cannot rule a government where people are dying, even they cannot manage even the most simple kind of infections or diseases. So, and I think this has come along due to the problems that has come together with COVID-19. Actually, at the moment, if you are received in a hospital as an inpatient, by the way, it is very expensive. And also this issue of NHIF, it is also not helping so much, because even if you have it, they are telling you it can only cater for your bed, then other medications or other things, it can do a lot of nothing. So, and that's why both of these readers, they are really accepting that we have been having a problem through Uhuru Kenyatta's administration, and we are coming to rectify that. And now that you ejected me out of the government, maybe this manifesto was...
Ruto is still in government. He's the president, the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. He has not been ejected from his office nor his house. Why are we determined to paint a picture of what doesn't exist? In fact, that even makes it very harder for DP to sell his agenda, because he has to stand first of all as DP and defend Jubilee projects, then turn this other side and condemn the same project. Why can't he just make up his mind and say he's no longer interested in the government, he's going to form a new government that will take care of every other thing?
Bernard, the other day we saw there is a president, I don't recall from which country. She was a lady, and if you saw who Uhuru presented to him, because we expected that if DP was the deputy president, actually the position that Matiang'i...
Don't go there. I think that's too much propaganda.
You should finish your submission, because I have a lot of ball to square with you. You should finish your submission, then you give other people a chance.
Okay, thank you.
I know,
tupunguze propaganda, okay? Let's remember, we are on this platform for Kenya. We are not on this platform for one individual. That our greatest responsibility is how well we secure this country, not how well we get one person a job. Okay?
But you see, Bernard,
the president can only be one, and that is only one Kenyan having a job. But
Bernard,
yes,
you're only talking about Raila and the Ruto here.
Look,
can you talk about Mutembei?
Listen carefully. If you want to talk, you get.
No, you know what Mutembei mnatuweka nje.
I'm giving direction. Okay.
No, hiyo hatuwezi kubali. Kama is only Raila na Ruto, then we can quit.
Bernard.
Tutawachia.
Bernard,
you can just quit. How many are in this show? You can just quit.
Bernard,
tutasema hii ni Raila na Ruto.
It's only you.
Bernard, can you give this guy a chance to talk about Mutembei, please?
Okay, hold on. I was giving direction on the way forward. Okay. This man called Collins. Please, if you are not speaking, mute your mic. Keep it mute until it's your turn to speak. Because if it's on, it gives a feedback that disturbs the listeners.
Yes, I've muted it.
If you have muted it, how can we hear you saying the same thing you're saying?
Is it okay?
Mute your mic, please. Thank you. So let's keep within the standing orders. If you want to interject, utainua mkono, utachagua wale wako nyuma ya curtain, siwezi wasaidia kwa sababu ukiinua mkono sitakuona. But ikiwezekana weka kamera tafadhali, kwa sababu wale wana watch wanataka kuona ni kina nani wanaongea. Ni muhimu. but let's not create noise, and let us not be let's not buy into too much propaganda. Let's remain factual, because there are people who come to this channel to get some specific guidelines on how to think about Kenya. So if we spill out too much propaganda that are baseless, that even we ourselves don't believe in, then we'll be part of what is the problem. So let's not be too much, committed to a cause that we know is faulty, and we want to be instruments that will be used to mislead others. Let's avoid that, please. So going forward, let me have that, Collins. What is your submission, please, before we hear from David? Collins, unmute and talk. You are
Hello.
mute. You're still mute. We can't. Okay. Unmute and speak, please. You can. No. Just once, then you speak. Bwana Collins is. That's okay now. That's okay. That's now okay you can now. Speak. That's okay. Now you can speak.
So you guys, you're only talking about Mudavadi. You're only talking about Raila and Ruto. Na muoni Mudavadi yako hapo kando.
Umesoma mada ya leo.
Si tuko nayo, si wa Kenya ndo tuko na hiyo mada. Mada wacha ya paper.
Can you tell us something about Mudavadi? Can you tell us something about Mudavadi?
The topic is about Ruto storms Western. Should OKA team up with UDA? WANJIGI stoned old ODM HABBIT back. So that is what we need to discuss today. That if the people coming to view this channel, they want to hear what we will say on that particular topic. So the day we are discussing Mudavadi, you should be present to give her, to defend him, or to castigate him, or to support him. But you can't come to a show, then you want to change from today's topic to a new topic. Collins, it doesn't work that way.
I think, Bernard,
yes.
It's very simple. You, Ruto in Western, what we need to talk about, even if you're talking about Ruto in Western, you can still talk about Mudavadi, because what we are looking at is that Ruto in Western, has he gained, or is he still where he was, or is he losing? So if Collins can talk about Ruto in Western, again he can drop in Mudavadi, because we are just talking about influence. Because at the end of the day, you'll say it's Mudavadi who has a huge chunk of votes in Western. So Collins can just talk about Ruto in Western and
now, Bernard, you know, if you could have given me time, I would have finished by now.
Just one moment. Okay, Collins. Collins, unmute. Collins seems to have. Who is no? Let's hear from David.
Okay, can you hear me very well?
Kabisa, karibu.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to start by asking you that why are you praising Ruto's meeting in Western? You are not even seeing what the wrong thing that he was doing. Raila just held a very small rally and Malala was everywhere shouting and asking police to arrest Raila because Raila is breaking COVID protocols. But here I can hear no one is mentioning that. And he has done that today in like 5 rallies. Is that really, really good? So before we talk even about his influence in Western or what, I think we should look on that. And then what I always say, and I always tell Mudavadi supporters this thing, I always tell them that in Western, Mudavadi has no influence. The person we are fighting in Western is Ruto. You see? So if Ruto goes there and holds a big meeting, there is nothing wrong. He's in his base. Mudavadi has no bedroom anymore. Because even the other day when he was in the church, he couldn't even be given a microphone to speak. Do you think a pastor can do that in Nyanza for Raila Odinga? That church inaisha hata Raila agoti watu asalimie watu. Mudavadi was denied a microphone and he went back home. So I always see Mudavadi like he's someone who's just. In fact, Mudavadi will never be president. I just want to tell his supporters the truth, because one thing, if Mudavadi wants to be president, he must support Raila Odinga. Because Raila is the only one who can make Mudavadi president. If Ruto gets presidency, Ruto will go for 2 terms. That will be until 30. It will be until 2032. By 2032, Mudavadi will be like 75 years old. And by then, he will not have any influence. Because Mudavadi has no longevity like Raila Odinga, that he will still be influential at 75 years old. So, Ruto was just in his right place. The wrong thing that he did is that he was spreading corona. That is all I can say.
Okay. This guy here, what is his name? Yes, Festus. Festus, umeinua mkono, sema nisikie.
I just want to give a small contribution to. No, and first of all, I think whoever was talking, David, that first guy, bro, there's no way you can speak about Ruto in Western and you don't involve Mudavadi. You have to mention Mudavadi. It is only fair to do that. You mention Ruto in Western, and then you want to tell me you want to mention Raila in Nyanza or Ruto in Nyanza, and then you don't mention Raila. It's not possible.
Compare Raila. You can't compare Raila and Mudavadi. Mudavadi is I don't know what to compare him with.
Anyway, I don't support Mudavadi and I don't support Raila. Anyway.
Mudavadi, in fact, he doesn't even have money to do rallies. You see, when did you last see Mudavadi? When did you last see Mudavadi doing a rally in Western Province?
Let me talk.
Let Festus finish, then you can come in.
Let's just be honest. There's no presidential candidate that can make the other guy a president. I heard somebody say it is only Raila who can make Mudavadi. The votes are with the people. The people, we the people give the vote. Raila can say Mudavadi tosha, for example, and what if the people doesn't want Mudavadi? What happens then? So kura iko na wananchi bwana. There's nothing like, oh, Raila is gonna make so and so president. There's nothing like that. But
I don't mean that. I can explain.
Okay, well, I'm just giving my opinion and you give your opinion. That's okay. But Ruto being in Western, I'm a supporter of Ruto, by the way. I support Ruto. In as much as I'm from Western, I don't support Mudavadi either. I support Ruto. I'm a UDA diehard. And he has gained ground. But then you cannot just downplay Mudavadi in Western. Mudavadi has a number of MPs in Western. You know that. From senator to some member of parliament, including where I come from. I come from Butere. Butere, our member of parliament is ANC. Tindi Mware is ANC. We have Senator Malala. On what party did he stand? It is ANC, right? He's a senator from ANC. So you can't just say, you can't just write him off. Oh, Mudavadi doesn't have influence in Western. That's not fair. But then in all fairness and by all standards, having said that, it's not like I support him. I'm just trying to let you guys be fair. When you debate these things, don't just make these guys look like he's nothing. Like come on. But at the end of the day, Ruto is our candidate. Is going to win. Like somebody said, Mudavadi will never be president. Raila will never be president. Ruto is going to take the day. And you can keep this video, and we can argue until tomorrow.
Can I tell you something, bro? I just want to clarify something. I just want to clarify something. Do you know why I'm saying Mudavadi will never be president? In fact, it will be worse. It will be worse if Ruto becomes president, because Ruto will go for 2 terms. Then Ruto will rig, or he will support the person who will have supported him. It can be Rigathi Gachagua or Moses Kuria or wherever. By then, Mudavadi will be 90 years old. And I want to tell you, by the time Mudavadi will be 75, he will be so irrelevant. In fact, his supporters are not patient like Raila supporters. So they will write him off. As soon as he loses 2022 election, they will write it off. They will write him off. They'll not even be listening to him. That is why I'm saying that. So the only way for Mudavadi to be president is for him
those
to
are
be in
not
the next
factuals, man.
government.
You're trying to pre-assume, but those are not factuals.
They are facts. Look.
But that's
If
wishful
Mudavadi,
thinking, brother. That's
let
wishful
me
thinking.
finish.
You want to
Let
tell
me
me
finish.
that you can leave
Okay,
no
okay.
Sam,
Let's remain
Let me
orderly,
finish.
please.
This is the most important part.
I think I'm next.
This is the
Hold on,
this is the most
Rupia.
important
Rupia,
part.
hold on.
Now, what I'm
Let
saying
David
is,
finish quickly so that we get somebody else. And
what I'm
let's
saying is,
avoid unnecessary interruptions.
if Mudavadi misses 2022 government, there are young kids coming behind him. People like Alfred Mutua, Wanjigi is also here, and there are some young guys who also will rise up. If Mudavadi tries to talk after 2022, if he will not be in the government, because in fact he doesn't have a job, so I wonder how he will be raising his money for campaigns. So I don't see Mudavadi becoming president if he misses to be in the government in 2022. And he has put for himself a level, a very high level, that he doesn't want to be anything apart from being a president.
Mudavadi is damn rich. Mtu asikudanganye.
Wapi?
Mtu asikudanganye.
Is even among the top 10 richest guys.
Let me tell you one thing. Who owns Westlands?
He owns something. I'm not saying that he doesn't own anything.
Who owns Westlands? Sasa nataka nikwambie mali Mudavadi.
I'm not saying that he doesn't own anything. I'm not saying that he
You
doesn't
think
own
Mudavadi
anything.
is poor?
But he doesn't behave like
this guy thinks that Mudavadi has nothing.
Yeah, that's
my
very
friend. That
rich.
guy amenyamaza.
He's very rich.
Do you think Mudavadi can pay?
That guy is very damn rich, my friend. Nyinyi mnaona tu watu wanamwaga pesa hapa. Ruto ni pesa kuiba, wanamwaga. My friend.
Do you think Mudavadi
can we have some order, please? I don't want to get
Mudavadi alihold Mudavadi alihold 2013. 2013 ran for president. Na hakuna mtu alimsaidia, my friend. Hiyo ndio kitu nataka kuonyesha, na huyu jamaa hajaiko any politics. No, relax, Bernard. Bernard,
hold on.
Collins. Bernard. Yes.
Because you are not happy.
Now, you are getting out of order now.
No, hapana. No. Watu wengine wanaongea hapa, mnataka tuwapatie wasikie.
Okay, David, just hold your horses right now. Together with Festus. Collins, tell us, what is your matter?
Bernard, I have a question for David.
No.
My matter is that this guy.
Let Collins make his submission quickly, please.
No, my submission is this: Mudavadi will be president, but these guys, they think that Ruto has nothing. Ruto has nothing, my friend. Ruto has nothing. Ata Uhuru Kenyatta knows.
So,
but that guy, Collins,
you are only making declaration. Can you substantiate what you are saying? This is a debate. Is this not an announcement we are carrying out?
No, debate must be. Debate must be.
You are taking my time, and you should move from Collins to the next person.
Just hold on. Rupia,
you know, when you engage these people directly like that, then the argument comes up. So can you go to the next person?
No, Rupia will not do that. Just hold on.
Bernard, so can I also start heckling?
I can also start talking about Mudavadi, but I'm waiting for my chance. You give these people, they are making noise, they are not orderly, and you still engage them.
Bernard, let Collins tell us about Musalia. Let Collins tell us about Musalia Mudavadi. Collins, tell us about Musalia Mudavadi. Don't delve into Ruto. You are bringing a lot of things.
When Musalia was a minister for finance, how old are you?
You see now, that's why we are saying he is not a horse. No, that's why you find ourselves discussing Ruto and Raila. Because when you are given a chance to talk, you get to personal issues. How is my age related
Let me make my submission, please.
How is my age related?
Let me make my submission.
Hold on, Rupia. Please, if you don't stay in order, I'll kick you out of studio. Not because I want to, but because you are forcing me to. Collins.
Yes.
I hope you are done with your submission.
No, what I want is we talk about the presidential candidates, not two people.
What you want, or discussing the topic of today?
The topic today was only you are only talking about WANJIGI and Ruto.
So you have defended Mudavadi, and then what else do you want to say?
I want to say this: Ruto being in Western, I manage that Ruto has vote in Western. Western has changed, my friend. Has changed.
Okay.
Now that one, I'll give you a visit to Western. We from Viga, Nyanza huko inaitwa Bunyore. Tuko nyuma tupatane watu 10 waulize utapigia nani kura. And then we come to the studio. You tell them the different thing.
Okay.
It will be a very different thing.
What is your take that Mudavadi will never be president?
That's your opinion, and we accept it.
No, I'm there, right?
Okay, now Rupia has gone.
Maybe his network.
You are making this governance very difficult, but I will do my best. Where was this? Themba, you're welcome. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
We are well, we thank God. Karibu kwa show. Now. It was the turn for Rupia. He dropped out. He has come back. Let him just make his submission. Then we hear from you, Themba. Rupia, uko sawa, endelea.
Thank you very much. To start with is the Western issue, and I would like to mention that we are not talking about Mudavadi because this guy in black, I don't know his name. The names are not displayed, and this one in sort of a tracing paper, I'm not able to see him clearly. You see, you come from Western, and you have been talking about the unity of the Waluya. It's you people that have made it difficult to achieve the Waluya unity. Because now this guy comes from Butere, he says he's a Ruto diehard, and leaving Mudavadi who comes from his place. This other one doesn't have anything to table about Mudavadi. When he knows that Mudavadi will be president. Let me tell you, I think now it's clear that we have two horses. Wengine ni punda. It is clear and it is evident. Today we had Ruto in Western. As it was said that he was a super spreader, that is true. And secondly, I think I saw a very large crowd with him, which may actually work to his advantage. Can you mute Collins? Mute. It's your microphone that is making the echo. So we are still there to see how things will unfold, because we know very well that Western is Raila's stronghold, and Ruto has also made some inroads in that other far end. That other far end, we have Eugene and Wetangula, who are influential in that side of one part of Luya. And this other side, we have Raila, who is a serious contender. Mudavadi is not a serious contender. That is why we are not talking about him here. He's not a serious contender because of you and this guy in black. You cannot unite to give Mudavadi what he wants. In Luo Nyanza, you cannot say that I'm a UDA person and Raila is also here. Even in Kalenjin land, you cannot say that I'm a Mudavadi person and Ruto is there. So you see how lost you people are. And again, I think somebody is echoing. I think Collins, can you mute your microphone, please?
Your microphone, please.
Okay.
You are doing bad.
Let me continue. I think, as it was mentioned here, that Ruto is losing ground in Mount Kenya just because of his own making. I told you here that you cannot go to a region and claim to be ukuwe njogo wa hapo ati uwike hapo. If you go to Central, you have to follow their route and you have to go through the correct channel. But the way he went to Mount Kenya, now he's losing that ground and he's in a panic mode.
Where Rupia?
He even told
Rubia.
He's even open for handshake with the President Uhuru Kenyatta, which is not going to happen. And right now, like somebody was questioning why Wanjigi was campaigning. We have somebody mentioned here that in the USA they only campaign in the swing states. Same way, if Wanjigi came here to campaign, why was he coming here? What was he coming here for? Because right now, you see, these serious containers, Ruto is not going to Rift Valley to campaign. Raila is not coming here to campaign for ODM. They are concentrating on the swing votes areas, which is right for them because they are the serious guys we are seeing. But in Western, I think Raila is still ahead of Ruto in terms of votes. And if Raila goes there severally, Raila will still get more votes than Ruto because Mudavadi is not in the play. In the coast province, the same. In the Mount Kenya, we are going to beat Yundeto hands down. And I told you that it's likely that Ruto is going to support Raila for 2022 because he is left with no option. He's left with no option, which means Raila might become the fifth unopposed. And I'm saying, when I say these things, you think I'm joking. Now that he indicated that he is open to reconcile with the president, President Uhuru is backing Raila for presidency, and he will have to go with the conditions that will be given to him during the handshake or during the reconciliation, which means he has to support Raila for presidency. So, Ndeto, just advise your man that it is Raila's time now. Maybe we can support you in 2032 or 2027. But now, come back to the government and support the government and be true, be sincere. Hii story ya kupiga kelele nje na hakuna kitu mnafanya. In fact, the fuel prices have gone up in this country. And it's Ruto to blame because we told him and he was told that, can you move out of the government and speak about these things? Right now, we don't have opposition. Raila is in the government. Ruto is purporting to be in government, which he is not. So he is not sincere. If he actually wants to help Kenyans more than what Jubilee has done, he should resign and quit the government and say these are my ideologies, because the bottom-up thing is empty. It is nothing. There is no blueprint anywhere. He should quit the government and come publicly and say that these are my issues. Like now we have the fuel going up. He ought to have talked about the fuel prices. But because he's in the system and he was there when this law was being passed, he supported it, and they're the people who are actually fleecing the government. He cannot talk about it. He can't talk about it. So that is my submission for now. Somebody can take over.
Okay, thank you, Rupia. I think
unless
that
you have a question for me.
there's a question from. No, it's okay. I think that's clear enough. We move on forward. Let's hear from this. Demba left.
Collins is still there.
Can we hear from Dan first? Dan, unmute and talk to us. How are you?
Actually, I was away. You can just pass so that I put my argument later.
Okay, thank you. And Neto, you had a question?
You had a question for me?
Neto.
Yes, Bernard. And let me begin by making this simple remark. When someone is really fighting for someone to be given a chance, I think it is not so fair. Maybe someone is talking about a certain candidate, then when you are given time, you are just yapping, telling Kenyans a lot of nothing. So I would say, let us organize ourselves so that when you read it, like myself, if you give me even the next hours to talk about my candidate, I am very sure this one can happen. But when you tell me that to go on with Ruto narratives and such, then I start talking about Baba. I start telling you how Mudavadi cannot fund. You know, that's not fair. So I had a question to this guy, Olo. And I heard how he said that for sure, Ruto's visit to Western was good, but the only issue he has is about transmission of COVID-19. Did you say that, Olo?
Yes.
Yes. So, you know, I really like your observation, because in a way, you are not like partisan. You are not so extreme on a certain candidate, because the fact remains that this guy is also looking for votes in that region, because maybe in Central he has seen the game might be changed. So my question is, Olo,
yeah,
if Ruto is accepted that way, even when he visit Coast very soon, do you think Baba will be the president 2022?
You know, I don't know. Okay, that is normal. Even the other times that Baba has won, the other candidates have always been received. There is nowhere I saw Uhuruto went where there was no big crowd, and there is nowhere where Kibaki went where there was no big crowd. Even Trump, he had a very big crowd in Pennsylvania, but that is where he was beaten. So crowd doesn't matter. Some people, Kenyans are very, very smart. You know, right now, if Ruto goes to Kisumu, we'll have a very big crowd. I'm sure.
Let me get
when election
some
comes,
clarification.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, in 2017, we saw Raila together with the OKA team at the court. They were strongly held together. But when Raila was going for handshake, he was alone. And after that point, it's like, I would use these words in quote, it's like he dumped the rest of the group member or the team members, and this is the very time now he is trying to call them back. So do you think that is very fair of the Prime Minister?
Yes, it's very, very fair. If they were not helping him, why would he hang around with them? And I think you have not framed your question the way you wanted. You wanted to ask me that do I think that Raila still has the same support, yet the other guys left? I think that is what you wanted to tell me, but you couldn't frame it well. So
you know you are don't twist a question to suit you. Don't twist it to suit you.
The question that you have asked
you
me
have
so
asked your
easy.
question. Wait for the answer, please. Thank you.
And that was the question that
but he is setting his own question.
No, hold on, please. Neto, stay in
the
order.
Question,
Let David
the question
answer
that the question that you have asked me so easy. I'm trying to complicate it. But if you want me to answer it the way you've answered me, then yes, there was no need for Raila to hang around with them because first of all, you can remember Mudavadi said that yeye hana mwili ya kuenda jela. That is the reason why he didn't go to Uhuru Park. Again, he started saying that, oh, Raila told him to wait with another number from Nigeria, of which that is just lie. Raila couldn't do that. When Raila alikuwa Nigeria ndiye ampigia na namba ya Nigeria. Another thing, you can remember on that day, Kalonzo and Wetangula, they were stuck somewhere. They were saying that, oh, the police have locked them somewhere. They can't come to Uhuru Park. Again, later, they came and said that that thing was unconstitutional. There was no way they could participate in it. So Raila was very, very right to do that. I don't see anything wrong. Even if it were you, what would you have done?
Olo, if today the OKA team gang together with Jimmy WANJIGI, then they come into Ruto's camp. Can Raila make it? Because the way you are making them simplistic, it's like Raila can win without even the OKA guys.
I'm very comfortable that they will not join Ruto.
Okay, I'm assuming, you know, I'm just assuming the way Ruto is paying his visit to Western, you can tell there could be some correlation between the leadership of those areas and the UDA. So, and that's why I'm asking.
Which means what you mean is that you think Mudavadi is working with Ruto. And that one will be to his disadvantage because right now, every community, they want an upright leader. Even Western guys, they will not be happy if they hear that Ruto is eloping with Mudavadi. They will dump Mudavadi like Corona, you know, like a hot potato.
But
look, David, to help you, Neto.
Yes.
The Ruto and Mudavadi and Weta worked together in Kibra and were both beaten.
Yes.
So if that can be put as a ratio of measure, their refusal to support Baba has effect, but not that significant.
And that is why they needed.
Bernard.
Yes.
The position you are talking about, Kibra, is it where Jubilee was supporting Mariga?
Yes.
Yeah, when Ruto brought Mariga.
But Mudavadi, Weta, and Ruto, they were not supporting the same person. They had different candidates. So if their votes were brought together,
all of them had their candidates and their votes combined could not handle what ODM got. That's what I mean.
Yes.
But maybe if there was unity of purpose, they could have changed or twisted the minds of people from Kibra.
We are saying that the votes for Mariga plus the votes for Walo plus the votes for the other for the Kenya guy were not enough to subdue the ones for ODM.
And my point is, the strategy used by the three guys, if it was combined, in a way they could have...
It's just an hypothesis which you have brought and it remains that way. It's nothing factual.
Those guys can't work together. Stop dreaming. Those guys can't work together. The same way Ruto will not unite with Uhuru. Just forge your own way and move ahead. Don't always be looking back.
I have this final question so that I allow others.
Let's do this. Neto, you are taking... Neto, look here.
Sorry.
You are dancing too long in the arena.
Let me ask this final question,
Bernard. Go
Bernard.
straight to the question, maramoja. Wait for the answer to songe mbele. Themba is waiting.
Okay.
Alafu kuna jamaa anaumwa na nyuki hapo kwa screen.
Okay. The Mulembe Nation.
Jagaredo, relax, okay? We have had
okay.
You.
Help that guy, Ben.
Okay, let me get to the point. Someone needs some rescue somewhere. Bees. So my question is this. We have had a Murembe Nation always talking about, Mudavadi in 2007, this guy supported Raila. Then in 2017, this guy also supported Raila. So, and he has been there to support Raila become the president. Then this time round, many Murembe Nation, they are saying that kwa nini yeye pia yeye isikuwe ni tani yake ya wa support. So, and this is the point. This is my question. Why do you think Mudavadi will be carried easily by ODM other than just getting to a party which he see there is like a sure bet and he can be given a big position like an ambassador somewhere?
So now you believe Mudavadi can be an ambassador? That is a wrong calculation. Let me tell you something.
It was just an example. It was just an example.
It's okay, Ndeto. Now wait for the response, please.
That is like you are underrating him, of which Mudavadi doesn't like. Mudavadi considers himself the best. In fact, he calls himself the fifth. So if you are saying that he's going to be an ambassador, that one can't work. And then another thing that I want to tell you is that it is democracy. He has his own. The way I see, I don't think if Mudavadi will support Raila in this election, I feel like he will go alone. But also, his chances of becoming a president in future is by working with Raila, because they didn't support BBI. BBI would have helped them, but they condemned it and it was thrown out. So there is no way. He has just to coil his tail and accept a CS somewhere, then wait, then see what will happen. But I don't think if Ruto will give him a CS, because Ruto's boat is already full.
Ndeto, I think that settles it. We will come another round so that you continue with your line of thought. Being accused of that I'm too
hata mimi nilikuwa na swali kwa Ndeto na unanifungia bana.
Kwa Ndeto ndo alikuwa anauliza maswali. Wewe Jakaredo tena unataka kuuliza maswali.
Sasa nimepata swali kwa hiyo swali ya Ndeto. Hiyo swali yake aliuliza, nimepata swali hapo ndani.
Aya, uliza swali.
So swali langu ni, maybe swali langu hata ni kwako. Ulikuwa unatupigia hapa mahesabu eti ukiunganisha kura ya Mariga, ya Ford Kenya, ya PDP, sijui ya nani, haifikia ODM. Sasa kwa hizo zenyu za ODM, tukitoa wenye tuliwapigia kura juu we felt for Ken Okoth, sasa utoe kwa hizo sympathy votes kutoka kwa hiyo ya ODM, mnabaki na ngapi?
Tutolee sympathometer first. You to give me how much sympathy we used.
Kuna mashini inaitwa sympathometer. Anyway, let me wait for my time. Thank you.
So you wait for your turn. It's coming very soon. Themba, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, good evening. Mahali popote mlipo. Ndeto, I can see you. Nice to meet you here again. Na wengine wote ambao wamejifunika kwa pasia. Najua Jex alikuwa hapa a few minutes ago. Amejifunika kwa pasia. Jakaredo kwa kawaida anajifunika kwa pasia. I acknowledge all of you. straight to the kwa mada ya leo, talking about Ruto storming Western and WANJIGI. I want to start first by saying hooliganism, any act of hooliganism should not be tolerated in our politics. And I think when it happens, we need, first of all, not to look at it in terms of, like try and stereotype certain people, but generally try to castigate it, because we need to tolerate each other in spite of our differences in politics. It happened to Baba in Githurai. It happened to Ruto in I think in was it in Kenol, and again in Githurai. It has happened in several other places, pockets of hooliganism. Few individuals that have taken to themselves, the act of, being rowdy in politics. I think as a matter of a principle, we all need, as a citizen, to condemn any act of hooliganism. The police need to take quick action, because police is notified whenever a politician is going to any place. It is not the role of the political parties to maintain peace. Law and order is for the police. So when it happens, the first thing is, where was the police? Those people are not supporters. Those are hooligans. Those are criminals. They need to be apprehended, So whatever the reason it is, we should have the police swinging into action. And the police has the mechanism. They have the means and the ways of getting to know who are involved. So I think without reducing it into ODM or hooligans, when it happened to Ruto in Githurai, or it happened to others in other places, to Raila in Githurai and the other things, why do we want to tolerate it? Yeah, we should all come out, because my difference, the political party I hold, with someone else, should not make us criminals. We should have a right to associate and express ourselves. I think that is the best place to start the discussion, as opposed to saying that those are so and so. Criminal act is a criminal act. A thief is a thief. Whether you don't become a Luo simply because you're a thief, or you don't become a Kikuyu because you're a thief, you're a thief. And a criminal act should be treated as that, prosecuted in a court of law, apprehended by the police. They're the ones who have the mandate to do that. So it was wrong what happened to Maina WANJIGI. I mean, nobody should be, you can hurt someone. Nobody should be pelted with stones anywhere. People should be allowed to express themselves. Having said that, again, I think also as politicians, we need to have, in politics, we need to have strategic movement. When you're going to certain place, you have to be conscious of the fact that politics is driven by the masses. And by going to certain place and telling them things that are not necessarily, you can't be in ODM and then you go to Raila's Raila's stronghold, and then you start telling them, forget what. You see, that is creating an environment that anybody can take advantage of. You see, it's easy for someone to explain that away. We currently don't know who hired the goons. But you see, if someone knows that, okay, fine, if you come in and say this, we know that these people will not be happy. Anybody can take advantage of such an environment and pay some people, and those people pelt you with stones. And then it is definitely used against the party leader, you know. So even him, if he was wise enough and he intended to protect the image of the party, I think it was not appropriate to create an environment where anybody can penetrate, you know. It's easier to penetrate a relationship. Even in investigation, they say motive. So when they want to follow you and get to know, did you have a motive to kill? Someone can say, you see, Bernard and Ndeto have been arguing, you see. Even the other day, Bernard told Ndeto that if you go, you remember the case of Bishop Muge. It happened that when Bishop Muge went to Busia, I think Busia, Bungoma, when he was coming back, he died on his way back. But it was around the same time when Peter Okondo had said that if you go to Western, you will not come back alive. Yeah.
It was the birthday of my son yesterday.
There's an echo. Okay, so you see, sometimes Peter Okondo was now, you know, taken to have been responsible somehow, in spite of him not having been involved in the accident of Bishop Muge. So sometimes there are things that you say that create an environment where anything can happen, and then it is attributed to a certain thing. So when WANJIGI went to Migori and then started saying Fagia what, including Raila, definitely that was an environment where even an enemy, and if you know the politics of Migori, Obado has a party he's been championing for, and for a long time he's been fighting the ODM party. So it is possible they knew that this was going to happen. And you remember it is in Migori where Anyang' Nyong'o and Joho were stoned and shot at. Yeah. So it is a very difficult scenario. Even as we try to move within politics right now, we need to be very careful. Even Ruto, when he has gone to Nyanza area, he's been very careful to speak a certain way. You remember when he was there with Uhuru during the, I think, Madaraka Day celebration, I think, or Labor Day. He actually stood up and said, he greeted Uhuru. Then when he reached Baba, he said Raila. In fact, he called him Baba. You know, he's conscious of the environment. So I think even politicians need to be very, very careful when they are going to certain places. You don't necessarily sell your view, sell your perspective, sell your policies, but be conscious, be aware of where you are. You know, if I'm at Ruto strongholds, even Raila, when he goes to Rift Valley, he hardly talks anything bad against Ruto. He just gives his policies. When Ruto goes to Western, he hardly talks anything bad about it. You know, there's that awareness. And I think WANJIGI could do with a bit of, you know, political wisdom when you're going to seek your votes. Back to, so yes, we condemn entirely, and the police should swing in, get to know the people who are involved.
I disagree.
It's okay, wait, I give my submission. What's wrong with you?
Kitu wrong ni hivi. Si eti ukienda
No, what's wrong with you? Just wait.
Eti sasa unataka Ruto akifika Kondele
asiseme
yule.
Jagaredo, hold on, okay?
Tutaenda Kondele na tuseme yule jamaa.
Hakuna shida. Bora tu kwe na mao kwa mfuko. Themba continue. Jagaredo has a very good story about his experience in Homa Bay. Atulie.
Bernard withdraw that statement about stones. You know, I now start fearing to visit those areas.
Don't fear, it is Kenya, and that's why we want.
It is not a must you have to visit us.
Kenya
man.
for all
Just
Kenyans.
be where you are.
Okay, thank
so,
you.
Sorry for interrupting Themba, but
hold on. Let Themba finish, please, so that we move forward.
Kuna uongo ingine Themba amesema hapo Ben, na saizi ni usiku wa manane. Eti Jimmy ndiye alikosea, Tumekuwa supporters sugu wa ODM since 2007, yeah? Slogan yetu imekuanga chungwa moja, na chungwa moja inakuanga tamu sana. Na tukamwambia leo Migori amesema ODM, tukamjibu chungwa. Jamaa anasema tumekosea, anataka kutufagia wote. What can you do to such a guy? You start singing for him.
It's okay, Jacarendo. We have heard you. Hold on, okay?
Baba must be respected. Even Jimmy Wanjigi watch hiyo clip yake vizuri, aone ni mawe ngapi na ajue slogan ya chama. Kama ni ukweli ana support chama. Anaingia chama last year na anataka kufagia baba. Thank you.
Please, Temba, continue.
You need to protect me from hooligans like Jacoredo. You know, these acts of hooliganism, kindly learn to be patient. You know, hooliganism will not take you anywhere. Now, back to my thought process. So yes, we condemn. I see someone trying to say, Robert Marley saying that you know, we are promoting backwardness. Nobody is promoting backwardness. In fact, any sober Kenyan should be able to condemn that. So it's not, nobody should support hooliganism, and the police should act. Hooligans are hooligans. They are not less because they are from any party, whether it is happening in Central, Rift Valley, Nairobi, where all of us should come and unite against acts of hooliganism. We should condemn it. Happened in Kabuchai, where even an electoral official was manhandled. I mean, those are things that we need to condemn at any, you know, accusing someone more or even calling someone names out of it. That does not make it any better. So we should direct our anger where it is supposed to, and that is the police should be able to do something. Even if you called us out or you called Baba, they do not have the instruments of maintaining law and order. The police does. So yes, it's wrong. It shouldn't happen. It should be condemned. But again, also we are saying, we are calling. Okay, sir.
You are lost.
I'm not lost. Someone is putting. Can you mute? Thank you. So, back to Ruto in Western. I don't have a problem with Ruto storming Western. For me, I think it's good for him. Coming in the backdrop of him having just requested for her to have an apology and being willing to have an apology with his boss, and then immediately thereafter he's on a campaign trail. I find that as a complication on the process, and even in his speeches he seemed to be clearly attacking the policies of his boss. I think that is complicating matters. So I don't know what's going on, but it is within his right to move around if he so wishes to. Nobody should be able to stop him. We are a democracy, free country. We are not in a campaign mode already, but I think it is doing that. But yes, he's got his right to do that. He should be conscious, though, that there are things that will follow him still. He's the deputy president of the country. So the failures and the successes of Jubilee government will squarely lie with him as we move on. And I think it's something he's aware of. I also pick probably the train has left the station. He thinks everything has been lost. So he believes that if he doesn't continue doing it, he might not reach there. So that could be informing his action and his activity. So as to whether he will win next year or not, or anybody who will win next year, that is for the voters to decide. Right now, I don't think anybody, Ruto and the people he has have only the vote as much as they talk. The voters are down there. So it's still too early to say that someone is going to win or who is going to win. There's still shifting that's going to happen. We are still going to see a lot of movements. After the parliament will be dissolved, we'll still see a lot of movements. Nobody still has decided. Central is still on shifts. So there's still too early. Crowds can be can be brought anytime for the sake of camera. Normally before you go, you've sent money, mobilization fee, so people are paid. Today was a Friday, people are supposed to be market working. If you're going to be given 500 or something, you'll come there, shout, photos are taken, then someone leaves. So that is normal. So that is not so much of an excitement to me.
So the crowd was bought, yeah?
I didn't say that. You can say that. I said, if you listen to me, I said, they can learn to listen.
But I'm listening to you. Unasema hii crowd haina shida, mara hii crowd ukisikia unaenda kupewa 500 unaweza kosa kwenda kupiga kelele. Crowd zetu zisiwatishe bana. Kesho
okay, let me repeat. Crowds can be bought. So saying can, it does not mean they were bought, right? They can be bought, and the crowd can come anytime. You can always get a crowd. So that is not so much of a thing. There are so many people who have always bought crowds. The last time in Kabuchai, there were crowds coming in, all the MPs camped there, but even Kalasinka could manage certain, votes. So it's something that crowds do not necessarily translate to votes. So let me say that. And it can play a psychological comfort, but it is not a translation to a vote. A lot can happen between now and next year. So I think I want to leave there because Jacoredo seems to be so intent on firing so many questions. But not allow me to stop there for now.
What is it?
Bernard.
Ndeto we ni long time wa hii channel. So ukienda kinyume na
sisi wageni ndio tupewe nafasi.
Ndio inaanza kufanya eti mimi na kuonea. Na katika Biblia walimu watahukumiwa vikali kuliko washirika. So wewe ukiwa hapa kama mwalimu alafu wewe ndio unavunja sheria, lazima ukaliwe ngumu. So uko na
sisi wageni hata
mkono nafasi. Sawa sawa. Na swali lako uko na nusu dakika tafadhali, ili Jacoredo offload. Yes.
Themba. Thank you, Bernard. Themba, welcome. And we missed you in the debate. But you have pointed out some issues of which I would like clarification through a question. You have said crowds do not translate to votes. And previously in Kiambaa, let me tell you, UDA had very big crowds, and they won. And that is less than 2 months. So can you substantiate?
I still hold that crowds do not add up to vote.
Your question was okay, but not well asked. Okay. UDA had the largest crowds in Kiambaa, but they won with the whisker.
No. You know.
No.
Winning is winning, Bernard. There is nothing like a small gap.
As landslide,
there
then
is nothing.
You justify your question. But after all those large crowds, 500 votes. That is
you know the way.
Okay,
you know,
Deto, let me answer you.
A minute, please.
Let me answer you. I understood your question. Let me answer you. I still hold that crowds don't translate to votes, and if you can go back to the way, even now that you brought in the UDA in Kiambaa, and the way they had been traversing the place for 4 years, and then for some reason there came the by-election. You'd have imagined probably out of the crowds they were pulling, you'll be having more than just half, 50,000. You'd have had even 100,000 versus probably 5,000 or less. So it is kind of, I would, if I was to advise a politician, I would be very careful to make them believe that the crowd is going to translate to votes. If you want to think that crowds can translate to votes, that's up to you. You know, I mean, you can go with that. I mean, take votes, take pictures, put on social media, do everything. But at the end of the day, those crowds do not translate to votes. Votes are won differently. You know, you have to go, and that's what happened with the Kabuchai. That's what happened also with the Kisi, you know, Bomachoge. So there were several moves. I would advise a politician who is worth their salt to go beyond the crowd. The crowds are good for the photos and videos. What are the other ground thing that you've done? So psychologically, it might give you a sense of my people are working. The media team will be seen as working because they are taking good photos. When you tell them nisalimieni kwa hewa, you know, they will salimia you kwa hewa. And the photo guy will take that. Then you'll come and you'll utatesa watu, you know.
Vemba.
But at the end of the
Bernard.
day, you'll still have to go back and say, what is it? Can I translate these crowds into votes? So if you have the politician who wins or who gets votes is the one who goes beyond just the photos and the crowds. Crowds, let me give you an instance. If today you stay in a certain locality, say you stay in locality A. Now the first politician comes today. You guys are 10 people. All of you will come out, isn't it? You'll put on their t-shirt. Tomorrow, politician B comes. You will put on his t-shirt and the crowd is the same. The people are the same. So you cannot say that one is going to be a vote. The only way you could tell that if they believe in you, if politician A comes today and you guys show up and you're in t-shirt, and tomorrow the other politician comes and they have no 10 people, then you'll say, okay, fine. Those are the other person's guys, you see. But the nature of politics in Kenya, mobilization fee goes 250 depending with the politician, and some of them saizi wanasema ni wakati wa kuvuna. If they don't vuna right now, they won't have no money after 2022 August. So they are vunaring right now very big. So
Ben, I think let's settle it there, please.
Bernard, please, I would like to clarify something. Give me only 30 seconds or 1 minute. In Kenya,
and it's like you have bribed the people on the comments to be defending you. All the same.
Okay, let me 30 seconds. I want to present and sleep.
30 seconds. Yeah.
Okay, my point is, in 2017, if you check on the voting patterns, Western was not part of Jubilee. It was part of ODM. And assuming that Ruto maintains the very same pattern that voted for Uhuru Kenyatta in 2017, he will have additional votes in Western and also in Coast, because those have been Raila's diehards or people who are supporting ODM. So when Deba says that seeing Ruto pulling a big crowd in Western does not implicate anything to do with the 2022 presidential bid, then I fail to understand. In a way, he will gather.
No, Deto, the problem with you is this: you have very good analysis and what you're saying, but that is not what I'm saying. You see what you're saying?
Demba.
You already listen.
Demba, you see, I've given you time.
No,
Finish.
Wait.
30 seconds.
I will not allow you.
Please, Bernard.
Okay.
I will not allow you to misquote me.
Mute your mics. Demba
Bernard defend me here. Defend me from Demba. Let me finish my point.
Let's do this. You are here to debate. You will debate, and you can reserve that question. You will ask later. Can we hear from Jacarendo, and then the man being attacked by bees is waiting too.
I have to use my 1 minute to laugh at these two guys. Temba anaanza swali lake vizuri. There is something I don't understand. Kumbe hakuelewa ile point ya Temba completely. So Temba amemnasa tu kabla aulize swali. So bana pole Temba. Nani? Anaitwa nani? Olo ama somebody. So Ben, hebu niambie topic ni gani?
Ina trend vane. Si usome tu mwenyewe.
Sasa Ruto in Western, hiyo ni topic.
Western. Should OKA team up with UDA? Wanjigu stoned. Old ODM habit back.
Sasa topic tamu hapo ni ya Wanjigi na hakuna coalition inaitwa OKA. Ile watermelon alibetray kitambo venye BBI ilianguka tu hivi. Watermelon alitoka. Nikianzia issue na Wanjigi, Ben, I testified to you ilikuwa last year kwa hii platform kwamba I was once bought at 50 bob to go and stone baba. Na nilipewa kokoto 6. Tukabebwa kwa lori yenye haina dirisha. Ile lori yenye unaangalia tu juu ukiona gorofa ndio unajua tuko Homa Bay ama tuko Kisii. Unaelewa? So kufika kwa stadium kuna baba die hard supporters. Mtu akasema I'm ready to die for baba. Mtu ajaribu kurusha mawe, nikafikiria ashaniona na mawe. Ikabidi nizifinyilie kwa mfuko zianguke huko kwa longi mpaka kwa kiatu. Because I wanted peace, you know. So I ended up not getting the 50 bob I was promised. But the problem with Jimmy was welcomed in Migori. That's why he had supporters to address. But as Themba said, you must choose your words correctly according to the environment. An example of this ni ile siku Raila, Uhuru na Ruto walikuwa wana launch sijui something Ahero Junction. Unakumbuka? Ruto even addressed the crowd in Luo akimsifu baba. Like for like 1 minute. And Luos were like, hey, wamefurahia. Lakini rafiki yetu kutoka Central maybe alifikiria Migori, hiyo place alikuwa amesimama, maybe ilikuwa Kuria West ama Kuria East. Lazima ajue Migori vizuri, atembee na map. Sasa slogan yetu inakuanga chungwa moja ama azimio la umoja ama tuko tayari. Hizo zingine zote zinaingiana. Lakini amesema ODM akajibiwa vizuri chungwa moja. Akakataa hiyo. Akasema hii ya Kenya ametoka na Nairobi ni fagia wote. So tukajiuliza mpaka baba ama baba yuko kwa wote. Alafu kuna sauti Sonko alitoa akipigwa pingu. So nakumbuka hiyo sauti. I heard the same sound today, but the media won't show you, including this platform. Hiyo sauti wameedit wakatoa. Kwa sababu huyo ni mtu wenyu. Alitoa hiyo sauti ya Sonko. So the guy was welcomed, but maneno yake ndio yalimlet down. Because the crowd was charged. Angewa address vizuri kesho akwe kwa gazeti ama TV. But slogan ndio imemlet down. And again, ODM party is a very funny party. If you want to know ODM is very funny, ask Isaac Mwaura. Aliachwa mpaka akafikiria, sijui alikuwa anavai vice chair position. Eti aende Kasarani hiyo siku. Kidogo tu atolewe masikio. Na hajawahi vie for any position in party politics since then. So the men in black, in fact hawakufika kwa Wanjigi, walinyoosha tu mkono kidogo, the men in black. But Wanjigi akiendelea hivi, nimeona akiaddress press eti, kesho tuko Siaya, we are not stopping. Wait and see. The real men in black wenye meficha Nairobi wata travel. Back to my party leader in Western. Nimesikia Bwana Themba akianalyze kitu, but yeye ni mtu ako sawa kuanalyze, lakini anaeka feelings kidogo. Yani ile crowd tulikuwa nayo kidogo ni kama imemuuma kiasi, but ni kama pia anatuambia crowd is not votes. So I also fail to understand. Wenye Ndeto pia na fail to understand. but it is true the guy seriously wants the presidency. Na kwa hawa watu wote apart from Raila wenye wanataka upresidency, Ruto ndiye ametembea Kenya. As in, anatembea hadi places zile anajua haizi akapata vote, but anatembea pale. Si mtu wako kama Mudavadi anatembea sana Central, lakini Western anashakubali Raila atanishinda mpaka nyumbani. So Ruto is really trying, but we will see the outcome come next year mwezi wa 8. Otherwise, Ben, nyinyi wenye mko Nairobi, Wanjigi will come back. Political strategists, mumwambie ukweli. Hiyo kitu hata angejaribu Kisii, angekaribishwa. ODM watu tunajua ODM moja. Hii ya Jimmy Wanjigi ya kufagia sijui nini amekuja kama mole. Yeah. And that thing, the same thing will be confirmed in Siaya maybe tomorrow or that day at a land in Siaya. Sisi kama Tangatanga tunafurahia kilichofanyika Migori kwa sababu kesho tunaweza enda kanisa fulani tuseme Raila hataki watu wa Central, na pale Central waseme okay, walipiga mtu wetu. Sasa ile support kidogo hata Raila alikuwa nayo inarudi kwetu. That is political, you understand? So whether it was organized by our mole Governor Obado, whether it was organized by your men in black, it is very advantageous to us on our side, you know. Alafu billionaire afai kutembea na wale security fake, wanangoja mpaka mawe inakufikia ndipo wanajifanya wamekukava. You must pay people to wakulinde vizuri. Wache kutoa sauti kama ya Sonko kupigwa pingu. Ben, thank you.
Sawa Jakaredo. Any question to Jakaredo?
Wacha nimuulize swali.
Uliza Themba uliza swali alafu
na swali langu ni fupi sana. Unajua sijui kwa nini Jakaredo yani na Ndeto hawanielewi. Jakaredo, mimi sikusema eti kuwa na nini na crowd Western iko na shida. Crowd anybody anaweza pata. Hata mabishop wanaendanga hata ile ya mabishop ni nzuri kwa sababu watu wanaendanga kwa sababu wako na shida. Okay, hii wanaenda kwa sababu wako na shida ya pesa saa hizo. So anybody needing a crowd and you have mobilization fees utapata. Now, nikuulize swali Jakaredo ya Wanjigi nini Migori. Is it possible that kama Wanjigi anatumiwa, anaweza kuwa pia ali stage manage hiyo kuchapwa ndio wakuje waseme ya kwamba party si democratic?
Hapana, nashuku haizi kuwa stage manage because ile jiwe niliona ilikuwa serious. Kuna jiwe unaweza lipia upigwe, but ikupeleke hosi ile serious kabisa. So hata kama una stage manage, unaweza stage manage eti upigwe tear gas, urudi ndani ya gari na ishi. Lakini ile jiwe ilikuwa serious na ilimshika vizuri.
Kuna kesi iko hapa nini in the US. Kuna jamaa bibi na watoto wake walipata accident wakafa. Sasa yeye akaona ni kama if anything happens yeye ndiye alikuwa nao and it was negligence kwake. Akienda akishikwa na whatever money coming out, he might not get the money. Sasa akaona the best thing ambayo anaweza fanya ni kuhaya mtu aende amuue. Huyo mtu akishamuua, hiyo pesa ikitoka, the son atafaidika kwa hiyo hela. Sasa ile kitu ilifanyika mbaya ni ule jamaa alikuwa anakuja kumuua, hakupiga vizuri, sasa hakukufa. Sasa hiyo story ime backfire. Ninakwambia hiyo huwezi kuibrush off like that. It is possible.
Yeah,
anaweza kuwa pia ana stage manage, unaweka watu wanakuchapa, alafu unakuja sasa unaanza kuteta. Unajua, you are in politics, anything is possible. You cannot rule out certain sides of story. You can, unajua kwa nini? Kwa sababu unajua kwamba these people are known for stories za mawe, so it is a nice story to push through. Okay.
Yeah, sisi ni mawe na kung'oa reli. But you know Themba, I think Jimmy pia haja calculate vizuri. Anajua chama ni cha Raila. Raila hizi kosa kuvai kwa chama chake eti Wanjigi amekuwa akimsupport, sasa Wanjigi anataka ticket atapewa hata ya gavana, lakini hiyo hapo juu akichezea atapigwa, to be sincere. Na hii ilikuwa mwanzo tu. This is an introduction to the beating. Kama kuna topic hiyo kwa hiyo shule ya siasa, hii ilikuwa introduction. Na venye wametaja Governor Obado was involved. Governor Obado apigangi watu kidogo hivyo, amepiga watu, tumeona haijai kuwa hivyo kidogo.
Alafu Bernard na Ndeto,
I think we can rule Governor Obado out of this because yule anachapa.
Bernard na Ndeto na Jacoredo, sioni kitu gani mpya Wanjigi analeta. Wanjigi ndiye aliunganisha Uhuru na Ruto ambao ametuletea sasa shida tuko nayo. Wanjigi alikuwa na support baba ambaye alikuwa anakuja 2017. Sasa yeye amegeuka, anasema tufagie wote. Yani amegraduate sasa, ametoka kwa power broker to now the power. There's nothing new.
Pembe. Atusaidie kutoa Ruto kwanza. Na hizo pesa zake ndio akuja vai after baba amemaliza. Lakini hii ujinga yake tufagia wote. Hadi ameingia kwa chama, yeye si party leader, si chairman, na anabadilisha slogan. The guy deserved the 2% he got from Migori. The beating.
Wacha kusupport violence, Jagaredo. Relax now.
No, kuna violence unajitakia Ben. Ngoja. Venye umekaa hapo kwako umepigwa. Ukitoka nje utafute vita, si unapigwa.
Bernard, I need a point of clarification.
Hold on. You want clarification from Nini? Tumeweka huyu mzee sana. Tumeweka huyu bana.
Na huyu ndio na clarifications Ben.
Jacorendo.
Sisi walimu bana. Tell Jimmy Wanjigi something.
You know, I'm always accurate. I'm always accurate to information, and that's why I usually clarify to avoid propaganda. So let me clarify something from
seek clarification.
Ben, alafu pe huyu mtu wa nyuki bana, nataka kumsikia kasi jalala.
Okay, Themba, I really like your observation that Jimmy Wanjigi could be stage managing the whole thing so that he can also dominate in the headlines. So let me ask you this question. Bearing in mind that this man is a businessman and that he may be maybe testing waters to see if the government that will take power in 2022, maybe in a way he will have some share, especially on various projects. So let me ask you, you have given something like a comparison. What happened in 2013, he united Ruto and Uhuru. Then in 2017, he was also in the camp of Raila. What do you see? Because I like the way you have viewed the case that he could be stage managing. What do you think is his big objective or focus on this manipulation?
You see, Deto, I like your question because one thing in politics, there's nothing that happens in politics by chance. That is number one. So anytime you see something happens in politics, there's a plan, there's something, all right? Now, anytime someone goes out there, what I'm giving is hypothetical. I'm not saying that is what happens and what happened. I'm saying there could be a possibility. In politics, you remember the other day I said here that it could be that Waiguru even took herself to whatever, to EACC, you know, because it is how do you hog the headline? How do you make sure that people are talking about you? You know, how do you make sure that you are constantly being talked about? I think it's Napoleon who said that no publicity is bad to a politician. Any publicity is good publicity. So whatever it is that you want to make sure, you know, Wanjigi is not a politician, he's a businessman. He's been working from the background. So how does he make sure that he's constantly on the topic and people are talking about him, you know? So what has happened? People are talking about Wanjigi being beaten. People are talking about Wanjigi, and then immediately he says that I'm not going anywhere. I'll still come back. I'm here. You see, what does that mean? He's going to hog some headline for the next few days. All right, and that is what is good for a politician. How many politicians, even MPs, do you know? Those who cause drama and trouble and everywhere are the ones you see every day, and that is good for a politician. You must hog the headline. All right. So I'm saying, hypothetically, that is also possible. But what we are saying is we need to condemn acts of hooliganism, whether they are arranged from within or without. Anything that is going to harm the politician or whoever is selling the agenda need to be investigated by the police, okay? Because police is the one that is mandated by the law. If it's a thief, let's get a thief. If it's a criminal, let's get the criminal. So that is what we are saying. But here, for us, anything is possible, even better. If you keep quiet and you're a politician, nobody will talk about you. So find something, get out there like Soko, you'll go, you hit walls. People talk about you, you know?
Alafu kitu Wanjigi haelewi culture yetu. Culture yetu ni kwamba baba remains supreme. Kwa hiyo chama chetu unaweza vai kwa any position except the party leader position. Hapo ukitaja tunaona ana disrespect baba na tunasema anatumiwa. Maybe wale watu wanataka kudrop baba ametupea mtu wao eti akuje amenyane na sisi, tukimpea men in black eti tuko na tabia mbaya. Tukirealize hiyo then
okay, thank you,
Bernard, allow me to ask Jacolento something.
Deto, you have had enough. Thank you. Hold your horses. Let's now hear from Dan, then we can come back to you. Dan, karibu.
Hiyo ukisoma yote inasema Dan bonde kumokulumo bema. Nikianza na sana hii ya Jimmy Wanjigi. Hii si kwa nimeiangalia.
Sauti bana tumpati.
Volume ongeza kidogo huko chini kabisa.
Sasa inasikika vizuri. Hii ya Jimmy Wanjigi si kwa nimeiona vizuri, lakini sasa vile nimeiona vizuri. Nataka kusema huyo mjamaa labda alipanga na alichelewa kuingia kwa gari ndani. Ile mawe akaenda kublock hivi ni kama ikamguza kidogo.
Na volume point hapo I should be laughing na Steven.
Na nasema huyo mjamaa ni kama alipanga hii kitu kabisa. Kwa sababu huwezi toka tu eti umetoka from nowhere unakuja na umejua hapa ni stronghold ya huyo chairman wa party ambaye pia anajulikana hapo, unakuja unasema yale maneno mbele ya watu, na umejua crowd imebeba kila mtu, imebeba takataka, imebeba wale wamesoma, imebeba kila mtu. Sasa na yeye akasema hii maneno, na hii maneno vile amesema kuna watu hawakuipokelea vizuri. Hii mambo yake yafagia. Hata huyu anaitwa nani huyu? Eric Omondi. Angemuadvise amwambie pale na ulininunulia gari, lakini pale tukienda inafaa uone vile unasema pale si Nairobi. Pale ni Migori. Na being that mtu alisema yeye ni broker. Unaweza pata broker wa material amemwaga material mawe nyingi, lakini yeye hata foundation hajaichimba. Ndio maana tunasema yeye inafaa arudi. Akirudi Nairobi kesho, akitoka Siaya arudi Nairobi, akae na watu wake vizuri, wamweleze hiyo vile watu wanaingia siasa vizuri. Nikienda hii side ingine ya Ruto. Hii ya Ruto kuna hii tunasema I like one thing with Ruto. Though na this one thing is about vile tu anakuanga like mbele. Unapatanga na hii slogan yake eti siasa ni kujipanga. Na hii kujipanga kwao ndio ilisababisha hata the 2013 nikicombine na ile mambo na the crowd. Niliona crowd ilileta issue.
Hold on, Dan. Volume yako iko chini. Naomba fanya hivi. Get out of the studio, you come back when you have sorted out your audio problem.
Jamaa anajisikiza kwa ufangine kubwa.
Bado iko chini ama
toa radio bana.
Acha nitoe. Bado iko chini ama iko sawa sasa? Iko sawa.
Not much difference.
Yeah, hii mambo na crowd pia niliona ilileta issues sana. Crowd ya the Ruto na nani. Na yule mjamaa anasemanga hii kitu ni kujipanga. In 2013 hakuna mwenye alijua hata mmoja eti hata Raila kwa anafanya kampeni yake ile sawa, kwa sababu alijua watu ni wale tu, but kujipanga kwao ili wasababisha hii mambo walicombine the parties wakafanya ni si eti sisi saa hizi hapa napata mtu wa Raila baada anataka huyu ako na hii party tunarudi nomination, bado yule anakataa kuacha hii. Na unaona, if you can really recall what happened in 2017, that one ingetupea that insight tujue vile watu wanapanga hii kitu, because at the end of the day hii Kenya penye tuko unaweza kuwa president, but at the end of the day if you don't have
it's okay, Dan. You have very good points, but your sound is poor. Fanya hivi, toka kwanza alafu utarudi. You will come back using the same link, but by that time check your sound properly.
Ben, acha tupige kura. Mimi namsikia. Ben, basi hata wewe unamsikia?
Hata mimi namsikia ako sawa.
Mimi namsikia, lakini najua sisi peke yetu bana, kuna watu wana complain mtandaoni ya kwamba sikiki. So atengeze audio.
Hapana, venye ame disconnect na ufa anasikika kwanza hiyo point za Ruto. Mimi nasikiza vizuri hiyo crowd.
Wewe za Ruto ndio unaweza kusikia, wewe acha zako.
Lakini iko sawa.
Jamaa amalize tu point yake.
Okay, sawa basi. You've been voted.
Sawa. Sasa nilikuwa nasema like hiyo kujipanga. You know, saa zingine like if I look at this our politics, kila mtu anataka yake. Unataka hii wewe unini, but at the end of the day if we come together na to realize okay, for us to achieve this thing inafaa tufanye hivi na hivi. And that's why saizi what is happening is that realignment. Kila mtu anataka kae kivyake. Mudavadi amejua mimi naye yenyewe hapa naye siwezi hata nikisukuma na wheelbarrow bado sitaingia pale. Lakini anataka tu akae kwake, and at least at the end of the day akona ka say, akisema nataka niungane na huyu nitaungana na yeye. Then at least from there atataka ka position maybe akuwe deputy at the end of the day. But they fail to realize that at the end of the day hii party primaries like huwa tunasemanga huku size za Nyanza like unapiga suit na hii suit ndio inapea the president the powers, and this is what the Ruto and Uhuru did in 2013. Uli realize most of them walikuwa na the governors wengi, wakakuwa na hawa masenators wengi. So at the end of the day it is all about kujipanga. Tusidanganya watu eti mara enda hivi, but at the end of the day let them come so that they realize that at the end of the day it is all about numbers. Then again ya Jimmy Wanjigi nikikuja kuangalia vizuri, nilikuwa najaribu kuangalia the statement, naona hapa ni kama huyu mtu kuna vile wanajipanga huko mbele. So baba also should be very very careful na hii vile anaongea kwa umati, hata yeye inafaa advice that no, hii kitu ni kuharibu tu jina nani, that akienda huko akona claim, nilienda huko ikafanyika hivi. You remember when was it, ile Men in Black lichapa vitu, I don't know, it was 2010 around 2012 something like that. So at least inafaa tuangalie haya, na ukiona something like that happen, haikuji tu kivyake hivi. It must have a plan yenye ina a process. It is a process, so we need also to check on that.
What do you mean ukisema baba pia angalie crowd? So juu Wanjigi amekutana na yake leo, baba pia anaweza pata yake next weekend akiwa Mount Kenya.
You know, we live in Kenya. Na saa zingine hata if you are a professor, you must think na wenye wako chini. Si ndio? Wewe utajua okay, I'm a professor, I know this is not right. But at the end of the day, you know, tunaangalia hii kitu in terms of views. Mtu aliona ilifanyika hivi, na how many times tunapatanga this Ruto amefanyiwa kitu the other side, Raila next time mama maybe opponent wake next time pia ameenda the other side, unapata the same thing happens again. Unaona? So hapo
alafu ni nini hizo ziko nyuma yako?
Hizi vitu hata sijui ni nini. Unaona zinaongezeka.
And you don't fear them, man. Anyway, sorry for entering your life.
They are not anything.
Meaning they are organisms.
No, it is the green screen.
But he has decided to look back.
But amesema ni living things. Amesema ni living things.
Wacha maneno.
Uko Nairobi bana, na jamaa ako kwake maybe Siaya, ujui ni nini.
Jakaredo, that is my job. Wacha story yako hiyo.
Are they decorations, Ben?
No, it is.
I'm asking for my neighbor.
These are
removing the background. Hakutoa vizuri na hiyo.
No. Ochieng, what are those?
Are they mosquitoes?
Not mosquitoes.
They are not animals.
It's okay. Ben, acha tuambiwe kwa dakika moja tumalize bana. Nani, hizo ni nini?
Mute. Kila mtu mute mic yako tafadhali. We need to make progress, and the people who are behind the curtain, we want to see your faces. If you don't
Ben, jamaa amekubali kutuelezea ni nini. Si waache tu tuambiwe ni kitu gani. Kama ni living things ama ni screen.
It is not anything. Jakaredo, stop pursuing things you know that they are not there.
I'm just interested, Ben.
I know you are a very interesting guy.
Mtu anasema ni dudu za kichawi na si uchawi.
You are made in Kondele. There is no way you cannot be interesting. Let's hear from Sam.
Before we hear from
Sam, I had
a
question, Bernard. Bernard, you promised that after submission of this guy, the big guy, you will.
Mimi utanipiga tu mawe, lakini fanya hivi.
Yeah. The big guy, you will.
Mimi utanipiga tu mawe, lakini
yeah. The big guy, you will.
Somebody is having a very bad feedback. Nani waja mute mic yake?
Niwe jamaa wa nyuki.
By the way, nyuki alienda wapi?
Yule alikuwa anaitwa Kich.
Yes.
Si nyuki. Ukimwita nyuki mnakosana tu live.
All the same, let Sam talk first, and then we can you can do your cross examination later. Baadaye.
Okay, mimi niko sawa tu, mimi nafikiri.
Let Sam talk first, then we can
Ben, watu wa mute bana.
Okay, mimi niko sawa tu, mimi nafikiri.
Kuna mtu anasikiliza hiki kitu mara mbili. Now, tukianza hiyo uchunguzi sijui kama tamaliza saa hii. All the same, and Deto, what was your question?
Let me make an observation, then I ask Jacorendo and Themba a question. My observation lies between or among Raila, Jimmy Wanjigi, and Ruto. This is for the 2022 presidential bid. For instance, the way we have been observing Jimmy Wanjigi, he has been on the front line saying that it is a high time that Raila Odinga, who is the party leader of ODM, should also allow another person to vie through the same ticket. Jacorendo has said a very substantial point that as far as it is, even if it is a suit in that region, the Western region, they can vote maybe for anyone else, but at the top, they must vote Raila as the president. And my question is, you see now, here comes Jimmy Wanjigi, a person we know he is a very close ally of Raila, and in a way he is like demanding that I will vie for presidency and nothing else but presidency. Here is Raila indicating that even he has not, everywhere he is saying, you know, I have not decided, but we know he will vie. Lastly, he will be the flag bearer of ODM. So the reason I was bringing in Ruto is, could this Jimmy Wanjigi be trying to play smart such that he may not be so, Raila should not be so reluctant that he is a member of ODM and finally maybe he escapes to UDA, maybe after he is like opposed from the region. Do you see such a picture, Jekorondo and Themba? Because I think Wanjigi is so much interested in business. He may not have anything to do with the political stuff. Maybe it is his business and whom he will partner with in 2022.
Yeah, Ndeto, you have a point. I think analytically speaking, the way you're saying, he might not necessarily be interested in the 2022, right? But as a businessman, he needs to place himself strategically. You know, he's worked with Ruto and Uhuru. He has said that he's the one who was given the contracts of making even the highway and stuff, and even the SGR. And right now, he's out actually calling them out on corruption and stuff, yet he was part of it. He got some deals to deliver the same, all right, in some of the projects that were actually, you know, exorbitantly charged, you see. So he's gained from the system that is now busy condemning. So anything is possible. It's true that he could be just trying to be strategic with his placement, so that in the event that you know, Ruto comes in or Raila comes in, he'll still be a very key player in whichever government he shows up. So while looking like he's fighting Raila, he's also playing his chances. But let's also be fair to him, right? In the sense that I think Jimmy has not been in the forefront of politics, so he's trying to build a base. Politically speaking, he's not been known to be the face of politics. So he wants, if possible, he can inherit, you know, the masses that will come out. Maybe there'll be a fallout in ODM. He'll probably have a reason to form a party, and hopefully that might be his political base moving forward. But I think he is being strategic as a businessman. But politically speaking, because ODM has three so far, you know, there's Joho, there's Oparanya. But you see, Joho and Oparanya are still working with Raila and are fighting within the party, and they have not spoken badly about Baba anyway. They have not come up with different slogans, you see. And even Ruto fights Baba, but if he goes to Nyanza, he will still talk about Baba. He will say Baba is here, because they understand the dynamics of politics. Even when they were in Western, when Raila was there, Oparanya is the one who introduced him. And yet he's a presidential candidate in what? In ODM. So what is this about him, Jimmy, that makes him so porous within the party? There's something that he's doing that is making him so porous within the party. Now, Jimmy WANJIGI is going from everywhere, opening ODM offices.
Without the party leader.
How come Joho is not opening new party offices? Oparanya is not opening new party offices. What is this thing that is so new that all of a sudden he thinks he can open a new office without Baba? You see? So I come to your house and then I decide I'm going to make sure I partition my own kitchen, because I realize that the kitchen in Ndogo, something like that. So he might have, he's a life member, that's okay. He's played a part, that's okay. So has Ruto, so has every other person, so has Ababu Namwamba had also played a part. But when Ababu Namwamba was seen to be, let me tell you something, Deto, that you don't realize about political parties. By the time you find a political party has been built, those people have information. They even know who is who. So by right now, it is not even to Raila if Jimmy WANJIGI is either in ODM or not, right? So Baba has very high intelligence. I mean, even Kivuda Kibwana, when he was the minister, I think minister of internal security or something, when Baba was saying the two Margarians have come from this place, they have gone here, they were wondering how he was even getting that information. So let's give it to him. He's a good businessman. He's trying to find his grounding. Anything is possible. He could have set himself up to be on the headline. He's hogging it. And you see, immediately that happens, he's already all over saying that I want even to address the party leader himself, and they're busy talking. So that might also be read in a different way. Why would this has happened to you? You're interested in the image of the party, but you're coming to address your party leader. You see,
look, Themba, look at this. When Jimmy WANJIGI was interviewed by Citizen TV, in a way he deconstructed the Jubilee government, and he portrayed how it has failed, and even how it overquoted some projects like SGR and such. As we see Ruto also going around, he is also disowning being part of the government. So, don't you see there are similarities between their narratives? And in a way, what Jimmy is saying that it has failed, Ruto, as we know from 2018, the guy has not been there. So in a way, it's like the same story if you analyze it in deep. So, and that's why I tend to think these guys could be playing together. And the picture that was brought in today in the place he was stoned, you see now he is bringing it to media that, look, these people are even stoning me when as if I do not have a democratic right to go in Western and seek votes. So that's why I am thinking maybe something could be underway, and majority do not see it that way.
And
anyway.
There's a possibility that is true. But you see, I think it's also good for ODM. We haven't seen anybody who is vying on the UDA ticket going to look for votes in Dandy Hills, for example, that they are campaigning with the UDA ticket. So you see, it's a good thing. It's a good image that actually ODM is being talked about as a party, whether for good or bad. At least there's a sense of democracy within the ODM party. Hooliganism is bad. We don't like it. We condemn it. But at least as a party, you are having a presidential candidate who is going to attend primaries within ODM going around. I think that's a good thing. UDA, You have a presidential candidate even before you have party delegates. You don't even have nominees. You don't even have party members, but you have a presidential candidate. So what is more dictatorial? A party that has a semblance of dictatorship, of democracy, or one that has no democracy? Neto, where did you meet to choose Ruto as a presidential candidate?
Okay, I understand. The way you are putting it.
When and where?
Okay, let me answer you.
Did you meet anywhere to choose him?
Not exactly. He is the party leader.
You guys talk about bottom up. Why is it that presidential candidate is up bottom? But now when people are things are bottom up.
Bottom up tunawaletea nyinyi kama wananchi. Lakini hapa kwa chama chetu hakuna bottom up. Kiongozi ni Ruto.
Even now, even party, some of the members are getting endorsements at Karen.
Let them get
Kangata.
Themba, let me bring a point to this point to light.
Propaganda. That's a big propaganda. Let me just come in.
It's not propaganda. It is the truth.
It is.
But Ruto endorsed Kangata.
He said that Kangata is a person who has got a stand, but he didn't mention that people translated it as an endorsement.
Of course, as a politician, you should know that people will translate your statements. You should, and Ruto is a non-politician, is a seasoned politician. He knows what he's saying. Now, let me go back to Ndeto. Let me go back to Ndeto. Let me finish. Ndeto, I want you to answer this as you finish.
Everybody, order. You have now. That's too much. Okay.
Yes. Let me return this point to Themba.
Ngojeni kwanza tafadhali. Order everybody. Ndeto and
huyu jamaa wa daraja.
Okay.
Let's hear from some fast. Goja. Ndeto tafadhali.
You know, some points require connection, Nani Bernard. So please give me one. I want to tell Themba. Yes. Okay, I want to tell Themba this way. And it's like
to connect. Man, hey.
Wait, what is your problem?
Wajua mimi ungenipea chance hivyo singechukua. What do you want to connect?
Ndeto maliza na kusikia. Ndeto, I'm listening to you.
Okay, the point I was trying to bring on board is, you see, like the picture that was painted in Kenyans' mind, that look, Wanjigi, beside being an aspirant, remember Kenya, we dwell on tribal so much, and this guy comes from Central by origin. What if some people also take it like, so when Raila comes in Central, we are welcoming him despite being a Luo. But when one of our own, like Jimmy, goes to the western side, he is pelted by stone. So what if we also start the same to discourage Raila visiting Muranga, Kiambu?
But Raila was pelted in Githurai. What are you talking about?
Listen, that was
if you choose to go that line, then you will be tolerating hooliganism. Ebu mute kwanza.
But maybe if you consider,
you will be tolerating someone has not muted. So you mute, I talk.
I think this man has connected, so it's my chance to talk, Themba.
Okay, fine, Sam.
Yes. Okay, thank you so very much, guys. I was here before, and I was nilivamiwa sana when I was making my point before when the show started, because the topic which was there actually was sparking fire a lot. And I think Jax was here and he didn't protect me from the guys who were here. So yeah, so what I want to say is, starting from the Jimmy Wanjigi thing, is I would say it's not something to be entertained by anyone, or it's not something someone can be happy about it, or someone says it's something to give an excuse that it happens or it usually happens. I would not want to pull the stand that I had before in the morning, because sometimes when the reality comes out, it tends to make us feel like we are being targeted, or we are trying to make other people demonize other people. But the truth is always available for everyone. And once you accept the truth, that truth will make you understand where and how things comes wrong. So to start with the Jimmy Wanjigi thing, I would say people will try to take any kind of direction, either saying it was stage managed, it was what. But I would say nobody knows how it is. Nobody knows it is politics. It's and when politics is being played, a lot of things can happen on the way. So to me, I would say I will take it as the way it is. Mawe ilirushwa. I don't want to know who did that, but the whole thing is it's really bad for our politics going forward. For example, as we are nearing election, because leo mawe italingwa huko, kesho tujue nani atashika mawe atupe, and we would be doing we will be actually pulling our strings to the wrong direction. So to me, I condemn that with all strongest possible terms, that one should never at any point happen. And one thing that I even feel like I would say somehow we are trying to go back to those things that we used to do before, like throwing stones, shouting, and we are trying to actually improve from where we're coming from and where we are going. And that's why we're having a show like this to, just to talk the reality, to know how it is. So one thing I would say is that one, it's a no. Whatever happens in ODM, if there is no democracy in ODM, I know people will say there is democracy. Kila mwambangozi anajifutia upande wake. I know that one. If I say there's no democracy, someone will say there is democracy. But good thing is everyone can see, because I remember there was a time I was in Kisumu, and if you want to vie for any seat, it should be like an ODM. Never did I see at that time any other party being there. So it's a good time also for brothers from the side of the lake also to accommodate other parties to contest in the region. Not that we are trying to hijack the side to be on their own. And also this goes to all other counties in the country, so that actually we have like an unity and universal and a sense of belonging as a country. Another thing that I would want to say is that as per what Themba was talking about, the issue of Kangata. The issue of Kangata was very clear. As we hit this heat of politics at the moment in the country, anything you say can easily be translated to something else. Like, for example, the way actually Deputy President was saying, I was following it, and I realized later on he said, I said Kangata ni mtu wako strong na ni mtu wako na msimamo. But later on, people translated that nime-endorse nani Kangata, and he made it very clearly that I even called those other guys. Do you imagine? I can't remember those other guys who are, I think, complaining that they should also come, for a fair nomination. So it's really wrong for them to come on the show and pull a propaganda and trying to support. I don't know if he has a support for that. It's very bad. Okay, it is right to say that, because it has never worked for the ODM propagandists against Ruto on whatever they say. About Ruto going to Western today, yes, it was a good, but one thing that I can pick from the ODM is they will say it's a spreader. They'll spread COVID. So when Raila the other day was in Kakamega, there was no COVID spreading. But this man, when he goes out, that is COVID spreading. That's how we try to be selective in terms of judging politicians in terms of gauging what they're doing on the ground. And I will not I will not be good enough to be selective in terms of judging. It is all one Kenya. Let us put away the issue of I belong to this party, or say what it is. I like the way Dagaredo sometimes allude his points, because sometimes he will come back and say, let me talk of my party leader. But sometimes when you see he's making points, he will say what it is. He will just try to see all sides of the coin, and that's what that's the kind of politics we want as a country. So lastly, to finish, Bernard, is the issue of Nyanza, sorry, the issue of Western. As I finish, these people, someone said here before that Mudavadi doesn't have any stand or a stay in Western, but I would say a king is a king, na utamuheshimu akiwa mali kwake, hata akiwa mdogo aje, but we are not supposed to wish him away and underestimate him. He has influence. He can help somebody at an 11 hour to clean the seat. He can rescue someone, like I said. So he has a stand, and it is only for the people on the ground to say. Unlike Bernard, who is here, who tried to speak a different language from what we might have thought from where he's coming from, but we know there are others, million out there, who knows that this man is still their king, and it's a long democratic line. Also, Bernard to be whom he is today. I'm not trying to castigate anything on him, but he also has his son to choose whoever he chooses. So I would say let us be careful. Hence, we do this, we'll start going back to a nation whereby we'll be throwing stone, whereby hata SGR tunaweza ng'oa sasa, lakini I hope hatutaenda hapo. Thank you.
Ben, let me ask the guy a question, because amemaliza kwa kutupiga sana sisi watu wa kung'oa reli. Reli tuling'oa mara moja tukitafuta uongozi, na msipotupea sijui SGR mmejenga sana, tuwezi ng'oa, ile iko juu. So kuna point yake hapo katikati alikuwa amesema about the Luo community not allowing other parties. Sasa sijui other parties amemaanisha juu tumepiga Jimmy Wanjigi. Kitu Jimmy Wanjigi amefanya.
Let me go back. I said before, I don't mean now. I say there was a time I went to Kisumu, and that was before those elections in huko nyuma. Those days, I will tell you, hata ungewahi, unaona wale watu wanafunganga njugu, hata ungewahi funga njugu na gazeti ya Raila, utapigwa kofi. I've been there, bana. You know your brothers how they do.
So kwa hii story topic of today ya Wanjigi. Wanjigi ni kama Kalonzo Musyoka mwenye aligawa ODM mara mbili, akatuacha na photocopy, akakimbia na original. Sasa Wanjigi amechukua photocopy ya ODM, anatangazia watu akifikiria that's the real ODM. So Ben, and again, watu wa Migori did something that was very nice. Ilikuwa juzi hapa rais amesema hataki wanasiasa wapige siasa. So pengine alikumbushwa tu kidogo tu kwamba COVID protocols. Ndio kasikia amelia hapo kama panya kidogo. But hakupigwa mawe. Mimi sikuona mawe serious pale. Kama alishikwa na kitu ni moja tu, but ilikuwa ya kumwambia kuna COVID protocol, rais hataki siasa. Kuna ile ilikuwa inamkumbusha about the slogan of the party. Bado ni chungwa. Hii afagia wote, pengine ni ingine. So we Luos, we are very democratic, to be sincere. We can elect anybody. Last 2013 kulikuwa na mbunge wa Wiper kutoka kwa kina Raila, Siaya County. Alikuwa anaitwa Mondi somebody. Mbunge wa Wiper. Hapa kwa urais ndio hatutaki mchezo. And Wanjigi should go to the diary ama inaitwa aje, archives, atafute mtu anaitwa Magerer Langat, hata ukimgoogle kwa simu unampata. Magerer watu wake walikuwa wameondoka kwa chama, yeye akabaki kama mole. Tunakaa kwa meeting akiambia William Samoei tumesema nini. Alitumiwa message sijui saa 7:07 eti ya resign, akajibu mbona si kuna constitution ya chama. Akatumiwa Men in Black kama constitution ya chama. So Wanjigi is not an inaitwa exception ama exception. Afuate taratibu za chama. Akienda Mount Kenya kutupea ofisi ya chama, kuna chairman wa chama anafaa kuwa hapo.
I'm still waiting for your question.
Kuna party leader anafaa kuwa hapo, na pia kuna taratibu zinafaa kufuatwa, lakini hatembei na mtu yeyote wa ODM. ODM yake pia slogan ni tofauti na yetu, but uniform ni yetu. So tuko na maswali kadha wa kadha kwa Jimmy Wanjigi, na tunaomba hivi karibuni atatujibu. It's either atujoin ama atoke kwa chama complete. That's what I can tell him. Yeah. So to my friend Sam ama anaitwa nani? Hii kitu imezoea majina. Sam, about electing anybody in Luo Nyanza. In fact, this time round it's gonna be purely ODM because tulikosea hapo nyuma, governor bado anatoka. Na lazima replacewe na mtu wa ODM. So itakuwa ODM kutoka juu mpaka chini. Hapo kwa urais ndio chezeni hapa kwa governor. Jimmy tunaweza mpea hata governor Kisumu County. Juu ni rafiki wa baba, atuambie tu ametoa mabilioni ngapi ya kusaidia baba huko juu. Tutamweka governor Kisumu, lakini hiyo ya urais na Raila bado ako hai. My friend, acheze na kitu ingine lakini si hapo. Vyama ni vingi, aenda anunue chama ya Moses Kuria, anunue chama ya mtu yeyote, lakini asicheze na chama.
In short, you're telling us democracy, ODM, it only applies to those senior, those junior position, but either top party position, that one hakuna democracy. Is that what you're telling us?
Si lazima tuwe na democracy kwa chama. In fact, tunafanya nomination juu tunataka hiyo democracy kidogo. Lakini sisi wananchi tumekubali demokrasia ikuwe kwa chama. Lakini huko juu ni baba mpaka seme amechoka.
No, Jakaredo, you are misrepresenting the party. Yeah, you are beginning to sound like Jimmy Wanjigi. Baba is the only democratic presidential candidate. He has allowed himself
Ben, you have to tell me my position.
Nomination. He was nominated in 2013. He was nominated in 2007. He will be nominated in 2022 through a process. He has never declared himself the presidential candidate. It is only other small parties where people declare themselves presidential candidate without delegates, without having any AGM, nothing. So to see Danganyane, and for some,
Bernard, wait.
Yes.
The reason why you're saying that, there is nothing you can do like a formality, and the end results nini. So what is the difference between when you're doing something like a formality and then unasema we had a democracy and then this one at the self-declared? Let's say for example, saizi anybody mbona hao watu wengine waoka walianza wakati walisema hata sisi naye tunahitaji kupewa close to that seat, mbona walianza kuangalia no. So let me tell you, I can stage manage my nomination, but at the end of the results, I know this is the one. So what is the difference between mwenye na stage manage na ule mwenye anajideclare? There's no difference,
My only problem is that you people are outside and you know more that goes inside than the people inside. That is
like
problem.
Like the way you guys the other day, you know more saying,
about. Ngoja kwanza, you people are only propagating propaganda.
No propaganda.
The truth is,
propaganda.
Delegates for ODM are send from every from mashinani a number of people. Nobody brings more people than the other. So watu wametoka Western kama ni 100 from every sub-county. They will all congregate at Kasarani. Then they do sacred ballot. Everybody votes. Whoever gets the majority votes becomes the leader. Now, are you going to blame Raila for getting the majority of the votes?
You can't tell me that all these people wanatoka huko unless kama hizo makili zao zote zimewekwa
kwa kulingana na party structure nominations inafanywa na delegates. Na vile umefanya lobbying yako ya delegates ndio ini determine, just like people can come from Western but they will not vote for Mudavadi. They will vote for Baba. People who come from the coast, they may not vote for Johor because they want to vote for Baba. You cannot blame Baba
people who know what they're going to do. That's a stage managed. So
that
there's
is
nothing.
Not how it goes. That's not. That's just looking for how to run down Baba of being the most democratic presidential candidate of ages. Now,
when you read the mind of Jagaredo, you know what's happening.
Naomba ni respond something on nomination on endorsement. You said that DP was not endorsing Kenyatta. Endorsement in politics, it doesn't have to be this is the one I've chosen. Drawing from history, there was once a very strong was he member of parliament in Siaya who was Taimiakanu. Okay, Taimiakanu ndio chama cha baba na mama, and he was, I think he was also the chairman of KANU in that place. And then Orengo ran against him.
Hakukuwa na Siaya bana. Siaya didn't exist.
What do you mean?
Siaya county ilikuja tu juzi.
Not county.
It used to be a village.
There was a constituency in Siaya, either game or something. I'm saying a constituency in Siaya, where Orengo was running as an opposition leader, whatever, an opposition aspirant of member of parliament against a strong KANU chairman who had been endorsed by Moi to be the member of parliament. So what happened is Jaramogi, the father of Raila, went to the marketplace. He had never met Orengo, but he heard that Orengo is interested in the seat. And during his address on the marketplace, he told the people, ukiona huyo kijana Orengo, msalimie. Then he went to another marketplace. He said, mkiona ile kijana Orengo, huyo kijana nimesikia anafanya siasa, msalimie. And he left greetings for Orengo. And through the greeting, Orengo was elected. So endorsement doesn't have to be direct. When, in fact, the one for Kenyatta is more direct than that one of ukiona ile kijana msalimie.
Kumbe hii tabia yao ya kuendorse watu kila mahali walianza nayo kitambo. Si kitu imeanza juzi. Alafu Ben, what some needs to understand, Jimmy Wanjigi, ODM iko na party officials kwa constituency, county, ward, sijui chief elder, kila kitu. Lakini party chairman Migori County never knew of Jimmy Wanjigi's visit. Hata hiyo chama chenyewe kingempiga. Because huwezi kuja kwa stronghold kufanya siasa za chama, you don't involve the party chairman. So Wanjigi ni kama akona ofisi yake ya ODM mahali, akona chairman wake wa counties mahali, apart from the real ODM that exists. Na hiyo imedhihirika wazi Migori County kwamba hayuko na baba. So anyway atakuwa ameenda, maybe kama hatapigwa 50%, atapigwa 48, 49. Kwa zile chama anatembea nayo eti ODM, kumbe ndio baba amekuwa akisema kuna fisi amejivalisha nini ya kondoo. Tunafikiria ni Ruto. Kumbe ni huyu Wanjigi huyu. Fisi amejivalisha kondoo ama kondoo amevaa. Kuna mtu amevaa kitu ya mwingine hapo, kondoo ama fisi. Unaelewa? So ODM itself could have beaten Jimmy Wanjigi. Look at Junet's statement. Anasema pole, alafu hapo mwisho ni kama anamchekelea. Eti tuheshimu rais. So ODM, it is a big party with structures. They can beat you or they can love you anywhere in this republic. So it was just a simple warning to Wanjigi. And I think yeye kama mtu anafikiria na masomo yake yote na secretaries ako nao, someone will have to advise him, then atanyooka tu. But the guy hayuko ODM. Angekuwa ODM tungekuwa tunaona Kiambu anafungua hizo ofisi na John Mbadi, Sifuna ama baba himself. But yeye ofisi amefungua Mount Kenya, saizi ameinsist that tour yake iko Nyanza. Yani ni kama tu mtu anasukuma Raila, eti Raila amuongelee. And Baba won't speak. Baba will do some actions chini ya maji tu. Atoke hapa aende amit na Hichilema, kumbe ashapanga kitu hapa nyuma. So jamaa anateswa hapa nyumbani, Baba ako Europe. So Jimmy amepitia sehemu mbaya, na watu wanafaa kudeal naye ni kina Babu Owino na Junet Mohamed. Kuorganize tu goons kidogo, hapewi nafasi. Because it is true. Na sisi Wajaluo tukirealize kwamba unacheza baba. Kama huyu Wanjigi tulikuwa tumemwamini sana, but tumemuona. So
Bernard, you know, I'm trying to follow.
He's an enemy.
But we are rotating on one thing for so long. And Jacorendo has been all along supporting UDA. He seems to be now propagating so much about ODM. You know, I'm not understanding. Jacorendo, help me understand your stand.
The topic is about ODM's Jimmy Wanjigi. So I can't bring UDA's Jimmy Wanjigi. Ana photocopy kwa Ruto.
But
Jimmy Wanjigi ni wa ODM.
I think,
na mimi natoka South Nyanza. So alikuwa kwetu na amepigwa kwetu. But najua ni kwa nini amepigwa. Yeah.
But if you see Jacorendo, if ODM is fair enough and there is fairness within the party, you know, they should allow every person who is like yearning to gain any political position through the party to go meet the people without maybe any intimidation or any interference in the political campaigns.
Are those people themselves fair? Now that you want the ODM party to be fair to them, are they fair themselves?
I think Jimmy is so fair because the other day we saw him visiting the ODM headquarters with the party secretary general, Sifuna. And he was just declaring that, you know, I know there are various ways how you can get the ticket to presidency, but this time around, ODM should be fair enough. It should show maturity of nominations within the party. And even if there will be a call for national debate among the aspirants of various parties, of various positions within the party, he said he is ready to start even with Raila. And, you know, it is media which will provoke them with various questions, maybe about development, about the vision of their own ideologies, like such. So, in any way, I cannot say that just because Migori has been known to be Baba's praise, that now Wanjigi, because he is not strongly like rooted there, he does not have a right. They should have welcomed him so that
now,
to blackmail.
Who says that he has no right? Wanjigi's tour started in Road Kopan. Was it Road Kopan? He went to Kisumu. This was his third meeting. Okay, so he has been doing his campaign all along. Only that today his tongue sold him when he started to change the party structures. You cannot come and begin to replace Chungwa in ODM. Jina ODM is Orange Democratic Movement. Wewe unataka kutoa chunga uambie fagia zote?
Hizo zote, he was not specific on what to be swept upon. And
no,
I think,
he said when I say ODM, jibu fagia zote. Fagia wote.
Recognized,
fagia wote.
Tulifikiria baba yako kwa wote.
That was so unfair.
Your statement, the main target is baba.
What is ODM nani?
Ndeto, hata wewe Ruto akisema UDA, mnasemanga kazi ni kazi. Hamjai kuja na fagia hizi zote mnatuletea kwa chama.
Lakini unaona akina Kuria wako na zao na bado wanasema wako UDA. So and still Ruto has not dispelled them from being affiliated with the party.
That's exactly okay. Jacaré, hold on. Ndeto, that is exactly what we are saying. If Maina Wanjigi
Ben,
wants to
can you help me once and for all?
You want to help?
Is Jacorendo stuck? You see now, he laughed upon the guy who was rearing bees and mosquitoes. Now he is stuck.
Kwa kitu moja once and for all. Unasema no, Ndeto, nataka unisaidie kwa kitu moja. Wewe unatoka Mount Kenya. Mnatuambia hapa kila siku eti Moses Kuria ako na party. Alafu huyu agriculture minister pia ako na party. Wako na party gani? Kiunjuri mwenyewe hana MCA, hana anything. Alafu unaita hiyo kitu party. Moses Kuria ako na chama gani na wabunge wangapi? Wajua kama unataka nani, huyu former agriculture minister anatutishia eti lazima tuingie naye kwa muungano. Na ana party.
No,
let me answer you.
Wait, nikuulize swali langu nimalize
kidogo. Completely. Okay.
Kiunjuri anasema tumuite tukuje kwa coalition. Chama chenyewe ni yeye peke yake. Hata hapo nyumbani ukiwa na birthday party, unaita jirani anaita jirani, ndio inakuwa party. Lakini ukiwa wewe peke yako haijakuwa party. Sasa yeye anataka tumuite peke yake, hana kitu, alafu anatutishia eti sijui Mount Kenya wanaenda sijui Limuru 6. Waende hata ya 7.
Clinton. Let me answer you, Jacorendo, and I will tell you that you see Kiunjuri with his TSP and Moses Kuria with his chama cha kazi. Like if you compare them with the UDA, by the UDA and chama cha kazi, they almost have the same kind of like members who are elected through the party. Because for UDA, I think they only have 1 MP. Then they have, I think, 3 MCAs. Same to chama cha kazi, the one for Kuria. So, and that's why these guys are saying, I think we live in a democratic nation where everyone should be given a chance. It is not about the number of members that the party has, but the ideology permeated to the people. Because the party ideologies, that is what people will buy. And that's why I feel bad when you come on this platform and tell us, just because Jimmy Wanjigi does not have a party, or he does not have anything, it's like that's the big reason why he is even chased away from Migori. I think he has a democratic right, constitutional.
You are exaggerating.
You know.
You are a very good
That is just funny, man. Control this guy. Jimmy Wanjigi hana chama, amechukua chama cha wenyewe, anakibadilisha akiwa ndani. He deserves to be mistreated. If that's the right.
He is a member. He is a 3-month old
if you are a member, does not make you to change slogan, change the color.
Order. Jacaredo, the best word is to be called to order.
Niseme kitu.
He's out of order by trying to change the party slogan.
Bernard,
he will be called to order. I'm sure by now the phone call has gone through. Okay.
Tungemwachilia na hiyo nini yake ya fagia wote. Kesho angekuja eti orange colors zimechange to green.
Niseme kitu.
The guy should be stopped as soon as possible.
Sawa sawa Chakoredo. Thank you Chakoredo. Thank you Ndeto. Mose.
Okay.
Moses.
Yeah, first I had, by the way, habari zenu, it's been a while. Bernard,
Karibu, welcome back.
Bernard, you see climbing the mountain, I see you, that's good. Well, what I wanted to say about Ndeto talking about Kiunjuri, actually, if our politicians are smart, I think none of them should even get involved with Kiunjuri. Because first, Kiunjuri was fired because of corruption. And you know, it is in Kenya, whereby when you're a minister and you are fired because of corruption, you come back with a political party. And that's where you gain fame as well. If you look at Russia too, I'm sure the guy is going to run for governorship of Mega. And these are people who should not even be allowed to buy. The juries, the cases. These are people who have been sugar-coated with the corruption cases, you know. Kiunjuri was fired. I don't know why he has been coming on TVs or coming forward that is like he's the spokesperson of the Mount Kenya people. The people of Mount Kenya should even stone him because I'm even praying that DP should not get involved with him. People like that, Ruto should just come out because our DP is a clean man, you know. He's a man and is the guy that Kenya needs. If you want to disagree with me that he's not clean, give me an evidence that he has been vindicated in a court of law due to corruption. As we speak right now, DP Ruto is a clean man. We are hoping that he's going to be the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. You see, even the ODM...
Moses, what you have said is true according to your mouth, but even the guy himself will not accept it. So I don't understand where you're coming from.
No, Bernard, don't worry about where I'm coming from.
No.
From my perspective view. Unaona?
Your perspective.
Have you seen any person or any member from UDA wakirusha mawe? ODM wameanza huko na huyu nani WANJIGI. Why are they stoning their own person? Because he's supposed to. What they
so when Raila was stoned in Kidurai and the DP was stoned in Kieni, those were not stones. The one for Migori are the serious stones.
No, and again, Moses is proposing that Kiunjuri should be stoned in Mount Kenya. You see?
Yeah. So there are some
Let us
holy
not
stones
attack
and unholy
Kiunjuri.
stones.
They say people like Kiunjuri actually Mount Kenya will be
Should I ask you a question, Messi? Mose, as you attack Kiunjuri, please, I would like you to answer this question because you have just made, I think, a very dangerous point that Kiunjuri was fired because of being corrupt.
Yes.
And we know very well that when these guys were forming the government in 2017, you know, Kiunjuri was an aspirant to be governor of Laikipia.
Mm-hmm.
Then in a way, he was stopped by the party leader, maybe with some promises that he will be given a certain position, of which he was given Minister of Agriculture. We know the very same time, that is where we had even unga being sold at 50 bob.
Right.
And, you know, when you go to the business principles, in a way it could have brought instability when it comes to stabilizing on the market of the very same commodity. So when Kiunjuri maybe was given that position of being a minister of agriculture and such, he was to stabilize that. And in a way, you know, it was not possible because the harm was beyond repair. And that's when they started even following Ruto, if you remember. And Kiunjuri was spotted with Ruto in some meetings. And in a way, he was discontinued. And he was replaced with Munya. So the very same way you are saying that this guy is not, we know the dynamics within Jubilee Party. So there is no way you can,
It's not about the dynamics. Let's leave Kiunjuri a little bit and go to Rashid Echesa. Rashid is the same guy that went to some foreign country and hired, I don't know, like strippers.
You know, you see, you don't know. You see, you don't know. Please use Kiunjuri's example because that's what you introduced.
We're coming back
don't hope to other people. Just use Kiunjuri example because it is very unfair. It is so unfair to say that this guy was corrupt and yet you do not have basis. Why explain Kiunjuri's issues with the Echesa? Tell us about Kiunjuri.
If Kiunjuri was not corrupt, he couldn't have been fired. He couldn't have been fired. He would be still in the government right now. But these are the
you are making very serious allegations without providing evidence. To the best of my knowledge, Kiunjuri was sacked because of incompetence.
Bernard.
Exactly.
Alipewa deadline ya kumaliza Nzike akashindwa. Akasema mkiona Nzike piga picha mnitumie tukague kwanza ndio tujue kama tanga zitakuja huko ama zitakuja.
Bernard.
Yeah, so Moses, can you do your research well and don't mislead the Kenyans?
Being fired is evidence enough. Because even when the president was firing him, alisema ati, how will you need corrupt people in this government? Unaona?
The guy was fired because of corruption, man.
Wacha niseme.
Tumewaisema hapa na hata kwa gazeti ilikuwa.
Yes.
He was fired because of corruption.
Because of corruption.
Hiyo tunajua. Hata iko connected na the deputy president.
This is the thing.
Pesa ya mahindi mmepeleka wapi?
I'm so happy that Kiunjuri himself is dissociating himself from the deputy president. Another thing, Mount Kenya should be ashamed because someone like Kiunjuri is coming up as the spokesperson of Mount Kenya.
But Mose and Jekorando, you have said that this guy was fired because of the maize scandal. This unga that Kenyans enjoyed of 50 shillings.
Which Kenyans? Which Kenyans?
Wewe haujui saa yenye unga hata ilikuwa imekosekana.
Order now. Let's now have some order.
Those around Nairobi, we enjoyed so much.
Kenya?
Koja kwanza?
Is Nairobi the only part of...
Can you pause?
I'm saying that because I was in Nairobi. So kama haukufikiwa ni shida yako.
Bernard.
Yes.
Ndio sasa anatutishia maisha. Wajua wao wakitoka nyumbani wafike Nairobi, Kenya imeisha hivyo.
Ndio.
Ndio wengine tuko karibu na Uganda.
Lakini kama ni mahindi iliibiwa, kwani si ni Jubilee basi wote waliiba pamoja?
Na si alitolewa.
If you are breaking standing orders, now we will now begin to apply other measures.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard.
Talk to me. I'm listening.
Okay, I'm very sorry. I'm just talking to you. Umeniamsha, nimeingia tu nikakuona you are just on. But I'm just asking, are you a moderator or just the other side or the other side? In fact, I'm just confused.
I am Makanga.
Bernard,
Bernard
is a deep state.
I am just a Makanga here.
Bernard, those are deep states.
Mose, stop that. You know, Mose, una maswala mengi sana.
Give me time. I've been just listening to you. Sijaongea anything, but I just Bernard, I want to just ask this one question. Are you just a moderator, a speaker, or just on the other side? So for me to understand.
Okay. Now hold on. Let me make you understand. I am a sitting in moderator, but that does not bar me from debating.
You don't have to debate and moderating. Unatunyima nafasi ukiongea.
Okay,
Na
okay,
wanyimani
okay.
nafasi. Aswa mkianza kuleta propaganda mpaka ni wavamie.
Not propaganda. Can you have just one moderator, a speaker?
Sasa wewe umekuja kutupanga ama umekuja kudebate?
Man, si unipe time ni present point yangu, man.
We want just a moderate person.
No, you know, you people, I want you people to respect this platform, okay? And to respect this platform means when you have come here, there are some rules, there are standing orders, okay? You don't come and begin to set new rules. Wewe ndugu yako Collins amekuwa hapa. Yeye anasema tusidebate mtu mwingine, to debate Mudavadi. Wewe umekuja kusema let's continue debating, not arrange the debate. Okay? Thank you.
Na tangatanga tumebaki wangapi? Ndeto, ushahama chama ama bado uko tangatanga?
Wewe Jakorendo, wewe ndio umehama. Nimekusikia ODM.
I only supported the beating of Wanjigi. Sijaingia hiyo chama.
Oh, okay. That's good. Let me ask a question to this Mose, the guy who was making some allegations towards to Kionjori.
Ngoja kwanza.
Let him ask.
May I move on, Bernard?
Kipungena amemaliza madai yake ama bado?
The guy is complaining. I did not hear him submitting. He is just attacking the moderator, which is not fair. Law number 7, Kipungei.
Okay, ask your question quickly as we
wait, it's Kipngeno, nyi mnaharibu hiyo jina.
No, it's not spelled that way. I know.
Alafu Ben, kuna burning issue ingine.
Okay.
Ben, kuna burning issue ingine kabla hajauliza swali.
Okay,
niweke hiyo issue iban. Niweke iban. Sasa hii tabia kutuambia kwamba tuache Moses Kuria aunde chama, Matakarua aunde chama, na huyo Kiunjuri pia aunde chama. Ile wakati mlikuwa mnachukua URP yetu mnafinyilia. Sisi wakalia tuko tunahitaji chama. This is the opportunity to finya nyinyi pia msiunde hiyo chama mpaka next year election.
Hawacha unda ama itakuwa chama ya West.
Ruto akanyagie tu hapo wasiunde chama. Ndio mfeel kitu tumefeel bila chama. Ukienda Jubilee House tunafukuza, ukitoka hapa nje unaona Raila na chama chake amekalisha watu chini. Alafu mkishakula chama chetu, mnakuja mnatuambia saizi eti bila chama tutateseka 2022. Bana tesekeni. Si lazima mkuwe na chama. Kwanza Ruto ndio kuna experience ya kuteswa bila chama. Ashaona mbele eti hizo chama vidogo vidogo hata kuwa na power. So akanyagie hapo. Kwanza Moses Kuria akiendelea kuleta hii nyenyenye mingi kwa social media, tutamreplace hapo Kiambu. Ni mbunge wa wapi? Kiambu.
Tunaenda kumreplace.
Tutamreplace na mtu wa UDA, abaki na hiyo CCK yake.
Tunaenda kumreplace.
You people now you are baying out for somebody's blood for what? Because he has. Now that is why I wonder about this.
But I see to bigger from within. Nyinyi sijimiwa bigger mwapiga tunaka
this democratic inside UDA, because you need to remove it or replace it.
No chama chenu iko na demokrasia.
Bernard, leave
you do what? UDA. This it stands for dictatorship alliance.
Kwanza your party leader holds the record ya kurukaruka kwa machama.
Hapana.
Your party leader wa ODM.
Unataka nikuhesabie vyama zile Ruto amekuwa ndani?
Wacha tu. Next year atakuja na handshake na Ruto.
Hakuna shida. Azimio la umoja duko na limeshika moto.
Iwe president atakuja na tutamkaribisha.
Hamna shida. Kama sasa mmemtoroka, sasa mtamweza akikuja na handshake. Of course, yeye ni earthquake. Akikuja basi.
Wacha tuulize swali.
Ben, tuendelee tusikize wengine. Huyu Moses sijasikia Wanjigi anasema nini. Mose Wanjigi amepigwa ama hujaona?
Wewe uliona venye Raila alianguka pale Lamu akisema shetani ashindwe?
Hivyo ndio watu PMO wanapoteza member. Why do they sound
Can you people debate something serious?
Ndeto,
yeah? So okay, now uliona vile Ruto alifukuzwa Kisii.
Ndeto amechoka venye Raila alianguka. Haukuona venye Raila alianguka?
Alita jina
Ngoro. Is it called
shetani ashindwe?
Can you take us back to the debate?
The platform was overloaded. It was not shetani breaking the platform.
Can you take us back to the debate? Mara kuona Raila ameanguka amepigwa sijui na mkwaju. Man, that's not the topic. Ndeto kama umechoka lala. Juu umeishiwa point.
Kwani si uliuze?
No, you know the way you people, the way you are bringing some simple points.
Avango.
Jamaa uko uchi bana. Anatisha wamama wenye wana watch hapa.
Wacha Ndeto aniulize swali Bernard. Alikuwa na swali.
Kipngeno vaa shati.
Yes, let me ask a question.
Wait,
you mean
what
some
happened?
guys are
I left this show ikiwa sober. What happened?
Hey, brother, but coming on
wameharibu show.
Going on camera na unasikia venye Jekorondo amesema jamaa hana nguo bana.
Bado vaa shati.
Si Ben alimkubali bila nguo.
Kipngeno vaa show ama vest ama something.
He was okay. You just changed now.
Retain him in the backstage, please, because it might bring a misunderstanding.
Alafu turudi kwa debate. Tuachane na Ndeto eti uliona Raila akianguka Lamu.
Jakes, please.
What was the topic? Mko mnamalizia nini? Unajua hata sijui mimi nimekuta tu mkijoke na.
We have not deviated from the topic. We have fought so hard to remain within the debate.
Tutoeni kwa topic sasa tuongee vitu general, Raila kuanguka Lamu ama Wanjigi
sasa hii kuleta nini Ndeto anajaribu kutoa hii topic.
Let us now support our candidates fully.
And in fact, I wanted to say about the taking of Western by storm by Ruto. Today was Friday, and the Friday is market day. And market day is when everybody in the village goes to the market. So you can't use that as a gauging of.
So you want to tell us that
mwache hii maneno ya kublow mambo out of promotion.
Alafu yule mbunge moja wa Weta pia
akasikia mkubwa anapita wakaenda. Hiyo sio
Bernard.
Kidogo tu sasa. I think we need to come back to the topic. Nimewamute nyinyi wote. I know you have the ability to unmute yourself, but for us to discuss. Now, today's topic was Ruto storms Western. Should OKA team up with UDA? Now, issue ilikuwa hivi. We saw Nabolindo. Was it Nabolindo ama Karasinga? I'm forgetting the name. I think Kalasinga, yes. Majimbo Kalasinga, right. Now, I don't know if you have discussed this, but should UDA and OKA come together? Acha tuanze na Moses. Moses, what do you think?
As UDA should make a coalition with the OKA. I mean, I think UDA, we have shown our strength even without any other political outfit. If you look at Kalonzo Musyoka, the Wiper Democratic leader, is becoming a nobody in Eastern region. If you look at Western Kenya, you have people like Musalia Mudavadi being marketed by Malala, whereby Malala is saying that if you are not coming to market Mudavadi, you should not come here. That's just a lost person, because Kenya is big. If you're already in Western and you're saying that we only want our candidate to come here, What about you going to speak in Kisii? How about you going to speak in Siaya, in Kiambu? Should you also not go to those places because you are only advocating for your candidate from your home?
Okay.
So if you are Musalia Mudavadi being campaigned for by such people, that's a no person. So I think OKA, I think we are good. If anybody want to join, they are highly welcomed. But as
now,
we
what dynamics do you see playing out? We have Kalonzo, we have Salia, we have Weta, and today someone was saying that finally we are starting to see some clouds forming between OKA and Ruto. Do you think that is something that Kenyans should watch out on?
I think that's a dream, because also if you look at OKA will be swallowed by Jubilee and ODM. They'll be swallowed by Jubilee and ODM. We don't have any hopes. Like as a UDA person, I don't have hopes because I don't want to expect the unexpected.
But you see, for example, today we saw Majimbo Kalasinga a few months ago. He seriously campaigned and won his seat using a UDA, a Ford Kenya seat. And we have had Malala speak positively concerning UDA, or rather Ruto. Are you not seeing some signs that probably these two guys, or rather probably these two principals, Sally and Weta, they are prepping themselves to join UDA, or rather have a merger with it and form maybe the next government in terms they would agree with?
Like I said, UDA will be fine without any other political outfit joining. But if there is any other political outfit that wants to join UDA, let them come. We are our doors are open. We are a party of inclusivity. We are not a party to discriminate or to throw away some. If you want to come, but looters or corrupt individuals like Kiunjuri or Echesa, if I were the UDA party leader, such are not welcomed.
But Mr. Moses, with all due respect, Kiunjuri is in TSP.
What is
the
that?
Service Party.
What is that?
It is a party that he formed, and it's a party that even its Secretary General the other day decamped from that party to join UDA. So as per you, I know so many people would want to affiliate themselves with Ruto because they know in the event he clinches power, probably if they miss out on a seat, they would probably ask to be entrenched into a cabinet position, a parastatal, or whatever position, as long as they are serving, So to me, I tend to think as much as they might be out, probably it is for their own selfish personal interest they are pushing. So they might be out, yes, I agree. But the reason they are out and why they are out, maybe we might not really know. But why they want to work with Ruto, then that leaves a lot to be desired. I don't know, what is your take, Jacoredo?
Oh, my take on Kalonzo's working with UDA. One, I don't believe this thing called OKA exists. Hao walikuwa tu walafi, walikuwa wanategea uamuzi wa BBI. And they could have used this to go and bargain kwa ile meza ya Uhuru na Raila. But now that it failed, ikaanza kusemekana kwamba Kalonzo alionekana kama anataka kutoka wa kwanza. Gideon Moi pia amekuwa akiambia watu eti there is a big announcement, after BBI ilianguka. So hao watu wanaangalia opportunity ya kwenda huko kwa wako sure baba atavai, but Musalia anangojea hiyo opportunity apewe kama running mate. Kalonzo the same. So Kalonzo kama mjanja which ataipata, atatoka aende wa kwanza na apate hiyo position. Hiyo betrayal yake, tabia yake imemsaidia sana na bado itamsaidia. So once Kalonzo ametoka akaenda akakuwa running mate, kina Mudavadi watakuwa wamebaki wamehang. It's either wafike kwa debe ama waunge kina Kalonzo ama waunge William Ruto mkono.
But
come next
Jacoredo,
year,
kuna
this thing
statement
called
Uhuru
OKA
kidogo tu.
won't exist.
Kuna statement Uhuru ameishi kusema alipokuwa kikampeni. Yeye alisema hivi, and I remember correctly, I can quote him, alisema that serikali na viti vingi sana, so mtu anaweza anguka kwa nominations, kwa elections, but serikali has a way of giving someone a seat. Now, don't you think they might agree that one will be taken as a running mate, and then the others will be maybe promised lucrative seats? Don't you think that also can work?
Maybe huko kwa kina Raila, because Raila hajajitokeza waziwazi na kusema kwamba anapinga. Raila can even convince them eti mniunge mkono nichukue, in 3 months time nitabadilisha constitution, wewe ukuwe prime minister. Lakini Ruto amekataa hii kitu. Kama hivyo ndivyo angefaa kuingiza kina Kalonzo box, then haiwezekani. Yeye amekataa mambo na vyeo. He wants the presidency as it is, you know, bila kupunguzwa, maybe iongezwe, lakini haiwezi kapunguzwa. So kina Kalonzo pia wanaona Ruto has a chance of becoming president, but all of us we can't fit there. Moja atakuwa running mate. But kama angekuwa na stand rahisi, si hii stand yake ngumu eti ataki mambo na vyeo, Raila can even play with them. Mniunge, nikishachukua nitachange, achukue akose kuchange, hakuna kitu atafanyiwa. But kumuunga Ruto with promises za uongo eti mniunge tu nitakuja ni change your constitution mpate vyeo, na amezikataa sasa hivi. It's like playing with fire. Then my last submission on William ni kwamba the deputy president that William will nominate, alafu a mistake ifanyike kwamba washinde uchaguzi. My friend, from day 2 in office, immediately after Kasarani, the guy or the woman will be treated as Ruto is being treated right now. Because Ruto anajua vizuri, akichukua hiyo presidency, yeye peke yake aweke hiyo deputy wake kando, the benefits of having it as it is. So the president set example mbaya.
Jacoredo, just one moment. If history is something to go by, I tend to think maybe they might pretend first term, as we saw Uhuru Ruto, and then after that, tuwaone wakisambaratika maybe second term. Don't you think that's also a possibility?
Yeah, that one is also possible. But position ya deputy president haitakuwa ya maana sana from next year's election. From next year's election, Uhuru amereduce hiyo ofisi ya deputy president mpaka haina maana. Nobody is interested, you know. Hata hiyo tribe watakuwa wanadanganywa eti si nimewachukua kama deputy. Haitawasaidia. Because ya hiyo
that seat is a very powerful seat, eh? You know why? In the event a president dies, that seat becomes automatically the president without an election. You remember the other one, we were to do an election after 90 days. You remember? But these
nowadays they don't die.
You never know. No man is immortal.
Unless wanajeshi waamue. Na wanajeshi pia ukikula nao vizuri.
No, but we have seen, rightfully speaking, just one moment, Jacoredo. We have seen, rightfully speaking, for example, Nyeri has a different governor from the one they elected. Kiambu the same, like Kisii the same. The governor who was elected kind of passed on.
A minute.
Just one moment.
Nyamira, it was Nyamira.
Nyamira, sorry. Now we have seen that the deputy can come in, serve as a governor, and na dunia iendelee
without a by-election.
Yeah.
A minute.
So, Kipngeno, I'm giving you after Jacoredo, immediately after. Just wait kidogo. Jacoredo, are you through?
Okay.
Yeah, so nikimalizia pia naweza nikasema kwamba Jex, mimi kuna kitu naonanga mbele. I always see like my party leader Baba anaweza kashinda uchaguzi, to be sincere. Maybe with the help of Uhuru Kenyatta, who seriously fears Ruto's presidency. Maybe that is the reason Baba will be president, you know. Now, I also fear that with the running mate from Mount Kenya, my friend, these people will impeach Baba, to be sincere. And buying William Ruto with the 70-something MPs atakuwa nazo will be very easy. So, I fear, man. Baba should just concentrate a running mate from Western kama kawaida. Even Kalonzo should not be trusted with that seat because we are going for it for 5 years, you know.
Okay.
Impeachment is not a walk in the park. It doesn't just happen.
With a running mate from Mount Kenya, alafu wako na
running
wabunge
mate does
wengi.
not decide
They
the
also-
impeachment. The impeachment of the president has to go through the National Assembly and the
Wait,
Senate.
Ben. And then they buy
I
the
think that is
opposition
what
leader
Jacaranda is
at
trying
that
to say.
time. At that time, they buy the opposition leader who is William Ruto with all the MPs and
Now,
senators that he
it
has.
is not just buying, Nini. There must be a constitutional violation. The
And
things you
content.
must prove that the president deserves to be impeached. It's not hearsay. It's a
Sasa
legal
kutafutiwa
process.
kosa Kenya hii inaweza
Kama
chukua
ingekuwa
miezi
tu ni
ama
wishes,
miaka.
by now, DP will be out of office. It's
Ben,
very serious.
si majaji
The issue of
majaji
impeachment.
presidency.
That is why
majaji walishikwa.
Ngoja kwanza. That is why the Embu governor is still there after 3 impeachments.
Bernard, what is presidency?
Sorry?
What is
Kuna governor
presidency,
Mount Kenya
Bernard?
pia amenyima deputy salary.
I am saying
Jakes.
I am saying
Just
it
one
is
moment,
not that
Ndeto.
easy to
Bernard,
impeach
Bernard,
somebody
Bernard,
from office.
Bernard,
Bernard.
sawa, wacha tusikize Kipngeno. Kipngeno, what's your
Bernard.
take? Kidogo Kipngeno, achana na Bernard. Should UDA
Okay.
and OKA merge?
Okay, when we say that OKA and UDA to merge, there are several factors to consider. Kama ukisema kwamba one step, okay, let's say that for UDA itself in the first place. UDA first has no a running mate, and let's start tuaje hiyo nyumba kwanza hapo. Then tukienda OKA, we don't have, let's say that we don't have a serious presidential candidate for us to say that if you just merge a OKA and UDA, let's say that UDA has a vice president or just deputy president, then OKA is a president. But at the moment, we have OKA as several guys. That is, we have Gideon Moi, we have Mudavadi, we have Kalonzo Musyoka. In the first place, hatuna msemaji wa OKA, hata nyinyi mnajua hivyo. Then ukisema kwamba let's merge with UDA, yes, we have okay, they assume that atusema the deputy president is just the flag bearer of UDA. Atusema hivyo. We don't know the plans of UDA. We don't know that because several people have just said that they are there. We don't know there. Then ukisema UDA,
Kipngeno, unajisikiza kweli? Unaleta point at UDA haina msemaji, haina nini? Ina relate aje na kumaje na OKA? Make me understand your point.
Kwani UDA kuna msemaji? You know, before you merge any political parties, kuna wasemaji. As we can say that, okay, who are going to
what
talk.
What do you mean by wasemaji?
Wasemaji is just watu wanaongea kuhusu UDA na watu wanaongea kuhusu OKA.
Yani nikuulize wewe Kipngeno, wanataka kusema saizi Malala wakiketi chini wakiwa pamoja na let's say hata Susan Kihika hao watu wale hawezi kaa chini waongea, ama what do you mean by msemaji?
How? You know, when you talk of a party, kuna wasemaji. There's flag bearer,
okay,
or
for
just
example,
the party leader.
Hebu tupe msemaji wa chama yoyote mwenye unajua.
Party leader. What do you say? Party leader.
Hebu tupe aina moja ya msemaji.
Msemaji kama ODM wenye wao watawasema party leader wa ODM ni nani? Raila Odinga, si hivyo? Then wa ODM
sasa wewe ndio msemaji.
Okay, they always have
hiyo point yake.
Kipngeno, mimi nimepotea.
Hata mimi I'm very far away.
Kuna mtu anamuelewa Ngeno? What do you mean? Do you mean party?
Bernard, you seem to understand this guy. You know, he started with the bees.
Nasema I think he's referring to emissaries. Emissaries being sent from one party to another to negotiate for merger.
Okay, that is what you mean, Kipngeno.
What I mean is this. Unajua, whenever you talk with parties, for example, for instance, for Mount Kenya, at the moment, amna msemaji. That is where you find.
I thought Bernard is helping you.
You are also. I think he's referring to Kingpin.
To Kingpin, yes, he's referring to Kingpin.
Kingpins. That's when Sikisa.
Ask the guy that question again. Msemaji yoyote wa chama chochote mwenye unajua ni nani? Msemaji wa ODM ni nani?
Sikiza hivyo. Sikiza niseme hivi.
Kipngeno.
Kidogo tu ndeto allow him to finish. I think tunamchanganya mpaka anakoroga.
Sasa hakuna haja tusikize for 20 minutes na hatuelewi. Tuulize tu swali.
Kidogo tu Clinton. Wacha to imagine tuna understand so that we are able to follow. Probably hapo mwisho tutashikanisha.
So make me imagine.
Jakes, that is philosophy. That is pure philosophy. How can we imagine?
Tutashikanisha tu. I have confidence with Kipngeno. He knows what he's doing. Kipngeno, hebu tueleze kulingana na wewe unamaanisha unaposema msemaji ama mzungumzaji unasema kinara ama unasema kiongozi wa chama ama wamaanisha nini kaswa?
Okay. To me, acha niseme hivi. Tukiongea, you know, Kenya is just a type of country. That's a fact. That's a fact. And as we talk, ukisema kwamba kulingana na topic ya leo, kama UDA iungane na OKA, maoni yangu ilikuwa hivi. Ukisema kwamba OKA iungane na UDA at the moment, okay, unajua sasa hivi tunasema kwamba ya deputy president, but ukiuliza maswali kuhusu that party, wanasema UDA is just a party. Hatuna mkombea, tunasema we have just given this direct ticket to this person. So ukiniambia kwamba tuungane na OKA ama ungane na OKA hawana msemaji. As in, ni nani anaongea kuhusu OKA? Ukiongea kuhusu OKA kuna 3 more than 4. Bernard anacheka juu anajua you people you just ODM anaongea tu anacheka hivyo, anakuanga hivyo. But for example kama that's why you find Moses Kuria wanaungana, wanatafuta Kiunjuri, wanatafuta Martha Karua, wanatafuta DP ya Peter Kenneth. Then you find they want to consolidate Mount Kenya region. But at the moment, for you to have a bargaining power, you must have a consolidated region. Ukisema Western, Mudavadi anaongea huko. Ukikuja Mount Kenya, at the moment we don't have msemaji. That's a fact. Hata wewe mwenyewe unajua hakuna mtu anaongea kuhusu Mount Kenya. That's why they just supremacy of power.
You are making a mistake.
Let allow him to finish. I'll give you enough time to rebuttal. Go ahead. So I'm really trying to really follow you. Maybe my, Bernard is just has a curiosity of this too. What another but okay, I was saying this.
you know, we are in a tribal country. That's why you find and moment is just running for Mount Kenya, others are running for Western, but I've never seen someone going for coast. Hakuna mtu ameenda coast. So at the moment today uliona DP akiwa Western.
Kipngeno, sasa nikubalie nialike watu wa kuvamie wa kuinterrupt.
Acha nifamie.
Mimi nikianza kesho not kesho, leo mchana Azimio la Umoja liko Pwani. Unajua hivyo?
Alikuwa uliona Joe alikuwa
si ati alikuwa anaenda leo mchana.
Then kesho kutakuwa na maneno.
Ndio nakwambia usiseme ati Pwani hakuna watu wanaenda. Kesho tu ukirauka hivi kuna Azimio la Umoja ambalo litakuwa likifanyika kule Pwani.
Azimio ya Umoja ni hivyo, lakini ujue hivyo Raila Amolo Odinga has just lost Western, Coast, East, Southeastern ya Kwamba.
Southeastern
he has lost Western to who?
Hata si hivyo tu. Mimi kidogo tu.
That is Mudavadi. Nani Mudavadi?
Kidogo tu.
Si Mudavadi hapo.
Kipngeno kiasi tu. Let me ask Ben, labda najua. Do you know where Southeastern is in Kenya? I have no idea.
What? Southeastern?
Southeastern is just Makwiny, Kitui, and Machakos.
Oh, it is Southeastern. So, na Northeastern ni gani?
Northeastern. Northeastern is just...
it is what is called Lower Eastern.
So it's
don't give
Kipngeno, wewe ni Mkenya?
Mimi si Mkenya, niko Saudi Arabia sahi.
Si bure tunakuelewa. Pole.
But make sure unakujanga holiday nyumbani, unajua nyumbani.
Pole. Hata nimekusamehea, hata hakuna mtu atakuuliza swali, nimekusamehea. Sawa Kipngeno, nimekusamehea kabisa. Personally na kwa niaba ya all these panelists, hakuna mtu
hata akisamehewa aambiwe next time ajue.
Najua niliingia forum ya ODM.
Pole, wacha tu nikusamehee, pole.
I know niliingia forum ya ODM.
Sawa, pole sana
Kipngeno, hii sio forum ya ODM. Hii ni platform.
Hii ni forum ya ODM. Mutembei, najua.
Sawa Kipngeno, wacha tusikize Ndeto, go ahead.
Na Kipngeno, hata tusikize mtu wa kutoka Southeastern.
Kipngeno, thank you. Asante sana. Tunashukuru kwa maoni yako, lakini
thank you.
Jifunze kidogo tu kurudi nyumbani, ujue mambo mawili matatu. Naona umemiss home, umesahau vitu mingi.
Thank you Jake.
Umesahau vitu mingi. Na nitakuprotect, hakuna mtu atakuvamia tena
Sasa nyinyi mnaongea kama kinyumbani.
Wacha tuongee kinyumbani. Haya, Ndeto, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I think saying that Mutembei is a platform of any party.
Ndeto tumesema hatuingilili Kipngeno, tumekubali.
Hata sijataja mtu.
Usimtaje
I'm just making
utamtaja hapo kwa sentence yako.
Kubali.
The problem is
ingia kwa mada, kubali tu. Ingia kwa mada.
If I append anyone's name along my sentence, that could be the worst. So I was just making a general remark that when we come here, we come to sharpen one another, and sometimes let people not to be so sure of some things which they are not so sure about, because some of us
Ndeto si tumemsamehea. Kwani wewe ukisamehea mtu nashindilia hapo? Go to the mada. Hata pasta atakwambia urudi kwa mada kwanza, juu tukivamia hapa ngeno tutamfukuza, na unajua ndio tunamlea.
Okay. You know, I was really trying to follow what he means by msemaji as I pave away,
kwa sababu already yeye mwenyewe hata sijamuelewa, so don't try
the vicious cycle. It's a vicious cycle. So let us or a roller coaster. So let us move on. You asked a question if there is any possibility of UDA and OKA coming to match. To me, I will say it is so hard, Jakes, for the following reasons.
Okay.
One, we know that Ruto is a serious candidate come 2022. For those who are not aware that he might be the party leader of a UDA, that's obvious. So, and one thing and one pressure that Ruto has is the choice of his running mate. And let me tell you, he might make one bladder mistake and go for maybe Western for his running mate. He forget about Mount Kenya, which has a lot of votes. Actually, I think almost 10 million. And he is aiming to win by 70% and over. Because if he has to be the president, he has to collect all the votes that Jubilee collected in 2017 to make Uhuru Kenyatta become the president. So it's very tricky if he just brings in any of the OKA guys, because I don't see a point when someone like Musalia Mudavadi can come to be a minister. He will come in to be either a running mate, nothing less than a running mate. And you know, when you do his computation, like if his influence is so much in Vihiga, we know the total number of votes he has ever gathered. So in a way, it might be so hard. And let me make the following observations.
Before you go to the following, before you go to the next one, now
yes,
there's something you have said. Do you want to mean Ruto's presidency and support from the mountain solely depends on his choice of running mate?
I tend to think so, because
I don't think so, but anyway, it's your opinion.
If you benchmark on the current kind of political formations and the demands they are coming up with, you can tell Mount Kenya is not ready to go in 2022 without having a president and also a deputy president. And for sure, we know that so far we do not have a presidential candidate. So,
but the other question now begs is this: do you have a running mate, or if you can, having number one and number two means either two can work in the event one is absent. So, do you want to mean you have a qualified running mate at the moment, or does the support of Ruto simply relies on a running mate position? Because that would mean in the event he chooses someone else, he lacks the support. That's what you want to insinuate.
Okay, what I'm insinuating is these are Jakes. I've seen Mount Kenya leaders coming together with their different parties, like Martha Karua for NAC, Moses Kuria for Chama cha Kazi, and Kionjori for TSP, among other leaders. And these people are very smart in their strategy, because they want to bring harmony among the leadership of Mount Kenya. Also, Muturi, in an interview, I don't recall it, I think it is Nation TV, something like that. He said that Uhuru did so bad and he should stop bullying the legislature, especially the way he did to Kagata. If you are very keen, Kagata was the chief whip of Jubilee Party, and also Mulkomen. And I saw Muturi coming forward and trying to condemn that. That shows there is something in unison with other leaders of Mount Kenya, regardless of which party they are supporting. And you see now, he is trying to show that Uhuru did bad, to the way he just pushed these guys out, and he should have treated them with decorum. So that means amongst many Mount Kenya leaders, in a way they are together, and they want to come together so that When Ruto says, I need a running mate, they will not start fighting. They will choose one among themselves. And that's why even Moses Kuria was saying, we should also know which other positions we will get in the cabinet, having a high population of votes across Kenya. Which other benefits we should get from your government? These people want to come together. They choose every person that they think will represent them well in the next government. And out of that, I can tell you clearly that UDA or whatever the party will not have a problem in who will become the running mate because they will choose themselves. So my other point.
Okay, just before you go to the other point, let's talk kidogo kuhusu that point. Susan, I don't know if you're there, umekuwa ukiingia ukitoka.
Mi niko network ndio imeleta noma. Habari zenyu?
Pole. Kama Bernard alitoka huko kwa network, hata wewe utatoka.
Okay.
Sasa umesikia vile
Jexingara.com preacher, I didn't know.
Okay, ziko umesikiza vile Ndeta amesema. Maoni yako ni yapi? Do you think OKA UDA should come together, and if they do, what do you see playing out with these two merger?
Huyu Ndeta anapenda sana kuongea. Kwanza yeye ni wa chama gani?
Yeye ni UDA damu, lakini nywele yake ndio inasemaga yeye ni wa OKA. Sasa
watu wa UDA damu. My God. Wameshakuwa madamu hata ijakuwa ya miaka nyingi anyway.
Usikome, unaweza kuta hata moderator ni UDA lakini si damu, labda ngozi.
Tembea pole.
Endelea.
Mi nimempata anaongea niko kuna msikiza.
Aha. Yeye anasema ati Mount Kenya watasupport Ruto peke yake kama Ruto atawapea running mate. Maoni yako ni kwa mfano Ruto akiamua kumpa mtu mwingine, unaona kama support ya Mount Kenya itamponyoka?
By 10 o'clock atakuwa shaangushwa, hakuna mtu atamsupport. Kama endi na run mate wa kutoka Mount Kenya, hakuna mtu anamsupport. Hivyo ndo walisema.
Lakini kulingana na vile najua Ruto ahadi yake haikuwa ati tukikupea 10 utatupa 10. Maana personally hata mimi kwa mfano siwezi kubali ati kiti kitakuwa kinabadilishwa kutoka huyu kinarudi kwa huyu simply because ati chama watu fulani wanajihisi ndo wengi, ama ndo kwa mfano wako na numbers, na hiyo number sometimes unaonaje? Maoni yako? Pole,
wacha nikwambie maoni yangu ni hivi. Ruto anachezea watu wa Mount Kenya. Hebu angalia siku zile alipatiwa watu wake, waligawanywa watu, aliweka all 14 Wanandi tupu watu wa kabila yake. So watu wa Mount Kenya watakuwa
Susan, with all due respect to you, kuongea tu ukweli, kuongea tu ile ukweli. Mimi sikumbuki mahali Ruto alichagua mtu.
Unataka mpaka nikwambie majina?
Niambie yake, alafu niambie walikuwa chama ya gani?
Wacha nikwambie mtu wangu. Wacha nikwambie sasa hivi. Sijui vile nawezeka hapo, kwa nini uangalie, lakini
haina shida, nielezee tu, lakini najua ile list unaendea, lakini haina shida.
List gani inaendea?
Watu
wake wote walikuwa watu Wanandi, hakukuwa Mkikuyu, hawakukuwa mix watu, alichukua tu Wanandi.
Nikuulize, juu ilikuwa ni serikali ya mkato, kwa mfano yeye labda alichukua watu 5 wa kabila ingine na akachanganya, naye Uhuru akachukua 5 wa kabila ingine.
Hakuchanganya.
Maana hatukupewa list ya Uhuru, hatukupewa na hatukupewa list ya Ruto. Tulikuwa tunaona wao wanakuja pamoja,
Uhuru
wanatangazia cabinet.
Haya, Uhuru alipatiana kwani huyu
Susan network. Oh, hii Bernard, sumuambie vile ulifanya ukatoka kwa hiyo majaribu ya network. Oh, hii
May I expand my point, Jex?
Kidogo tu, acha tuone kama Susan anarudi. Susan, network imekuhurumia? Sawa. Go ahead as we wait for Susan then Bernard.
Let me support my point on why I think if Ruto do not get a running mate from the mountain region, he may not get one from OKA. The reason I am convinced about this strategy is, ukiangalia of late, there has been numerous meetings in Karen. Na wale watu wanaenda Karen, hao watu sio tu watu wa kawaida. These are leaders, local leaders, political leaders from various regions. For instance, the other day kulikuwa tuseme kama hiyo ya Western. Akaenda akashika all leaders pamoja, then wanaongea, then wanasikizana. For example, like in Bungoma, kuko na 9 constituencies, but 5 constituencies, the MPs wako kwa camp ya Ruto. For example, Wagamati, the governor, ako kwa Ford Kenya, tuseme kama he is affiliated with OKA. But you can imagine if Ruto is able to influence these 5 MPs in the same county and kwa grassroots wafanye kazi mzuri, which will also like make people support Ruto in a big way, utapata Ruto will not require so much even endorsement by the so-called the kingpins like Musalia Mudavadi of the same region to win. Because with people like Didmas Barasa, with the people like this is the MP of Kimilili, with people like John Waluke, people like Mwambu, and other guys like Fred Kapondi. With these guys, because they are so influential on the ground, and even I hope you saw what happened today. The way they were talking and the way...
The reason as to why I am laughing is because as much as you have given us that beautiful list, there is this other question that there's a reason why that topic is there. Why did we see, you know Majimbo Kalasinga, you know him?
Mm-hmm.
Majimbo Kalasinga is an MP for Ford Kenya leader, Moses Wetangula, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, he was seriously campaigning today. Him together with Lanya alikuwa wa Matungu, I think. Huyu alikuwa anaitwa aje? Not Kabuki. Kaikai. Kipngeno hata kama huko Kenya naona unajua hii maneno yeah, alikuwa anaitwa Kaikai. Sasa today I saw them two together. So we have even had Malala speak positively over the same. So that's why we are asking. These two leaders are already deep in OKA. Could they be prepping their way to merge with Ruto? That's why we are asking that. Not that we are saying it from the blues. We have been seeing some signs.
Okay.
That's why
the only challenge I'm foreseeing, Jakes, is this. If Ruto has to merge with OKA, he will have to like dedicate the seat of running mate to maybe Musalia Mudavadi or whoever they will choose. And that's why we are saying it will bring a problem in his
From
formula.
Where? To who?
I come up again.
Where will that problem come from? Because
okay, it's about Mount Kenya.
Just one moment. Changing Ruto and Raila is the same thing. For example, if you take OKA back to NASA, the same arithmetics will come into play. We will have Baba with a different running mate, and then these 2 or 3 other guys, itabidi either moja waende governorships or wapromisiwe viti. It is the same thing that even if they choose to join UDA, some arrangements will be done. So I don't know. I don't see where the problem really lies unless you try to bring it home, because either way, we cannot have more than one president or running mate.
The problem lies here, Jakes. You see, like for ODM, they are so clear that if OKA joins, they will give a running mate position either to Karonzo or maybe Mudavadi. But for Ruto, he clearly said that he is not ready to form a coalition because the repercussions will be the repercussions. He said that in a previous interview in Oro.
Yeah, but I think he was taken out of context, but that's my view. But anyway.
Okay. The point I'm saying that Ruto can distort his formula by maybe considering these people is because, you know, taking one of these guys is like not including Mount Kenya region when it comes to the top position. And these are the people who have been campaigning for him. Look at Dede Nyoro, look at Rigathi Gachagua, Kuria. All these guys, they have been in the front line, Kangata. Then Ruto, I've said that when you look to his meetings in Karen, he has been compiling regional leaders. The reason why he is doing this is because he wants to create his grassroots network, such that even if the so-called governors or kingpins of a certain community do not support him, he will still have some good number of votes from the very people who support him in the very same region. Because like I was giving an example in Bungoma, if Wangamati says that he will not support Ruto, he will go for OKA, and OKA gets into ODM, a constituency like Kimilili, I know there will be a good number of votes for Ruto, bearing in mind that Didmas Barasa, who is an OKA person, has been campaigning for him in the very same. Same to Coast and other areas. I think that is his strategy. He has discovered he may not make it through endorsement from the kingpins of various tribes or various communities. And that's why he is getting it from the local leaders, the incumbent or maybe those who are just existing, either MPs, MCAs, like such, so that to increase his chances.
Okay, that's your view. We might have different. Bernard, what's your take? Should OKA UDA merge?
Nobody stops them from merging. But what impact will that affect the outcome of 2022 elections outcome? Like I have held it previously, I would think I stand at the same place. The only thing that will upset the calculation for 2022 is when Ruto joins OKA and says Mudavadi Tosha. If he can shelve his ambition and get Mudavadi to be the presidential candidate of that movement, then he can bank on the Western vote extensively, even if Baba runs. Now, if that does not happen, that means if Mudavadi joins, if OKA joins UDA, and then he's given even running mate or any other post except the presidential candidate ticket, the Western Bloc is going to vote as usual. They will go for the leader they prefer, and Mudavadi has very limited influence as far as Western Bloc is concerned, despite the fact that he's a native. And also that's why I'm laughing when Ndeto talks about the influence of the 5 members of parliament in Western. And the reason why I'm laughing is that the Western politics is very different from other places. it's very, in fact, is the opposite of Nyanza, in the sense that in Nyanza, the more you play well on the international or on the national platform, the more you are guaranteed a seat at home. In Western, it's the opposite. The less you are seen locally, the faster you will be replaced as a member of parliament. So you can be number one, like Halwale, you are number one in the debate, Kimunya must go, and all that, you are shining in parliament. But if you are doing nothing at home, you will leave the first person in the morning. So that is the dynamics of the Western Bloc. And even, okay, we are allowed to talk about OKA, but OKA is so amorphous that we can't even lay hands on it. Mara Wiper is in it, Mara Wiper is out. Then there is a big announcement we are waiting from Kanu. Then there is this ANC with their, I call him, okay, you will forgive me, but their candidate looks like a wheelbarrow. Okay, wheelbarrow is one machine that cannot take off by itself. You have to lift, then push. So the way Mudavadi is behaving, wheelbarrow style, that Malala has to hold this side, then this other bishop has to hold this other side, then push him to go and become president. They are not taking off anywhere. So the arithmetic will be spoiled, like Ndeto says, because Madividi will not come to UDA and get something less than DP or presidents. Okay? And then since there can only be one president, one DP, then that means the mountain will have to forfeit that seat from Davadi. Then what will be the response of the mountain? If there is any area where the DP has invested most and he's sure of getting more votes, is the mountain block. So despite what OKA may bring on the table, the decision of the DP will be going with the mountain regardless. And then also our voting pattern as Western people. You can't bang on us. We can come and dance and what you are mentioning, the member of parliaments that came to join the DP in the campaign today or previously. DP's operation and the DP's campaign style is kind of a payday, okay? So anybody will come because there will be some allowances you are given for just showing up. So that does not translate into vote. It does not even translate into support. These are people who are coming
to
Yes.
Let me ask you.
Yes.
In the event Ruto chooses a different running mate from the one from Mount Kenya, I don't know, you and Benedetto should now tell me, does it mean that automatically they support, let's say, for example, Baba?
No, not necessarily. And especially when it comes to the mountain vote, historically from 92 all the way to 2017, is usually, number one, very unpredictable. Okay? Exactly. Two, it comes late in the day. The decision to who to vote for comes late in the day. So it is too early to make any substantial commitment on how the mountain is going to vote. And based on that, it does not mean that if they don't support this, they will support the other. They can keep quiet, and then they can even choose to do spoil vote, okay? They go and vote for nobody, or vote for somebody who is unlikely, unimagined. Just like there was Kenneth Matiba was to win the, okay, it's claimed that he won the 92 elections, okay? But the Kibaki coming into the picture, it was more likely that people will vote more for Matiba than they will vote for Kibaki. But coming out with the, if you can find the result for 92 elections, there was almost a 50-50 split of the votes from the mountain. Kibaki got his and Matiba got his, and that's what messed up the winning of the opposition at that particular time. So
Bernard,
the translation, yes.
Let me add this point that you see, OKA is a distractor. And like Jake is asking, if Ruto makes a mistake of...
Let's not call it a mistake. It will be a choice.
Oh, sorry. I apologize for that word.
Because
if Ruto
the
makes
question
a
will
choice...
be, what makes it so right that it must be a Mount Kenya candidate? That's not...
Thank you for correcting me,
like
Jake.
that, because it's not a mistake. Because either person, that person will be a leader in Kenya. It will not be a mistake.
Wow, you know, sometimes tongues they slither, and we might spew out some words which we were not intended. Sorry for that. If Ruto makes a choice to choose from his running mate from OKA, I see a possibility of Raila Odinga going for a running mate from Central Province. And better don't say that that cannot affect the arithmetics.
Now, let me ask you, Ndeto, if that happens, and I don't support ODM, but I would discourage them to do that. Why? Because I can tell them for free. It is just like taking the person you are trying to discourage from Western and making him a running mate, because no person can risk doing such. Why? Sorry, I'm now participating, but think about it. Baba, I think he's more intelligent to know that the support he's getting from Central Kenya could be cosmetic. It's not from deep inside people's hearts. And for him, choosing someone from Mount Kenya does not translate into votes. And in any case, you don't want to choose someone as a baggage. Why am I saying so? You remember Jeremiah Kioni and Musalia ticket? How much strength did Jeremiah bring to Musalia? It wasn't really much. Why? Because you don't just have a running mate and that is a guaranteed automatic voter or whatever towards you. So to me, I tend to think he's safer working with others apart from someone from Central. He would rather promise them other seats. But if he's to win, because he has done it before without Central, I shouldn't encourage, or I wouldn't wish someone to encourage him to go with anyone, including Kenneth, because ask yourself, how has been the performance of Peter Kenneth ever since he lost his Gatanga seat? He has never come back. How has been, most of these leaders are actually outside government or outside parliament or outside any elective seat. So the only person probably maybe anawezasemekana at least ni CS, for example, Munya. But let me ask you, maybe Meru would support him kiasi, but that does not translate that people in Kiambu, simply because they have been promised a running mate, they will jump into that ship easily. I don't think so. That's how I would encourage. You'd rather look for
your observation is accurate, but you need also to look at this differently. The dynamics of 2013 are not the same as the dynamics now.
Correct.
Okay?
Correct.
The dynamics of 2013, when Musalia had Kioni and did not translate into votes, was number one, the mountain had a presidential candidate who was Uhuru Kenyatta. Okay, and the mountain believes in not spoiling their vote. In that same elections, I think did Martha Karua run? And Peter Kenneth. Okay, we had several candidates. So, but they chose the one who was probable to win. Now, at this particular time, and this is what I predict to see going to be the determinant factor. Politics at times are matter of chancing, okay? And the mountain loves to be closer to power, if not in power.
Bana.
So the decision of who they vote for will be determined late in the day, number one. Then number two, the one who offers them the closest seat to power, they will go for that person.
I don't agree.
Bernard,
I concur with you. I concur with you, Bernard.
I have a concern here.
Kidogo to keep ngeno. My take on the whole issue is this. Number one, I tend to think that Ruto knows so well he cannot risk that seat by bringing in someone from Central, because that, number one, will be the campaigning strategy. Those two regions do not assure him the presidency. I can tell you for free, if he chooses a running mate from Central, this is what the other team will tell him. These two tribes, now it will be truly tribal. These two tribes have been in power since independence. These two tribes have never allowed any other person to come and separate them. Now, to be safe, and that's my take, I don't foresee a situation where Ruto would risk some votes. Why am I saying so? He has really worked so hard to even get other regions that were not earlier perceived to be friendly to him or Uhuru. Having said that, the banking that he has of Mount Kenya is that he was kind of promised, and the promise was not tagged that after I finish my 10, your 10 should have another running mate from this region. That was not the promise. The other thing that was never tagged to that agreement before is that there should be a handshake, and that handshake will bring a different candidate, and this candidate will also need to get some support from the mountain. Now, from the mountain, I tend to think that people will choose their president with or without a running mate. That one you should take to any closest circle, if not your nearest kiosk. Why? Hii kasumba yenye Moses Kure is trying to bring basically is on a selfish interest, more of a looking at self than looking at the region. The region does not even need all these caucuses meeting. Trust me. You can take this home. Someone said the other day, it is these leaders who are not united. Huku kwa ground, people know who they want as their president. If you think I'm lying, wait until the elections come. Then you will know, as much as Bernard is saying, we will decide late in the day. You will be shocked. We decided years ago. The other thing that you need to understand, anyone apart from Ruto, we really have to work extremely hard. There are guys, even if they work very hard, it will be difficult even if they try. For example, a candidate from the mountain aligning themselves as a running mate for Baba, to me, I'll say it in a language that many will understand, that one will be a throw. Itakuwa ni kujienjoy tu. And I'm sure Baba will not even dare look that direction. Why? Because why risk something that is almost obvious you will not get hardly so much? Why risk that? Simply because you want to create a perception? I don't think Baba works with perception. Baba knows how to strategize. He's a master planner, and I don't see him going that direction. Ruto ndio anaweza gamble. He might gamble and go for Central, but my best pick, I would wish he picks from Western, from Eastern, from even the coast. Those are his best odds, and those are his winning strategy. Any other thing apart from that, it will be a tall order. Yes.
Jakes, let me ask you a question.
Please do.
2 days ago, I had a certain guy from ODM saying that the way we are taking it by Baba visiting Mount Kenya is as if he is going there to gain so much, and he has been winning without Mount Kenya.
Exactly.
I would like to ask you this.
Please do.
If surely Baba has been winning without Mount Kenya, and this time round Uhuru is on his side, and he endorses someone from Mount Kenya as a running mate, and he manages to get like 40% of the votes from the mountain.
Okay.
If you add the rest, because he has been winning elections, don't you think that
you
will?
see, there's a very strong point
let me.
that Bernard told you, that these things are not static. They are not cast
Can
on
you give me
stone.
time to?
Kidogo to keep ngeno. These things are never cast on stone.
Jake.
And as I want you to remember, a lot has changed ever since I looked at that list. We no longer have NASA, as it were. We don't have a running candidate from the mountain. So these are very, very new dynamic, a very new dynamic into play. And that's why we cannot easily say that that now that there is a new play, for example, we have no candidate from the mountain, that Baba will now automatically begin to gain. That should have been. I even want to dare you ask a question. Now, let me ask you this question. Do you think many people will run for elective seats using ODM party from the mountain?
Okay, that's a very good question. It is too early to say that they will use another party because we don't know what is ahead. ODM has not been vying as an ODM. It has always been a coalition. And we don't know if ODM today comes together with the Jubilee, the name of the coalition they will come up with, and people will vie through that coalition. My observation is, if the way you are saying that the OKA staff, I think if you total their votes, it's about 3 million and such. And if Baba still gets 40% of Mount Kenya, that means it's almost 4 million. It is even much more than what these OKA people can bring on board. So let me tell you, if Baba today chooses his running mate from the mountain and Uhuru endorses, Uhuru, I heard him the other day, he is now telling people the kind of projects he have built, like roads, all those things, and Uhuru will use those projects to campaign for 2022 because he will say, this is what I told you guys, I have fulfilled. This guy was not there. The guy I'm talking about is not Ruto. It's Ruto, sorry. It's Ruto. Because he will say that the next term, this guy left me and I've been able to make this kind of a road network from Nakuru to Murang'a, from Sijui, the eastern bypass, the southern. You see, all these roads are in the central province. So Uhuru has a lot of power. And let me tell you, if Ruto makes a choice out of the mountain, it may transpire to be something different from what you are bringing on board, Jakes.
You see, and I wish to say this as the last thing so that I bring in Bernard and Sam and keep Ngeno and Susan. A lot has changed. That one you need to take home. And it's only someone who does not go back to the mirror, who may never realize that they are aging day by day. A lot has changed. Why am I saying so? Even Kingi has formed his own party. You don't know what he will do. Right? Even someone like Kalonzo has not even said he would wish to work with Baba again. In fact, he said he will be stupid. That's the word he used. He will be stupid to consider working with him. That's what he said, right? Now, that dynamic changes a lot. It changes. There are people, for example, who voted for Baba from Eastern region simply because Baba was with Kalonzo. I think Bernard would agree. There are people who in Western voted for Baba simply because he was with probably Wetangula. Now that they're not there, you cannot just simply say that that number does not change. The other thing you need to ask yourself is, if you keep on subtracting things from from your wallet, let's say your wallet has some several notes, if you keep on subtracting and not adding anything, do you still have a heavy wallet? That one is something maybe you might need to answer later on. The other thing you need also to consider is, as much as Uhuru may want to come in, what influence does he bring on the table? If he has lost even by elections in his own backyard, how strong would you mean, or would you guarantee that his endorsement of Baba would bring 40%? That's what you even said. Because if he has not brought him for 4 years, he has not come with him to the mountain. Now that when it mattered, now if he tries to do it, what impact do you think it will bring? Another thing,
what about the system?
The last thing.
What about the system, Jakes? You know, Oburu
If system
Odinga.
never worked with Moi, then
Oburu Odinga said that. Oburu Odinga said they only need a system.
My friend, you are so intelligent.
No. Give us other people. That's other time, man. Kutupe time zizi pia.
Sawa, pole. But anyway, acha nipe Bernard kidogo alafu nitakuja.
Kutupe pia time, man. Ama
nakupatia Kipngeno. Endelea sasa Bernard.
Okay, Jakes, I get your drift, and you seem to be the one that is cast in stone on matters Mount Kenya and the way they vote. The truth is,
I'm there. I speak from where I am.
Yeah, critical times call for critical measures. And I see things happening. The decision of who becomes president, especially with the support of the mountain, is going to be based on many factors. And the 2022 elections will be decided for posterity, not as an event like the previous elections. There is the historical reality. There is the future. Then there is the suffering that Kenyans have suffered from 2013 to 2022. That cannot be dismissed away when it comes to who ascends to that seat at that particular time. And then the assumption that ODM cannot be sold in the mountain is neither here or there. And I see the 2022 elections are going to have a repeat of 2002. We may not even have an ODM as a party. We're going to have something like NAC. NAC was a coalition of different parties, and all the members of parliament ran either on KANU or on NAC. Okay? Now, if that happens, something like this Azimio la Umoja, if it translates into a coalition, then we have coalition of parties that will agree to run together. They do nominations together, the best person wins, and then we all go for election under the umbrella of you are either in UDA or you are in this Azimio coalition. The dynamics of the mountain are going to change drastically. And so the consideration of a running mate from the mountain, even for Baba, is not far from the truth. He's not far from the truth. It will be very naive to think that he's not considering that. He will consider that. But Baba, being who he is, a team player and a very good in crafting what he calls the face of Kenya. Even if Kalonzo walks away and Mudavadi walks away, Baba has always somebody in waiting. And that's why you see people like Oparanya, you see like Kingi is protesting about Mungaro. But Baba has already taken Mungaro, and Mungaro is going to succeed Kingi, whether Kingi brings his brother or he comes back himself against the constitution. So it is not something that you say that because like Mukambani, if Kalonzo goes, there is Maendeleo Chap Chap waiting there. There is Kibwana. there is Ngilu. So the what you're calling subtraction from Baba's voting block is not a guarantee. There is how to twist those things. And then
now,
for
I love what you're saying,
UDA,
Bernard. Just
they
a
have been
moment.
doing the campaign all
I have a
alone.
question for you, Bernard. If you remember in
Yes.
2013,
Yes.
Ngilu was not with Kalonzo. But how was that impactful on Uhuru's candidacy?
Ngilu was not with?
He wasn't with Kalonzo. Actually, he supported TNA URP merger. And
that's
ended
why
up actually being a cabinet secretary.
That's what I'm saying. Ngilu went alone. Kalonzo remained with the backyard. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, if
so
Kalonzo goes alone, now look at the dynamics right now. The chairman of UDA is Mudama, who was the sole sponsor of Kalonzo. Okay? Then Ngilu has his own party. Kibwana his own party. Maendeleo Chap their own party. Okay? Now, if these three come together and support Baba, then Kalonzo says no. Okay? There is already a divide between UDA by reason of Mudama. Okay? And then if there will be a unity between these three main leaders from Ukambani, those are the ones that are going to determine the direction of where the Ukambani vote will go. It is not the lone ranging of Kalonzo. In fact, he's going to be so exposed that he will not be able to deliver. And the dynamics are, even the people considering him as maybe giving him a running mate to bring the vote, they are going to vomit him at the 11th hour. Yeah, because
Bernard,
things will change.
Bernard,
yes.
Yes, you might say whatever you're saying, but don't forget that Kalonzo remains the kingpin of Ukambani. I realized that when we were going back for the by-election, and Kalonzo was supporting Mudhama's wife, and everyone thought that they will vote against Kalonzo, but let me tell you, Kalonzo remains the stronghold. So even if those guys will go, but I'm telling you, the Kamba people, they will listen to Kalonzo more than any other people. I'm telling you.
No, not exactly, because it took the president's intervention for the seat to be retained. If Chap ran with their candidate, it was definite that Wiper will lose that seat. So yes.
Bernard, let me help you also there in adding for what Sam is saying about Machakos. Yes. There were lots of dynamics in Machakos. The chairman for UDA is not very popular in Ukambani. That is Senator Mudama. And you remember around that time, they were having a tiff with the wife, and he sent his children to go and abuse the wife, the former wife, in the media. And they even came and gave very scathing attacks on the wife. And if you remember so well, if some could listen to the rhetoric on the ground, it was Kava Mama. You know, Kava Mama means Fadhali the lady, you know. So it had nothing to do with Kalonzo being popular on the ground. Yes, Kalonzo has some bit of popularity, but not the same way he had a few years ago. The dynamics on the choice of Modama's wife was so different. So that is not a yardstick on the popularity of Kalonzo. So I think we need to treat those two cases differently.
The common denominator that I'm getting from you, Bernard, and Themba is when Kalonzo stops supporting Baba, he loses the popularity. But if he tends to chat his way the other round, he loses the ground, and now you start bringing other people. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
No,
Sam, you are missing the point. The point is what
Bernard,
I said is clear.
Bernard, let me make a statement as you make that. Yes. Sam, it is first of all wrong to treat every comment that people make in the basis of the people they support. You see, like I know Jake supports UDA, but when I'm listening to him talk, I listen to his analysis generally. He will criticize across, he'll give strong points across. The same to Ndeto. But when you listen to us in the basis of you guys support so and so, then you might always miss the point. Now, let's agree, you have a right to support whichever side you support. But when you listen to someone, try and listen to the dynamics that the person is giving, not in the basis of where they're coming from. So whether Kalonzo was in supporting Baba or not, we would still give the same. Even right now, we will still give the weaknesses of what Baba is, where he is strong, where he is. We'll give all that, which is also beneficial to the listener and anybody. Even you, when you're supporting your candidate, you'll not just want us here to keep saying, Ruto is doing well, Ruto is doing well. You know, that will not be beneficial to your candidate. You want to hear a balanced view. Why should we tell you that Kalonzo is popular when there is already threats in the ground? I mean, that's the reality, whether he's in ODM or not.
But Themba, with all honesty, I think all these leaders are facing equal challenges, because even when you go back to Musalia's backyard, they are still mushrooming of other serious leaders coming out, and that's why I think some other day I said 2022 will be a make it or a break it forever for some of these leaders. Why? Because we have some senior governors who have done pretty well, who are coming out, right? And as they are coming out, some principals who have been there, Raila, Ruto, they are looking at these people. Why? Because they might have a stronger connection with the people vis-a-vis the previous guys, the Musalia factor, the Kalonzo factor. So what I tend to probably wish to bring home is this. Ruto and Raila, they will have to seriously do their maths properly. Why? The choice of a running mate will either make your camp stronger or might not really add so much to your win. Why am I saying so? Think about it. Remaining with Kalonzo, you really haven't changed your dynamics. You haven't changed anything. Probably you might even lose some. You remember what the leaders told him? If you dare go back there, we will not even look at you. We will forge our different ways. You remember that speech? So to me, I tend to think these two leaders, they have to change their strategy, or they have to look at the big basket. They have a pool of leaders emerging. They should not stick to old facts, to old kingpins, to old movers and shakers of yesteryears. We have other guys, and these guys might shake. And that's why I was telling Bernard, don't be quick to dismiss some people. You never really know what happens. And that's why I said earlier that a lot has changed. So giving someone some percentage, and we have not tested that, you will be shocked if they even have a dismal performance.
No, you're right. You're right, Jakes, before I give it to Bernard. You're right about the dynamics that have changed right now. And even not only that, by the way, the constitution that we are still going with to the election in 2022 is the same constitution that brought in the people we have right now. And you know the drama that has faced the current Jubilee government. You see that kind of drama, that is, you have a deputy president who says that you are elected together, and the tendency to find yourself in a conundrum, a place where you cannot get out, you know. So even the presidential candidates is being faced with that reality, that if I'm going back with the same constitution, and whoever I'm choosing is likely to be a stronger deputy president as the one that we're having right now. So you find the calculation is not just about the numbers that the person is gonna bring on the table. It's also about, do I want to bring someone who is going to stagnate the progress of the party, and how are we going to circumvent that because we still have the same constitution, right? So I'm coming with my numbers, yes, but these numbers I can withdraw them from parliament. You know, we can, in fact, the next deputy president, the strongest position to look for right now is a deputy president. You know why? You can galvanize your people and then get in there and then you impeach the president immediately. So it is that serious. It is not just about the numbers and the kingpin and whoever. So it is more complicated than it was before.
Jakes.
Okay. Just one moment,
Jakes.
Ndeto, at least tusinyime msichana sana. Susan, are you still there?
Ningetaka tusikize kitu fulani hapa.
Mimi nataka tusikize Susan kidogo before tukusikizie. Susan.
Ninakusikia.
Wewe unaonaje the mathematics?
Mimi the mathematics naona naona mimi hata sijui ni kwa nini mna discuss juu ya baba. Baba hajasema kama atasimama kuwa president, watu wameshaanza kusema vile atafanya. Badala kwanza tungoje tuone, lakini wewe ni mtu wa UDA naelewa. At the end of the day, baba akichukua Joho kwa running mate, si atakuwa amevuta Muslim wote ama?
And that is a good thing.
Yeah?
Hiyo itakuwa awesome akiweza fanya hivyo. It is more strong. It is a strong candidate.
Yeah, so mimi si kama baba ataenda, na kwa sababu unajua hii Mount Kenya itakuwa tuseme sasa vile Ruto amefanya unyi for 4 years. Nataka kuongea juu ya Ndeto vile alisema ati Uhuru ataenda 2022 akicampaign 4 years, amefanya hivi hajafanya, lakini ni ukweli Unye amefanya vitu nyingi sana. Kama Ruto anapiga campaign huko na alimwambia wacha kucampaign ukuje tufanye kazi, hakufanya na mnamsupport. Hivyo hata sielewi nyinyi watu wa UDA mnafikiri ni yani, sijui ni kwa nini. Kwa hivyo kwenyu mko ni vice president anafaa kukosa kusikia mdosi wake vile anasema.
Yeah?
Naulizaje?
She has a very good observation as far as Mount Kenya voting bloc is concerned and the influence of Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yeah.
And that's why I was requesting if we can listen to a small clip here.
Tuache kwanza
Just
Ndeto
like...
amalize. Wacha kwanza Susan amalize.
Sasa ndio ninawauliza, mkiona tena mkisema Ruto achukue mtu tena wa Mount Kenya, amuoni watu wale walikokuwa wanafanya na wale walikokuwa saidia Unye watamzuia kufanya kazi? So Kenya tutastuck hapo, kwa sababu watasema kama hukusaidia Unye kufanya kitu yoyote, pia sisi hatukusaidii tena, tuanze 5 years ipotee tena bure kama tu saa hizi. So ndio ninaulizaje, swali yangu hii UDA, hebu niambieni ni kwa nini mna support Ruto? Juu sielewi, mna support mtu ataki kufanya kitu na boss wake. Hebu nielezeni vile mmekuja kwa hii story, kwa sababu kusema ukweli siwaelewi.
Sasa hiyo nikianza kukujibu utashtuka, lakini wacha nisikujibu. Ndeto kwanza tuchezee, alafu tutajaribu kujibu hiyo swali.
Okay, hii kitu inajibu ile swali nilikuwa nasema that Raila akichagua mtu from mountain region, alafu what next they need for Raila to be the president. Just have a listen.
We are now making strategies for winning the election. We have won elections 3 times, but every time we win the election, we are robbed of that victory. That victory is known to the whole country, but we never go to State House. Why have we not gone to State House when we have actually won the election through vote? This is because there is something which we were missing. And that something which we were missing is called system. But people are saying system is not important. But system is very important. And now we are with Uhuru Kenyatta, who is holding the system. So if the system plus our votes, which are always more than the other, what else? What else we need? So let us work conscientiously. Let us support.
So, Jakes, I think that's the point I wanted to draw on your attention. So you can see now why Uhuru Kenyatta is very influential. He may not bring people together.
Now,
but
just one
basing
moment,
on
Neto, can I ask you a question?
move on.
This is Uhuru. That is Oburu Odinga, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
So help me understand, how does that statement guarantee a vote from Mount Kenya? How? Because system, to the much I know, it's not something you can locate, that you say it lives next to Mount Kenya or it lives somewhere. The point thing, how comes this system, if as much as you want to talk about it, it never worked in 2002, never worked in 2013, how will it work now? Because at least we should be able to cite instances.
Jakes, what are you talking about?
He's talking of system working, because that's what Oburu says. Oburu is saying that they have been winning without the system. Now they have the system and they still have the numbers. What prevents them from winning? Is that what that guy has said?
Yes.
Now my question is this: how has the system worked before in this country?
Okay.
The system has worked in the sense that the winner was snatched his victory and given to the person preferred by the system.
So
that is simple.
Whereby of how we can
Bernard,
look here.
Bernard, that question I was asked.
Meaning it is not those who cast the vote that count, it is those that count the vote. And this pattern, we saw it clearly in 2017. We had polling stations that did not have numbers. They did not have stations. They were electronic polling stations in various places that gave us vifaranga as a computer. Okay, like in Western specifically.
Computer were mentioned in 2013. Let's guess
no,
our first correct.
We are saying the system, wherever when the stakes are high, okay, when the stakes are high, like for example, the voting in 2002 was manual, okay, and 2007 was still manual. But even with the manual, and Raila was leading by 3 million, okay, the electricity has to disappear, okay, and Trakanithi that has less than 300,000 people, according to the latest census, okay, gave us how many millions? 3 million in 2007 to come and upset the figures for Raila in 2007. That is how powerful the system is if you're going against it. And that is something that we cannot wish away.
Okay, so that is where I normally say kuna reality na kuna kile mtu
sio kujitia moyo. It is proven. That is why even until now, like for example, the 2013 petition, it was not lost on the ground that there was no evidence. It was lost that the evidence was filed late on technicalities. So there was a high probability that even the 2013 elections would have been overturned, just like the 2017 was overturned by the Supreme Court. Only that the factors were not the same, but the stakes were high. And so we can't, and that's why my free advice to William Ruto, He has been in government, he is in government, and he knows how he got himself in government. That one I can swear.
Ask you a question?
Knows.
Can I ask you a question, Bernard?
And the
That's why I'm on
very
it, Bernard.
thing, Ngoja kwanza, the very thing that kept Raila from power, okay, all this time, even after winning, is what William Ruto has gone for, okay? Niende kuchukua siafu, unakumbuka analogy ya siafu ya Raila, tuchukue siafu, tukuje tuwafanye nini? Tuwatoe State House. Kila mara yeye anakuja na siafu wanapuliziwa doom na kitu kinachukuliwa. So Ruto has gone back kuchukua siafu na kaacha nini? Wale watu wako na doom ni ngumu.
Okay. That's a good analogy, but I would wish to have a different take from them. But if system, because that's what Ndeto has brought home, if system truly exists, in 2013,
Okay,
just one moment,
go ahead.
just one moment.
Go ahead, yeah,
in
go ahead.
2013, or rather in 2012, the person who alikuwa kusema was the prime minister. In fact, ni venye saizi I don't want to go there, but at the end walikuwa anasema when the election date will be. You remember the heated debate we ever played here between him and Ruto on the actual dates of election. So in fact, he was even saying how the government is prepared for the elections. So by then he had a say. He knew what the government was doing. He knew what the plans were. But even having all that, because to me there is no higher, greater seat than that you are able to control an election, then lose it and still blame a system.
No, so, Jakes, you miss the point. You miss the point. The prime minister alikuwa na nusu mkate. Hiyo nusu mkate, he was a prime minister without executive power. Secondly, he was not in control of the police. He was not in control of state machinery. He was just a prime minister. That doesn't make it, he knew, yes, of course, since he was the one answering questions in parliament on behalf of the government, he must know the day-to-day operation of the government. But the man behind the machine was Kibaki himself.
Okay, back to you then, but I know you remember the clip. How was the system then that it didn't work? What happened?
Okay,
because me, I don't believe there's such a thing, unless what Wekesa is saying, because Wekesa is now raising a very valid point, that how it can work, it's by intimidating voters or suppressing the turnout, like we saw in Kabuchai and Nini, bringing so many police that way. That I can agree. But having their hand in the cookie jar to the level of how Bernard wants to explain it, now go pakidogo. But then go ahead.
It's interesting.
Before Temba takes it, one second. I would say that the way the system operates has never been Baba's style. All along, Baba has always wanted to be president cleanly. Ashinde, akwe declared, akwe sworn in. Hakutaka this mangi business of becoming president. And that has been his weakness all along in terms of him going through campaigning, getting the votes, then kufika siku ya kuharvest, mambo inaharibika.
Yes.
Okay. If we can appreciate history for purposes of it, it can tell us where we come from and where we are. It is important to realize that where Ruto is right now is where Baba was in after 2007. Immediately after Mwai Kibaki got sworn in, and of course, you know, that drama, you know, after that point, after when he became prime minister and all, immediately after that, you realize that the government started having problems, and thinkers and scholars have in fact, tried to question and discuss the issue of MOU and implementation of MOUs. You realize around that time, most political debaters were looking at what is the potency of having an MOU, you see? Because immediately after that, Raila was given, after that, the treatment was different, by the Kibaki government. And even as they moved towards election, when Raila was being taken through the point of being asked when is the election, already that time, there was a lot of drama going on because there was already word in the wire that Kibaki was pro-Uhuru, you see. So Kina Ruto were in parliament, they knew the frustration that the prime minister was going through, and they are still bringing those questions because they knew that he was already being frustrated within the government itself, right? So we need to appreciate the environment in which they were operating at that time. And other than 2002, if you can remember so well, 2002, Ruto himself is on record saying that they were asking Moi if they were thinking because he's been doing something, if there was anything he was about to do, because they were still thinking there's something Moi can do, And he even said that they were the only ones in the room. They are the ones who went to the room when Moi was asking, where huyo kijana ako wapi? So even them, they knew that the president by then, there was something he could still do for them to take power. So in essence, looking at that background and how it came, other than 2002, which was not contested anywhere, Uhuru went and accepted. After that, all the other elections, 2007, 2013, 2017, have ended up in court. Isn't it? 2007 was bad, we fought. 2013 ended in court, submissions were done late. 2017 was nullified. And the star of 2013 was Mutula Kilonzo's daughter. You remember when she was even showing videos, and Ahmed Nasir came and said that video, you can't trust it. It could have been shot in somewhere in River Road. Court, a technical thing can throw away your case. Technical. So a technicality can throw away your case. So without necessarily looking at many other things, one thing we need to appreciate, our election has been controversial 2013, 2007, 2013, 2017. Now, how can the system, the people who are interested in power and who are holding power manipulate the process? It has always been the same. There's voter suppression. And like, for example, in 2007, you can see figures. We have not accessed the server to date. In 2013, it has always been controversial. So it is possible. The only thing can make can avoid, even if there needed to be any interference not to happen, is having a wave that like it did in 2002. Is there a politician like right now, let's say Ruto, who can actually bring a wave that will upset whatever the system wants? I don't think so. By next year, I don't think Ruto will. If it was last year, if we're having an election last year when Hustler Nation had just started and dynasty thing, probably you'd have said the wave came and swept. But I don't think we have a wave right now, unless another wave comes in before 2002. Can Ruto upset it? Yes, if he's able to bring himself to a point that he can galvanize the wave and people go out there voting like they did in 2002. It is possible. It is possible a month to 3 months to, like it did the 2002. Yeah.
Now I wish to take this conversation forward, but before I do that, Bakari, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, Bakari. Good to see you, though in darkness. I know you have heard what we've been saying, but have your say on this. What do you make of the dynamics that will come to play in a few months' time to the general elections?
Habari zenu?
Tuko salama.
Okay. Nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi, Naona both Raila na Ruto wasitafute running mate from Mount Kenya. Kama kweli Uhuru yuko na Raila, ampatie mtu kama Matiang'i akuwe running mate wake. Unaona? Alafu Ruto na yeye pia ile pattern break, asiende Mount Kenya kutafuta running mate. Atupatie kitu tofauti. Atafute mtu mwenye merit kama vile Matiang'i akikuwa running mate wa Raila. Ruto atafute mtu mwenye track record. Let's say aende achukue kama Najib Balala ama achukue Salim Mvurya as the running mate. That will be news. Lakini wakienda wakichukua Musalia, Kalonzo as the running mate, it won't be news. Yangu ni hayo tu.
Hoja nzuri sana Bakari. Wekesa, I've seen umeingia kwa fujo. What is your take, sir?
Sorry guys, I've been unwell for some time, but I've been listening and following you. I've been listening and following you. Okay. So I think my take will be just simple. There's a reason why.
Themba, be kind. Wekesa is a strong moderator. You know, tunamhurumia, so allow him to save the energy. Usimsumbue, acha tuendelee. Wekesa, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm saying that I think there's a reason why there was a Kibaki Tosha 2002. That vote was returned as almost as a referendum for Mount Kenya. So I think whoever did that in his wisdom knew that that was the only card that was going to win the vote for the side that wanted more votes. And so there's the same wisdom that is applying on this election. People may say what they want to say, but at the end of the day, there's a reason why Baba is not so much interested in the running mate of either to repeat the Mudavadi running mate or repeat the Kalonzo running mate. There's a reason why all of them are focusing on the mountain. These are veterans in politics, and they calculate before they move. And so, we have been saying that Raila wants to play Ruto half-field. And that's why even Ruto akienda mahali kwingine, anaona arudi bado Mount Kenya. And that is where that's where the catch is. They want to focus on Mount Kenya. Okay, even if he makes inroads other places, but he will be coming back to Mount Kenya. And they will make sure they may not turn around what he has done on Mount Kenya. That they make sure they still, even if it's 20% from him. And believe me, because Uhuru Ruto caught all the votes in Mount Kenya and Rift Valley because of one is the demonization of Raila. But right now, Raila has been lying very low. He wants to come out as a statesman. So there are people who have been trying to return the tag of Raila the demon, Raila the whatever, but it's not working. I can tell you for free, not everybody agrees that the handshake worked. But there's a percentage of people who believe that handshake has stabilized this nation. They may not be very many. They can still be 20%. And if you go through the social media, you see there are around a certain percentage from the mountain. Okay. And those who have even demonized Raila are only from a part of the mountain, but not the whole mountain. There's also a shift in which the dynamics will happen in Embu and Meru and other tribes. Those ones didn't have a very strong opposition on Raila. They only voted against him because Uhuru was on the ticket. But right now, the voting in Meru and Embu will completely, they can go even 50-50. Maybe if Ruto will get more votes, it will be a Gikuyu nation. But still he will not get what Uhuru got. And that's where people need to see. And this is why Raila is focused on the mountain, and he knows that is how to neutralize his strong challenger. Yeah. So that's my take.
Maybe one question, what do you take of the Rimuru? I don't know if it is 3, 4, I don't know which number that will be. What do you think would come out of it?
Yeah, okay. Another thing that my friends from the other side have not been seeing, I think the more you guys say that Papa anachezwa, the more the other side is happy, because it appears like you guys are not seeing what is happening. You know, these guys have already tested the waters. They have got them the intelligence, and they know what they need to do just to add a little bit of votes to the handshake side. So there was actually a strategic retreat. And that's why when you see today somebody like Kiraitu Murungi comes and supports Papa, and tomorrow he strategically retreats. So the other side celebrates. But these guys are coming to test the waters. Then they retreat and they know that let's do this, let's do this. So they want to come back as a formidable force. And that's why they are planning, and they say that the revolution doesn't take once. You don't just hit the mountain like that, it will react. But slowly you chop it off. So they have been forming different teams which even look like they don't exist. They use this team. You see Baba appearing with Peter Kennedy, disappears, appears with Jeremiah Kioni, disappears, uses Kiraitu, they disappear. But if you want to know what is happening, by December, all those teams will form one bigger team. And that's why we are talking about Limuru 3. And that big force, anyway, who is undermining Uhuru will know that Uhuru has a say. In fact, people have been saying that Uhuru has not endorsed Raila. He doesn't. He has only given his people the signal. And what they were asking was a signal. Now they are back. Now Uhuru does not just endorse Raila. He has also given him the machinery, the people. He has also the wealth power. So anybody underestimating Uhuru is doing it at his own peril. You can even look at how Ruto himself handles Uhuru. He's not coming out strong and opposing the way they demonize Raila. No. There's a way he handles him with some respect, because he knows what will happen to the mountain when he comes with the full force and confronts him as enemy number one. But believe me, when the time will come near and the battle lines are now drawn and Uhuru throws his knee in the ring and says, now I'm going for my candidate, he may not turn the whole mountain, but there's a level of votes that will go away. And mark these words, Ruto is not from the mountain, just as Raila. So never think that, I heard you say something that people decided long ago who they will vote. No. Mountain never voted for an outsider. This time round, they are still confused. And they will yes.
Collins, have you been paid by Fanta to advertise them?
Wewe na wewe lazima tu chokozane. Huyu jamaa amepotea muda mrefu. Is that how you welcome someone who has been
I've
lost?
just come from the work job. I started listening to you and I was on my way. And then I just reached the house and kiburudisho kamili, I start with my Fanta. Next question.
We want remuneration to this channel from Coca-Cola.
Collins.
Yes.
That's a fantastic welcome.
I see it. I see.
Now, let us continue with our Coca-Colastic conversation.
Let me just wind up. So I'm saying it's not, there is wisdom in why ODM is matching with the Jubilee. Some they think that ODM is wasting itself, but these guys have been politics and they know how to play around with figures, even if it's perceptional. Just as there are perceptional things that Ruto is doing, ODM's match with Jubilee is a perceptional move. The only thing they need to remove from the mountain is like Raila is no longer that ogre, that demon, that thing that we used to think. That perception, if it's removed, I'll tell you a few votes will change the direction.
Okay. Interesting points of view. Collins, go ahead. Najua umetusikiza for long. What's your take on this?
Jakes, allow me to say goodbye for today because I feel totally sleepy, and I would like to. I will catch up maybe later in the day on how this issue has the direction it has taken, because it is very interesting. I think it's one of the areas that these politicians are really thinking about, and the kind of solutions you are giving, I know it will help in their decision making. So thank you, guys. Wekesa is back. I will try to find you, Wekesa. Karibu sana.
Sawa.
Also, there is something we were talking about, Demba, Collins, Jakes, then this is Susan. So guys, have a good
Okay, so bye Ndeto, good to see you. Paulo umejirotate ukajimute. Collins, go ahead.
Thank you so much, and Themba, thank you for welcoming me back.
Kwanza umepotelea wapi? The last time I saw you, hata si last month.
Yeah, I've been running around. I had some exams on 20th of July. After that, I've been having a lot of moving around, doing some interviews around, because now when you're done with the class, you need now to get something to put on the table, right? Because you can't be sponsored all through. So that's what I've been doing.
Okay.
I'm back. Here's one of the things that some of us try to do. I like the way Ndeto, that's why I needed to have Ndeto around, though he's gone. Teaming up with Raila, Ruto, and what, we have a lot going on currently. And somebody said, like, we must have another dynamics for the election to be swayed somewhere. Then Susan said something, like, if Raila chooses Joho as the running mate, is it going to make him get the Muslim votes? My answer is no. Choosing Joho is not going to make Raila get Muslim votes. And also, somebody asked about Kalonzo joining with Raila is not going to change anything, because there are people like Joe Mutambu and Macau, the senator, who said that if any case you are going back to back Raila, then it means count us out. They said something like that.
Yeah, it was Enoch Makau.
Makau. I think it's the senator for Machakos, right?
Senator for Kitui. Yes, Kitui.
Is the senator for Kitui. He said, if any case you're going to back Raila, then you count us out. The dynamics have changed for politics for 2022. And there are three things that we must look at. Moses Kuria says that it's either 40% or not. Whoever gives us the 40% of the elections on the government that is coming up after 2022 is our presidential candidate. They're just trying to deny Ruto the 50+1%.
Wait a moment, Collins.
Yes.
Umejibu swali yangu. If Raila goes with Joho, it won't give Raila the Muslim vote. You want to tell me there are not enough Muslim votes in Kenya? And why do you say no?
If Raila goes with Joho as the running mate, is he going to add? Most of the Muslim votes have always been with Raila. Most of them. Almost all the time. The Muslim votes have always been with Raila. So adding Joho to bring up the Muslim votes is not going to add him the Muslim votes. The only thing that Joho can change on his vice presidency or the position as a deputy president is those other parts of the coast that have been voting on the other side will say for the first time there is a vice presidency in the coast.
Yeah, but the Muslims, we are not saying they are not only at the coast.
You didn't understand my explanation. Let me just take it one more time. Raila's votes, the Muslims have been voting for Raila most of the time because he has the highest number of Muslim leaders on his side. Almost all the time, he has the highest number. Except the big leaders in the Muslim community have always been Naomi Shaban, who has never voted towards Raila anywhere. Then we have Duale, who has not been with him on the two occasions, 2013 and 2017. He has not been there. And most of the people have always been with under Salim Vuria. Salim Vuria has not been with Raila in 2017. So the only votes that Joho can add is the vote of the coastal people that have not been voting with Raila. Otherwise, the Muslim votes have always been there. This is the same thing. The Kalenjins have been voting where Ruto is most of the time. So if anything happens that you choose, did somebody log me out?
No, you are still
we
on.
can see you.
Okay. If anything happens today that you choose a vice president from Kalenjin and you expect the Kalenjin votes to increase on the Ruto side, then it means he's adding on what he already has most of his time. So you are not increasing what you have. Most of the Muslims have been voting with Raila. That's why I answered that. It's not that the coast, there are parts of the coast that have not been voting with him, but they will see that now this time we have a vice presidency. Let us give it to him. Okay? But it's the same thing. You tell us that you choose Kalonzo so that he gets the vote. Raila has been getting those votes with Kalonzo inside. So getting out of Kalonzo getting out of the NASA team and being a presidential candidate is going to deny Raila this 800,000 votes from the Kamba and what Kalonzo can get. So anything that is adding the value, somebody asked here that what does Raila need to become president in central Kenya? Raila does not need a central Kenya to become president. He needs central Kenya to deny Ruto presidency. I would repeat that. Raila does not need a vote from central Kenya to become president. He needs a vote from the central Kenya to deny Ruto presidency. I said it, and I remember also there's a professor who also said it yesterday, but one, that Ruto needs to get 84% and above of the votes in Central and Mount Kenya region. Anything below 80% will deny him the presidency. Anything below 80% will deny him, because him together with Uhuru, they got over 87% of the votes in Central, in Mount Kenya. And that is when they only defeated Raila with 800,000 votes in 2013. And if you look well, Mutunga said, going by some facts that he has verified by himself, there is high possibility that Raila won the 2013 election. Though he's not supporting him for this time, but by his facts, he thinks that there are high possibilities that Raila won the 2013 election. Because the 2017 election, there are high chances that Raila won. 2017 election, there are high chances that Raila won. But 2013, Raila lost election. According to me also, I think Raila lost election in 2013. For this time, if somebody tells Raila to choose Matiang'i as a running mate, that's a total waste. Choosing Matiang'i means that he wants to get the votes from Kisii. He has been getting votes from Kisii, except the 2017 that he didn't get much of it. So if you want to change the dynamics, you must make sure that anybody who is going to be a good candidate must allow the likes of Kalonzo Musyoka to be a presidential candidate to run the third force. They are not going to be there to be president. The Kalonzo Musyoka must run to be a third force. His running, creating a third force, will make the people again to go for arena. Because none of them, Raila, Ruto, and the same Kalonzo, will make the 50+1%. That is my take.
Messi, I don't know if you're still there. I don't know if you've been following the conversation.
Yeah, I followed. I was driving home. Nimesikia mambo ya mahesabu. I think this matter ni ngumu. You have to be honest.
Hii mahesabu unaiona.
Hii mahesabu ni ngumu, but I would like to agree with Collins. I think in this last statement amesema, I think the strategy is for rerun. And then after that, now people can have the coalitions, which I think especially from the side there, me, I think the person who's calling the shots this time, regardless, to spend it, ni Uhuru Kenyatta. So I think the plan was first ilianza na BBI. I think the plan was vile walikuwa wameagree how they were going to split the position and everything, hiyo ikaharibika. So I think saa hizi what the plan is, kind of force whatever into a rerun, and then after that, all these people will have to, because saa hizi Kalonzo cannot say ati anakuwa running mate ya mtu, atakuwa politically dead kambani kwa vile ashasema he can't. Haya, Musalia akisema hivyo, iko watu watakasirisha. Wetangula, I think Wetangula has been quiet because my own observation, I think Wetangula has been quiet to kind of let Mudavadi to kind of, come up and become big. So he's around, but leave Mudavadi to become the spokesperson. Although Kiona, the way Raila has been playing it, Nikama is playing it in such a way that hata musiponi support, I have other options kama kina Oparanya, not as running mates, but as supporters. So what I think, the only person who has a solid whatever is Ruto on his side. But this side, they have figured out, lazima tutaenda rerun next year. That's what I think. Lazima wataforce a rerun, and then now, these people now, after the first elections, now they have no option now. Watasema, okay, Raila's, he's been there, whatever, we are all gonna, wataenda tu ambia supporters now, we have only 2 candidates, we have no choice. So we have to go and support this guy. I think that is the plan. Which sijui, things might fall. Unajua greed for power, because also the things about running mates will already be cast in stone. I think you cannot change a running mate for the second, for the rerun. So whoever Ruto has chosen will have to stay like that. Whoever kama ni Kalonzo atakuwa amerun peke yake, because I think Kalonzo is the strongest candidate in OKA. you know, not Musalia, not wachana kina Gideon na watu wengine. So I think if that plan works, you know, if they go for Iran, it will be very tricky. But you never know, depending on the deals people will make. But as far as the way I'm saying now, all these people, it depends with the Uhuru Kenyatta because he has all these other, the OKA people, and what do you call? Of course, Raila is his man. So I think all these people are just playing around, but I think already the lineup has already been set. The only thing is, hawataki kukasirisha the ground, mahali wanatoka. Watu ya Mudavadi waende kama vile Malala kila saa naimba mambo ya Mudavadi. It seems like yeye amekuwa campaign, but I think yeye ni for his own selfish reasons kuwa governor ya Kakamega. Alafu Ukambani imekuwa ngumu, so they have to someone has to, even if whatever, someone has to stand as a third party, I mean as a third alternative. Alafu hiyo kura ikie nini, but you know, you never know, wacha tutaona vile inaenda, but that's my thinking. But regarding mliongea juu ya running mate, so that's where the tricky part is, because vile umesikia vile Moses Kuria, I think Moses Kuria wants to, you know, what do you call, like in poker, they say you ante up, you increase your whatever. I think he was doing it also for his own selfish whatever to kind of force, you know, pengine ya kuwe chosen and everything else. But also I think one thing, OKA, because the way I see OKA and Raila Odinga as one. I don't see them as two. Tunaweza ongea separately, but I see them as one. I think OKA and everybody, the game plan, it's now on them. I think they have an upper hand because they have now forced this idea of should have, you know, a running mate come from Central, or maybe like make it a must. And I think they're trying to force Ruto to that corner in such a way that you have to choose a person from Central. And after that, you know what's going to happen. The campaign will turn into, which Ruto has tried to avoid, about a Kalenjin Kikuyu. So that's what they're trying to force him into that corner. So usually Ruto will wiggle out of, you know, it depends on the people in Central how if they decide waseme hata si tumekuwa kwa hii kitu, you know, if he manages that, which, you know, in Kenya is about selfish interest. So I think the push is to push Ruto to choose a person from Central. Then now they have a campaign narrative about the true tribe factor. That's the ingine work out. But, you know, it also, you know, I think also one thing that matters is, I think the biggest, you know, here in the US, what happened was, Trump actually, if you look at the math, Trump was going to win the re-election. We didn't even believe it. But there's something that called COVID that came in. Alafu na mambo ya killing ya mtu anaitwa George Floyd. So there's also those factors that have to come in play that, you know, the factor that kama Donald Rumsfeld once said, the unknown knowns or unknown unknowns, there are things that will come that we don't expect. So inategemea na what comes up in 2022. Something could come up, alafu switch all these allegiances yenye tuko now, depending on how it hits the ground. So there's those factors that hiyo tunawachia Mungu. As of ni kama BBI, if you talk about 2 years ago, watu walifikiria haitapita, alafu wakati wakavote mani MCA, watu wakaona na hii BBI itapita, tunaenda referendum, and then koti ikafanya ikarusha. So there's also those factors that hatujui. So those are the other factors. But as of now, I think your game plan, you're having I think there will be a third candidate. The way it looks, they will force you rerun. Alafu, hopefully these people come together now as one. I'm talking about OKA and Raila Odinga being maybe the main guy. But that's on the assumption that Raila comes second or first. Because Raila still, you know, and as much as I've seen people talking, Mona kina Bena na watu wengine, Raila's, the numbers are not the same. If you've seen, ODM was the strongest in 07. 2013 nini, 2017. The numbers, and that's why I think bado ni kama ana way, because it all depends with the support that these guys have, which Kalonzo, I don't think ako kama ni. Because Raila doesn't have the numbers that he used to have to run. He still has numbers, yes. But if these OKA guys, and that's one thing, maybe he cannot gamble. If he gambles, let's say someone like Kalonzo, he has to have a running mate. If the running mate comes from OKA, you never know what numbers they might pull. So kuna hiyo kitu yenye, there are those factors that you cannot control. They might do it on the assumption that Raila comes second. What if he doesn't? What if all of a sudden Mudavadi and Kalonzo are running mates or whatever, alafu wana Western, all of a sudden wapate such a bigger number of votes that they expected to go to Raila, which I know Raila still has a big support in Western province. I mean, hands down. But uwezi jua circumstance tafanyika next year mwezi wa 8. So I think I think Ruto side is where they're kind of all set, but kind of wait and see. But this other side, bado, they are still the way. I think even mambo watu wanasema ati ya presidential candidate. I
Is
think
my
watu
internet
watangojea
bad?
mpaka mwezi wa 4.
Excuse me, is it me that my internet is bad or it's you?
No, I'm okay.
Why?
Is everybody listening to him? Can you hear him?
Yes,
All
we
of
can.
you are clear, so I don't know why you are complaining. All of you are very clear.
Unaongea vizuri sana unless labda
Labda ya
ujaingisha mimi
Collins.
vizuri. Wear your headphones well maybe.
Yeah, labda.
Go ahead, Macy.
So I think those are the factors.
Oh,
To
it
me,
was the
kuna
headphone.
factors
Sorry.
ambao unanisikia?
Yeah, it was my headphone.
Okay. So I think kuna factors ambao we can deal with now, but vile Collins alisema, I agree with him. Maybe Kalonzo, and that's very good thinking, can go alafu because I could maybe in about 1 million votes, alafu atoe, alafu the percentage goes down. But that's on the assumption that it depends on who is running with. You know, and that's on the assumption that Baba comes second or Baba comes first. If that doesn't happen, then these other people, of course, will have the chance, and Baba has to support them. Because Ruto is already state for. We know Ruto, if elections, unless equal collapse, a very big collapse, right now elections being held, or even in 2022, the chance that itakuja either number 1, Ruto atakuja number 1 or number 2. That's it. But these other guys now, it's about playing with the numbers. And then one might think it depends also on 2022. But in terms of a candidate from these other guys, I think they will keep on waiting. Unaona Kioni anajaribu kuweka mambo ya. It seems these people were really into the BBI thing because it was about positions. So bado wanajaribu to manipulate that end. I think there's many factors that we don't know. And I think this other side, the candidate cha kabisa ya kama wataamua kuwa, to gang up and not have a rerun, the candidate itakuja past 2022 ndani huko, maybe March ama April, near to the deadline yenye wanatakana kufanya mambo ya campaign or something like that. So that's my contribution.
Before we end the show, Themba, hesabu zako nazionaje?
Okay. If according to me, what I think is the ground has shifted so much. I think I want to agree with Jax at some point when you say the ground has really shifted for this individual. So you see, when people are making prediction right now, they are basing on especially on the results of the previous, like maybe 2013, 2017. But like they say in politics, 1 month is a very long time. And if you look at what has happened between then and now, a lot has happened. So a lot of grounds are shifted, and most of them are facing numerous. Look at it this way. In 2013, most governors, the governors were coming in for the second time re-election. Right now, most governors are not going to be re-elected. Some of them are finishing their term. So that means what they're looking for other interests. And there are also other people who are on the ground who have been looking for those positions. So those people are also shaking the ground. So it's going to be a little different. We might have measured Ruto's popularity based on the by-elections that have taken place. But you see, most MPs who are going to campaign in those places, they were not campaigning in their place, all right? So in 2022, they'll be going back to defend their seats. So the ground will be different. It will not be as massive as we have been seeing, where like 15 or 20 MPs go to a specific place to go and try and win the seat. Like Kiamba, you saw people from all over, coming in to try and win that seat. It will be different. Guys will go back to try and wrestle, their own seats. So they are aspirants. There are those who are already MPs there. So, the ground will be different. Now, before Ruto has been going around with the MPs, next year, it will not be going around with them because they'll be facing their own drama at their home, right? So I really can't say, like Mercy is saying, that Ruto is assured. The only place, like the only thing you can say about Ruto and Raila, which they share in common, is that their home ground looks a little settled. You know, there's no much competition for Ruto in Upper Rift. There's no much competition for Raila in Luo Nyanza. You know, so they seem to have a fairly settled base. So they are going out with a start. They have a head start over the rest. Kalonzo, if you look at him, he's got all the counties. Machakos has a party leader. You know, Wiper. Kitui has a party leader. NAC. Makwiny has a party leader. So all his counties, the ones that you would think you would be having.
Remember, I didn't want to interrupt you, but apart from Gilu, these other two governors, do I call them retiring governors?
Yes.
So we are going to have a very interesting politics in Ukambani, because apart from Gilu, the other two won't be running for their offices. Now, the
Ngilu is not
likelihood
retiring.
of... Yes?
Ngilu, this is the first term.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Apart from her,
okay.
the other two are retiring. Ibwana and Mutua. I don't know, but do you see a possibility of another Maendeleo chap leader taking the governorship? And also in those factors as well really saying much about any person vying for presidency, because those top leaders at times benefit in some way. Why am I asking that? Because if you take case in point, right now King is trying to find a way out, right? But I think it's too late in the day. Now, with these two leaders coming out from their offices, don't you think this can be the best time for Kalonzo to redefine himself and recapture these two gubernatorial seats rather, and make now Wiper a stronger, because if you remember, Machakos senator who died, Kabaka, was not from Wiper. But Kabindu, when she came, she replaced her and she's from Wiper. So don't you think this can also be a building moment for Kalonzo?
No, yeah. That's true. And in fact, if I know he has a candidate in Machakos, that is Wavinya Ndeti, and he has a candidate in Makwiny, that is Mutula Kilonzo Jr. So he's having those people that he's targeting. If he can be able to do that, that will be fine for him. But again, you want to look that against how is the ground? How is the ground? Because you know, Makwiny governor Kivuda Kibwana was very popular with the ground, and so is it likely that he'll also bring in someone to take over that position? Now, the candidates, the governors who are not going back, will participate, will want to redefine their politics beyond next year. So they are likely to back someone who is going to give them either a position at a higher level, or someone who is likely to consider them in a certain space. So I see ground shifting. Okay, so I don't think Kalonzo has that momentum. Like, and you can see it. Most of the OKA guys do not have a strong base they are coming from. Look at Mudavadi. He doesn't have a strong base he's coming from. Look at Gideon Moy. He's not having a strong base he's coming from. So they are starting from a weaker perspective, even when they are going to negotiate. Yes, they have MPs right now. Like Kalonzo has MPs right now, but I think he will struggle come next year. Now I have a challenge, especially for me. The greatest dynamic I want to say, Jakes, and I want to repeat again. The constitution as it is and the way it has been implemented right now, the position of a deputy president is going to make the president very worried. Very worried. Whoever they are going to choose. Yes, you want the numbers. You want a person who is going to give you the numbers. But as it has been, actualized within the last 4 years, most of the presidential candidates are going to handle it very, very, very carefully, because you can choose someone and then this person ends up bringing you so many MPs, and within a few months, those MPs end up impeaching you. You see, what we have had this time around is because there has not been, they have not brought the numbers to be able to impeach even, the president or the deputy, because of the numbers. But if you bring someone and then that person has so many numbers, it's gonna create a lot of drama. So that's another dynamic that we need to also think about. But I agree with what Mercy is saying. We don't know what is going to happen. As at now, it's hard to say. Ruto, Jax, your man, he's selling himself big. He's trying to reach out, which is good. In politics, you need to do that. He's selling himself out. No, see, we need to give credit where it's due. He's selling himself out pretty well when you compare to the other OKA guys. He's really trying to galvanize and trying to to bring his popularity to a certain level. I really don't know what will happen next year when they start now choosing, especially the prime minister. Now, on the issue of the rerun, that will be best case scenario to manage the issues of election agreements. When you want to manage such issues of everybody thinking they are popular, you can all run, like it happened in other jurisdictions, where you all run. Then we see how popular are you. If one person can be able to actually get it in the first round, wengine mnasalimu amri, mnasema kwamba yenyewe tulifikiria tuko popular, lakini popularity yetu ni fake. Unaona, it is just media na kelele mingi. But if then they are able to force a rerun, then it will force a post-election, whatever coalition, where you have those people who are I don't know if the law disagrees with the idea of once you're going for a rerun, choosing a different person. I don't know if the law disagrees. I'm yet to come. It does not. You can always go ahead.
Because it does not, because even the timelines, I think it is within 60 days.
Yes.
It happened to kama venye hii ingine ili happen after the nullification, the same procedure. You don't change
it's anything. Locked in place, I think.
Yeah. Once you choose, ni hivyo.
Yeah, so I think the post-election coalitions work better, because now you are negotiating with someone of interest. You are negotiating with someone that their strength. You are negotiating with someone the basis of how do you benefit each other. Now, you see, if you negotiate before, how do we know? Okay, fine, we are saying here we need UDA and OKA, coalition. How do we know who is benefiting the other? It's hard to tell, because both of them don't have numbers as they are moving forward.
But
everybody's
go ahead.
Yeah.
The greatest risk these guys risk to suffer is after 2022, most of them might go into oblivion for good. Why? Because we have new crop of leaders coming up every day, and they are changing the narrative in some perspectives. Like, for example, the Kabogo of 202 right now is not as strong as probably Msekama Ishongwa, for example, Balala of 207 is not as strong as Joho of today. So as days go by, some of those people we thought walikuwa vigogo wanazidi kudidimia. So if 2022 some people don't make it, I think that would be the very end of them. So don't you think for anyone to survive, they would rather choose to stick with either Raila or Ruto, so at least to to be able to survive the storm, because after that, some of
But
them
you see, Jax, I think it is our political system that has made it look like or even it's the nature of a politician to desire power, which is good. But there's nowhere written that you have to die a president or you have to die a particular position. If you never get it, and this is what happens in politics, Jax. Power is never given to anyone. You take it. If a particular generation would have risen to the point that it kind of brings up the masses, a change of leadership will take place. You see, like, for example, I don't think the US was ready for an Obama presidency when he came in. But the wave that came at that point, it changed the narrative. And he came into power. Yeah.
Agreed.
So
yeah.
When time comes at a particular point, and that's why I tell you, there's nobody right now. It's only because we have them as the political players up there. If another wave would come in from the rise up and move them, there's nobody was written that they have to die presidents. It's nowhere. There's nowhere written. So right now we are saying that they might not have a chance come 2022, and if they don't have it, they will never be. I mean, we don't owe them presidency. So if another person emerges, if a leader emerges from among the population who can inspire the whole imagination and capture the imagination of the electorate, they can actually change that particular scenario. And you never know. It might not be a Ruto, it might not be a Raila, it might not even be a Musalia or whoever, someone else who can upset that. And then we have a different kind of leadership. Even that 2022, you don't know. You know, right now we are calculating when we are talking about these bigwigs. But you never know what can happen between now and 2022. Another leader can emerge. But as at now, because they are the ones we are having making a lot of noise and we're having them up there, I think it serves us right to analyze them, you know, to look at their strengths. But you never know. A leader can emerge. Leaders emerge. Even you, Jax, you can wake up tomorrow and you realize that there are people that you can give a message. And who knows, we can have an Obama moment.
Manze, simunifanyie tu hivyo, naweza furahi. Collins,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, there's something that we are talking about, the dynamics. And I want to take it from where Dembas just left it. In the US, Trump was doing well until the killing of George Floyd came up. And then the Black Lives Matter started that kind of campaign, like people must now come up and vote. Kenya today is having one main thing that can change the elections: increase in fuel prices. If any person in the UDA and any other person in OKA stands up today and mobilizes the whole country, it is so stupid and it is so bad that I thought Kalonzo would take it on. And then the only thing he did in the microphone is to say someone needs to stand up for Kenya. I asked myself next to the TV, who do you want to stand up? I wish I would have asked him straight. You are telling Kenyans on microphone that someone needs to stand up. Who is this that you want to stand up?
Who is the someone?
Who is this someone? Someone needs to stand up for Kenya. If he was a good leader and they wanted to steal the show today, we could have heard that by Monday, if this thing is not changed, that the fuel prices are going up. If you think these fuel prices imekuguza kwa jikoni, mafuta ya kupika, bei ya unga itapanda, everything is going to go up. Can you come out on the streets and we have a peaceful walk from all over the country? Everybody will come out. And then that is going to make that common mwananchi to realize that at least Kalonzo stands with us. Hiyo inaweza mpea around 200 to 300,000 votes. Not much. to add on to his 800. So you will deny somebody the presidency, either Raila or Ruto, because the race is between Raila and Ruto. Even though Raila says he has not said he's going. There are high possibilities of, if anybody today stands with the unga thing, hizi bei za vitu zitapanda in the next 2 weeks, zitakuwa zimepanda. If Kalonzo was wise enough, he could have started this liberation movement with this unga thing. He could have started with these fuel prices. But because he's still asking for somebody to come up, if Raila today says bei ya unga irudi chini kwa sababu hatuwezi ongeza hii mafuta, is going to save somebody like Kalonzo from getting 300,000 votes. If Ruto today stops the bei ya unga and bei ya fuel, is going to get 400,000 to 500,000 votes from this handshake team. Anybody who speaks of this is not going to get much, but is going to get between 300,000 and 400,000 votes. If he wants to lead that, then he must lead it today. The next thing that can cause a problem today is the return of BBI to the parliament, because there is a way in which they want to bring some parts of amendments in the parliament. If any leader is going to stand out and tell people like, you know, you cannot do this because you're bringing the BBI, those people who had lost hope in BBI are going to side with that person. Oh, kumbe huyu mtu ndiye anatujali. So there are things that people must look at. The next thing that will change the dynamics is, who is your running mate? If we consider those three factors, any leader who is going to choose a female deputy president from around Mount Kenya may have his votes. Any person who is going to choose a running mate from a female running mate from around Mount Kenya may have the votes, especially in Meru. If somebody chooses a running mate from Meru, then good. Because remember, Ruto is looking at Ngirishi to be the governor of Kirinyaga. And she's really working hard because she's the only person who can replace Waiguru. So if Ngirishi can replace Waiguru, then Waiguru will be totally crippled and politically finished. So Waiguru must work hard to ensure that Ngirishi does not get to be influential, because the influence of Waiguru in Kirinyaga is giving her a lot of influence onto the mountain. That is why she retracted that she is not supporting Raila Odinga's presidency. And she is saying that as Jubilee, they need to retrospect. At the same time, she's talking of something like, we as people of the mountain, we must speak one voice, and we must seek and see if it is possible. And she's saying Jubilee has lost the ground, and she might even think of getting another party or going as a governor as independent. Why is she trying to do that? She's trying to balance the waters. Jubilee imepoteza sura, kwa hivyo siko huko. Jubilee supporting Raila, mimi si support Raila. Ruto, I don't want to support him straight, because watasema niko huko. Because the fight in central Kenya is between Moses Kuria and Rigathi Gachagua, who controls the mountain. And that is why Wanjigi's presidential candidacy is there. Wanjigi is not there to be president. Wanjigi is there to try to balance who controls the mountain. So we must also look at it like, this is the first time that a lot of things are going to happen, because Raila failing to get presidency, he will go home straight. He has nothing again to do in the system. Ruto failing to get the presidency will make him very strong, because people don't see that. He is failing to get presidency. We will see him very strong in the opposition, and he will run around again the way Raila has been running around. He will run around for another 5 years, and he will be hoping to be the president in the next 2027. but Raila's failing to get presidency is dead. Kalonzo failing to get this presidency is, as Jakes had said it, is political death because he will not have another chance to control camp again. But as we always know, the politics of the country is local and tribal. You don't become strong by influencing, you become strong by mobilizing your tribe and any other tribe that agrees with what your tribe believes in. Thank you.
Wekesa, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I wanted to say that I think Nani Themba talked about revolutionary message. I think the person who had the momentum and the willpower to do the revolution was our deputy president. But Ruto has committed around 2-3 sins. One, Ruto does not want to get out of government. So as much as you guys say that you don't, you think system doesn't have value, Ruto still believes system is very important. And that's why he's balancing between being an opposition person and also being enjoying the trappings of power. And that has been his undoing. So you realize that he had the momentum. If he actually just pulled out and said, I will go, let me go full throttle, he had the momentum and he could have created some wave that could maybe turn around things. But he has been playing safe because I think he's used to the system and he doesn't know how to operate outside the system. And so this one has denied him that revolutionary grace to have the tsunami or the numbers on his side. As much as people say he has an upper hand, when you look at the by-elections, even in Central, those he was winning with struggle. And that speaks a lot. That is even gave Jubilee bravado, that yes, he might have an edge, but still Jubilee will command a sizable number of votes in its own backyard. There's no seat he won by landslide that send a strong message to Jubilee. They can still brag around and say that okay, as much as he wants to claim he controls the mountain, yes, but even the president and the other people were not so much involved in those campaigns. So in other words, they are saying if we actually mean business, tunaweza gawana hii mlima na tunaweza hata kawana katikati. So that has been his undoing, to have his cake and eat it. Today you say you go full blast and condemn the government. Tomorrow you want to look like you are befriending it. It was even a weakness for him to look like he's asking for handshake with the president. You know, just as they demonized Raila and got a political capital, they had tried to demonize Uhuru and creating a political capital we need. But he's playing, at some point they demonize Uhuru and they want to get political capital. At some point they want to impress him. So you see, he's not exactly sure which kind of political decision he needs to make that will give him quite a number of votes. He has to make up his mind and choose whether Uhuru is his enemy or he is an ally in this 2022 politics. Staying at the middle will only crush his ambitions, because you are giving your enemy or a competitor an edge over you. So he needs to make up his mind very fast. And if they classify Uhuru as one of the persons they need to deal with for them to get the mountain votes, then they need to go full blast. Otherwise, they will get the votes, yes, but not as much as they could get. They may not even have the wave that will create a revolutionary votes. We have also seen that they are still also conscious to the fact that tribalism is awake. And that speaks volume. That means that what we have been calling hustler nation is nothing but an imaginary. It's an illusion. That's why we have caught people like Kuria off, people like Kiunjuri off, because now what we are remaining with is not hustler nation. It's just UDA, another party like any other. And this, when I said this when we were beginning, that every politician knows what calls shots when it comes to an election in Kenya. They know that tribalism is alive. As much as we can package it in different forms, but even when they are going to make their decision on the running mate, you will know that they best not on anything else but tribe. And so they are alive to it. So afadhali wale walijua mwanzo, afadhali wale mlikuwa mna call a tribal chiefs, for them they had nothing to hide. They knew that tribalism is what happens in our politics, and they are using those numbers to craft an alliance. Rather than you hide and then the last minute you realize it is the same thing that is going to haunt you in 2022. So my advice is, yes, he has an upper hand, but it's even more dangerous when you are number one, because everybody is calculating how many steps they can make just to neutralize you. Let me just stop there for now. Yeah, I think it has been a good discussion. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you so much. I think Jex has dropped off, so I'll manage the final closing.
I'm also leaving you guys.
Collins, you're leaving? Okay.
Yes, thank you so much.
Why don't we then make our closing remarks in the next few minutes so that we close it up. So we'll start with Collins. I want you to be here, or you are leaving.
You can start with me.
Okay, let's have 1 minute closing remark. Let's Mercy go and then Collins.
Okay,
1
yeah,
minute.
I think so far this is a good discussion. Collins, you have some very good points. Temba, you have very good points. Wekesa, I understand what you're saying. What I would like to disagree is, as much as we can use by-elections as a yardstick for, determining the popularity of somebody, but you see, in the case of Central, we haven't had a situation where it was maybe like UDA and maybe Wiper, or UDA and ODM, then we can test. But when it's still like, I consider those parties like still like local within Central. So the 50-50 sometimes, maybe another factor of the coming about the, like in Kiamba, was it in Kiamba? No, yeah, in Kiamba, the potency of the candidate, because the candidate was a UDA guy that went to stand in Jubilee. So hatuwezi sema ati sasa huyu jamaa ati hii nini 50-50, because hiyo jamaa pia alikuwa amefanya kazi yake kwa ground before, hata kabla kuja kuingia hiyo mambo Kurana za Jubilee candidate. But in general, what I appreciate is every time we meet, I follow, wakati discussion and layer. Sometimes I join, sometimes I don't. But I think one thing I can say is we're having very good discussions. I believe like we've all become friends. Ile watu ambao tunaongea, tunadiscuss kila kitu, and I hope this same spirit, regardless of, unajua siasa ya Kenya inachafua, lakini vile Mandago alisema usiweke kwa roho, all this is about love for the country. So that bigger picture lazima tuiweke. So I think in this group I see it, and thank you. That's all.
Okay, Collins, thank you so much. Mercy, Collins, go ahead.
Asante.
Thank you, Mercy, for that.
Don't leave yet, Mercy. Just stay on so that talk pamoja.
Yeah, okay. It's been a good time. It's been a good discussion, and most of the time, I don't always come, but I watch later. what people say, because you have to be updated. With the time, we will know what happens, but our friendship is good. Always the people who fight are not the people at the top. The people who fight are the people at the bottom of the ladder, because they see the food, but they are not able to distribute the food among themselves. Ni ulafi. So this time round, with this kind of panel, apart from discussing politics as it is, we can also use our influence onto the people that we can talk to keep silence and also to keep the peace. It's important to be in a peaceful country, however poor it may be, than being in a rich country with a lot of fights like Congo. It will be good to have peace in a poor country. But with the peace, other investors can come so that we can alleviate ourselves from poverty. If we have a lot of noise and fighting, we may lose the whole country. You lose the peace and you lose the country. So it's been a good discussion, and I thank you guys for continuing, even in our absence and in our presence. Themba, Wekesa, Jakes, it's good to see you back again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Collins. Wekesa, your closing remarks?
Wekesa's gone.
He's there. Wekesa, is there?
Collins. Collins, there is a program we are running on Wednesday, is topical issues. We want to rope you in kindly. We say that we need to improve on our debates here, so we will not just be doing the normal shows we are doing about current affairs, but we need also to come up with a thematic shows that we focus on other things that are happening in our nation. It's not just about politics. Because if it's about politics, after 22, what will we be doing? That will be the end of the whole discussion. So we need to slowly convert the viewers to something objective. And we began somewhere, and we need to redirect the energy to something else. So I agree with Mercy that we are not actually enemies. We are just competitors, and everybody is putting their best foot forward just to have their candidate win. But whether your side of the politics wins or not, we are all Kenyans. And whoever will emerge the winner shall be our president for the next 5 years. And all of us shall give him the right environment to lead us. So we agree. Let's compete on ideas, and then the rest, let's leave it. So we will have a conversation on what we are planning to do also, so that we can slowly turn our energy to something positive. Thank you.
Sasa Wekesa, wao invite Collins peke yake na sasa watu kama sisi.
Even you, Messi, the invite is extended to you too. Now we also have.
No, because
sorry for that. I think Collins was once a moderator, and then he disappeared. But we are slowly recruiting all other moderators. Kindly, if you don't mind, you're welcome.
Asante.
I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for that.
My WhatsApp number. My WhatsApp changed.
Even you share your WhatsApp number.
I'll send my WhatsApp number.
Okay, before we go, I want to appreciate some of our viewers, especially. I just want to pick from YouTube. I know from Facebook I might not see them right now. There's Dennis Ondieki, we saw you. Asili TV2, we saw you. We saw Robert Male. We read your comments. We also saw Elizabeth Yaure, Patrick Mushiri. And we also, those are the ones I can pick. I don't know if there's any other you can pick, so that we mention 3 more other than those ones.
We have Eric. We have Trust the Process. We have Bakari Ali. We have Blessed 254. Bakari Ali. We have Dennis Ondieki, Bakari Ali, we have Dixon Omondi. I can get some from Facebook, if you
Okay.
allow me.
Yeah. Let's give a shout out to those you can get from Facebook. Yeah.
I hope I'm going to get it.
Get about 5 so that yeah.
Facebook has already cut us off.
Yeah, Facebook has already cut us off. Their time is up. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not there, so we can't have.
Now that's okay. Okay, for those who are still watching on YouTube, we appreciate that you came in. Kindly remember to subscribe to the channel. Whatever views are expressed here are purely the views of the speakers. It doesn't necessarily represent the position of Mutembei TV and the owner. So we really appreciate you for staying on and listening. This is a forum for us to discuss topical issues that affect our lives every single day. And your comments are very important. They help. There are people who are here to learn, to inspire others. And also we are here to build each other. They say that when we stop talking, we start fighting. And we don't want to start fighting. We want to keep talking. So let's share this information to as many people as you can. And also let's respectfully appreciate that leadership. You don't have to be in a position of leadership. You are a leader where you are. So if you can change one person where you are, that is good enough. And again, I want to repeat, politics is not put kwa roho. Unaweka kwa moyo, you breathe it out as soon as it is done. So do not allow yourself to be paid to cause harm to anyone. Acts of hooliganism are not good. You are free to support the person you support, but not to the extent that you can lose your life for them. You are also not supposed to be paid to cause harm to anybody. If someone says that they want to pay you to cause harm, then tell them to send their children. You go with them so that they can
Or they
cause
go
harm.
themselves.
Or they go themselves. Other than that, we need a peaceful country, peaceful Kenya for all of us. We have no any other home. Kenya is our home. Kenya is our country. God bless Kenya. God bless everyone. Until we meet again, I think this is where we say bye-bye.
Right. Thank you.
Demba.